Yo, yo,
What's up, HB?
what's going on? What's going on?
Hey, you over the road, HB?
Yeah, man, I'm over the road. I'm actually headed home today, man. Finally, after I've been on the road for like a month. I didn't even realize it. I ain't even yeah, I didn't even realize. I was like, man, I gotta go home. I got all this mail sitting at the crib. I gotta handle some things, man.
Yeah, I can imagine. How long you been away from home?
You said what?
How long have you been away from home?
Yeah, I haven't been back since June, like I think June 12th was the last time I was home.
Damn.
Yeah, so I've been on the road for a minute, man. I sometimes I don't even realize it half the time, man, because I get so used to being on the road. I don't even realize that, you know, like it's been that long.
Yeah, we got DJ MFB in the chat here.
Yeah, Boston, what's good, man? What's good? Yeah, that live that you guys did the other day was crazy, man.
Hey, that dude pulled up on MFB real quick.
Yeah, man. I thought I, MFB sounded a little scared, man. I was worried for him. Like, get away from me!
Hey, he was on Instagram live and it got all the way live real quick.
It got real live real quick, man. Yo, people are crazy these days, man. That's why I'm glad he didn't clap somebody, man.
Yeah,
I'm
you might not be here to be talking about that.
yeah, right, man.
you, be,
You gotta be careful out there, man.
you be doing collect calls with Suge Knight.
What's going on with you though, man?
Oh man, HB, I've been up by 3 o'clock, man. Usually I get up, start my day, then I take a little nap around by this time and then get back up by 7:30, 8 o'clock.
Yeah, nah, I feel that, man. You gotta get that sleep, man. Yeah,
MFB
man.
said that was one large Mexican.
Ah, man, it's nothing scarier than a large Mexican, man. You got
In their
hey,
territory, no less.
yeah, seriously, man. Seriously, I was re-listening to that live yesterday with that girl that's into the rape fantasies, man. That shit was hilarious,
Yeah, that
man.
was crazy.
That was crazy. That
I
was
tell you, it's not
crazy.
as unusual as it seems, too, I would imagine.
Yeah. Nah, I got like a couple more. I need I'm gonna have Portia like stopping and starting the videos for me though. But I got like a couple more videos I wanna review. But yeah, it's pretty wild, man, when you hear about the stuff people are into, man. It's like I listen to that stuff because it makes me seem normal. I'm like, man, I'm not even as bad as these people be saying.
They make you feel
This
normal.
shit, yeah. Sometimes I be feeling crazy, man. I'm like, man, what the am I the crazy one out here, man? Sometimes, but yeah, that some of those videos, man, I don't even know, man. I don't even know if they're real half the time, but they have so much conviction. You don't even know, man.
Yeah, you never know,
Man,
man. Reality and what's fake is being melded
yeah,
together. You know what I
man.
mean? Hey,
It's
HB, I'm gonna let you hold it down, and I'll be up in about an hour. That's cool.
yeah.
All
Hell
right,
yeah.
I'll
I
be up
got
about an
you.
hour. All right.
All right. Salute, John Galt, man. We this is another episode Gone Trucking with HB2N and John Galt. Make sure you guys hit that like button, subscribe if you're new here, and as always, you want to help sponsor this episode, man, hit the Cash App, $ HB2N. I definitely appreciate all the Cash Apps, man. We're gonna get a lot faster with those Cash Apps, man. We appreciate you guys. You know, we appreciate you guys. Yeah, man. It's been a it's been a it's been a it's been a wild couple weeks for me out on the road here. I hit a Bambi, you know. I've been all around the country, down south, a little bit of west, a little bit of east, Midwest. I've been all over the country, man. And finally I'm going back home to Chicago. But I will be leaving Chicago soon. I will be moving out of Chicago soon. Um, it's a whole process. I probably my job right now. They're trying to keep me at this job. They're trying to offer me some more money. I'm kind of like a workhorse. I'm in the top 10% of earners at my company because I run like a madman. You know, um, but who knows? I don't know how much. Oh, we got Angel in the building. I don't know. I
Hey,
think. Hey, Angel. Good morning, man. What's going on?
uh, well, early Friday morning. It's almost a quarter past 3 a.m. here in Arizona, but where
Yeah,
you're at, I'm guessing it's 5 or 6 a.m., right?
yeah. You're in Mountain Time. Arizona is in Mountain Time.
Well, Arizona is like for those, it technically kind of is, but it really ain't. Arizona is actually its own time zone.
What? Wait. What? How does that
I
work?
know it's confusing, but like so, many years ago, I think in like the 2005 or 2015, Arizona like passed it where they declared themselves as their own time zone, like Hawaii. And so Arizona doesn't do like the whole daylight savings time.
No, hold on. Hold on.
It's I know it's confusing, but if you look it up, you'll be able to find it on Google.
Oh wow. Hold on 1 second. I'm about to repost this video in the Discord real quick. So give me 1 second. Give me 1 second.
And if it sounds like I had just woken up, is because I just did. Um, uh,
There we go. There we go. So what you got going on for this Friday?
really not much of anything as of right now.
Hey, salute to Tyrone, man. Good morning. And good morning, Mike from Boston. And yeah, man, I heard the whole show, man. I had to go back in cuz I heard like maybe half of it and then I went back and listened to the whole show, man. And it's man, Boston, you got some stories, man. I think one show a week, you definitely got to do this because I'm telling you, man, your profession. I didn't realize how dangerous it was, man. Like you're really a fucking savage out here, man. You know, you got a really kind of crazy job, man. Like when you think of a PI, you think of all the the gadgets and you kind of think of GoldenEye, but I think you don't really think that every GoldenEye movie, there's somebody trying to kill GoldenEye. When you think of you forget about that part. So I'm watching it. I'm like,
Yeah,
yeah, yo, Mike from Boston is really like 007 out here, man. He's a
uh,
double
uh,
agent. Yeah, you could get killed
yeah.
anytime, man.
Yeah, because with where he's at or what he does, you never know what is gonna happen. Much like 007, you never know where he's gonna go or what he's gonna come into.
Yeah,
So I'd say he is as you said, is a savage. Uh, uh, but I haven't heard, but just from the sound of it, it sounds like it's more of I would say it's dangerous, but it sounds like he has more of a challenge than what many of us think him as a PI deals with.
yeah. I didn't even, but I think the job itself, it's inherently dangerous because you're following somebody, but uh, you know, you're doing it kind of inconspicuously. You're trying to not be seen. So,
Yeah. Um,
and
I, I mean, there was a show in the mid 2010s on investigation discovery called Cry Wolf, and it
mhm,
was a private investigator called Brian Wolf, and he it was basically the documentary kind of series that reiterates his most dangerous or interesting cases he has dealt with over the years to dramatize his cases. And there's were been many of spousing cases, and there were one when a twin brother had went against his own sibling, and so much as a private investigator, you have to hide your identity to not be seen. But at the same time, you never know what kind of case you're going to deal with when someone asks you for your service.
right, right, right. You just never know what type of case you're gonna do or who you're gonna watch, and it's a very interesting job, man. And I heard Boston say that he's been a private investigator for 10 years now, so his
Well, keep up the
skills.
great work, Mike from Boston. I'm going to have to go to your channel and listen to one of your streams here, man.
I thought too, what was really cool, Angel, was that he said that he has multiple outfits too to kind of blend in with the crowd.
I mean,
Yeah,
that's actually a pretty smart thing to try and blend in so you cannot be seen or identified.
right, right. It would be interesting if he does like makeup too, masks, or tries to change how his face looks in any way. That would be pretty interesting too. Like how far does he really take the dressing up? I wonder, you think Mike
Yeah.
from Boston has ever like dressed up as a girl to maybe, blend in somehow?
Well, um, Well, if he has, then I ain't surprised. But if he has never done so, I would say maybe that would be a step towards extra security to
Yeah,
prevent from being identified as a private investigator. So that
yeah,
way he'll not have him be like, "Hey, are you a PI?" And then try to be, I guess you say, exposed, but as a PI, you need to hide your identity the best way you can. So whether it be
right,
blending in as a girl, blending in as a identical celebrity or a person, you have to
yeah,
blend in the best way possible. So that would be a great idea to get some type of removable face paint to blend in with everyone in terms of the conditions of his case.
Do you think he would be if Mike from Boston had to put a dress on to blend in, and he had to dress up as a girl, put a wig on? Do you think that would make him a queer, or is he just doing his job?
No, he's just doing his job. It would be like if he had to dress up as a clown.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. That might be a good job for you to do too. Maybe you could be like a clown at kids' birthday parties or something.
I mean, for the fun of it, sure. But of course, some people make a mockery of clowns, but that wouldn't be a bad idea at all.
Yeah, yeah,
Good
yeah.
morning, Solid Snake, Artie
Hey,
Chico, Mavic GS, and Clarius. Good morning, everyone.
yeah. Good morning, everybody, man.
Exactly, clowns are killers, though.
Yeah, I used to be. I wasn't. I'm not gonna say I was afraid of clowns, but I used to not like clowns when I was really little. Like I used to think they were kind of freaky. But salute to everybody this morning, man. Good morning, everybody. We're I've been on the road for about a month now. Well, about 4 weeks. So I'm actually headed back home today,
But
and I'm actually excited. I usually don't stay on the road long, but uh, it's just I'm kind of like Pharaoh at this point. I like prefer to be out in the wild, and I like to be out on the road, and it's like hard to even want to come home. Like all that's back home is I go out and maybe go shopping or something, and it's just like, man, I fucking love the road now, man. I'm feral. I'm a goddamn animal now, man. So I had to take some time to go on the road. So you guys definitely you guys won't see me again until Monday because I got a bunch of stuff I got to do this weekend. Not a bunch of stuff, but when you're away from home for a while, you just got
it's
I got
like
a bunch of
like you just have to catch up pretty much, not on a bunch of stuff, but just on the important things, pretty much.
right. I got a bunch of Amazon packages I gotta open up. I got a bunch of mail I gotta open up. I think I think I might have like an income tax check or something coming too. I don't know. I don't know if they're gonna send it or direct deposit. I don't know. But so I got all of that taken care of. I got a bunch of emails I gotta send out and just just random running. Yeah, clear. Just running. I just gotta run some errands. I might I don't know. I might go get a drink. I might go get a drink tonight. Get some tequila, some tacos, tequila. So
Um, Solid Snake is asking, what do you guys think of a slowing economy?
of a slump. Well, I think part of the Solid Snake, I think part of it is it's the summer. So a lot of people are taking vacations. Also, it's a election year, so a lot of people they want to see what's going to happen with this election. They want to see who wins, because obviously, if we get Biden for another 4 years, the economy's going to keep slowing down. Inflation's going to keep going up. If we get Trump, people are going to feel a little bit more
Relieved.
yeah, they're gonna feel a little bit more relieved, and they're gonna feel like they can invest a little bit more and go buy things. Hopefully
Yeah.
the inflation will go down a little bit. So I just think when you have a Democrat in office, people don't want to spend as much. They want to save a little bit more. But when you have a conservative in office, people want to spend money more, and I just think that's what it is. So I don't think the economy is necessarily slowing down. It's just not really speeding up at this point. So you kind of even see it with the market. You see kind of back and forth with these green days and these red days and these green days, and everything's kind of going sideways right now. But it's all ups and downs, ebbs and flows, man. it's it's just the way of the world, man. It's nothing to be really worried about. It's let me see. Claire said, yeah, people are wait here and seeing about their investments pre-election. I think you might have typed that wrong, Clarice. I don't I don't know. I don't know. You might gotta retype that. You might gotta retype that one. But yeah, Angel. So what are your plans for this weekend, Angel? You doing anything special?
No, not really. Probably just have been converting a bunch of my DVDs because for many years now I've not necessarily am getting rid of my physical media like my DVD collection, but I've had like a lot of pre-recorded DVDs of shows like The Price is Right, of American Restoration, and many other things I used to record on a recordable DVD that I've been converting to a digital format to save up
Yeah.
space. Like my DVD folder has a lot of pre-recorded DVDs, so I've been converting those into a digital format onto an external hard drive to make room in my folder to put like my other movies, just so I could save up space in my DVD shelf if I want to add more down the road.
Okay. Okay. So you're kind of converting your porn videos to
No,
digital.
I don't do that kind of stuff. But people have joked
Ah,
there. I don't watch porn, believe it or not, guys. Don't have no goddamn interest in doing so.
ah.
But people will joke about that kind of stuff. But nah, I don't have any of that stuff on file,
Wait,
unfortunately.
wait. Can you read Solid Snake's comment for me?
Do you think the trucking industry can survive 4 more years? I think
Oh
that's to
yeah,
you.
yeah. Solid Snake. Great question. The trucking industry ain't going nowhere. The trucking industry is pretty much the lifeline to everything that you buy in America. So whether the trucking industry survives is that's not even a question because it's gonna survive. Now, will a lot of truckers be able to go buy their own trucks like they did when Trump was in office and start their own businesses? Who knows? Who knows? But the industry itself, yeah, it's going to survive because people need goods and you guys need your stuff, You guys order stuff online, you need somebody to bring it to you. So the industry's gonna survive, but is it gonna be a boom like it was when Trump was in office? I don't know. We'll see. Hopefully he gets elected and people will be more open and excited to actually investing. But as far as the industry, yeah, man, there's always gonna be trucking jobs, you know.
And then he also, it's not necessarily a question, it's just more of a curiosity comment. He saw a
Yeah.
snake also says, I'm wondering, are they planning for food deserts?
You know, I I kind of think like the term food desert is it's a little over sensationalized. Yeah, you're probably not gonna build a grocery store right in a high crime area because niggas gonna be stealing all the meats out of there. But there's always gonna be somewhere where people can buy food and I mean, worst comes to worst, you can always just order food. You can always order just Uber Eats or something. So, you know, I don't even with food and stuff like Solid Snake, I travel all across America, man. So I get to see these things for myself, man. I see these farms, I see these packaging places. I see all these food processing plants and none of this stuff it's a lot. Now, you might have to pay a little bit more for certain things. I think pork is up right now. So you might have to pay a little bit more, but there's
Oh,
oh
excuse me.
yeah, bless you, man, bless you. Yeah, you might
Then there's
go ahead.
actually two questions that Solid Snake had just put. One is who will be the employee and who will be the buyer. Like I think he was talking about about truckers not being able to create their own businesses. I'm guessing. So he asked who will be the employee and who will be the buyer. Then he asked, "Do you believe we will be allowed to enter different cities?"
Oh, yeah, man. Yeah, 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 yeah. I mean, you know, I think Solid Snake, he doesn't have as much faith in America in the system, and I don't blame him for that.
I don't
You
blame him
see,
either.
yeah, I don't blame him, but I'm somebody that has faith in the system, so I don't look at America as it's over. Now, there's certain things that are over with, like you can't just survive off of working nowadays. You have to invest. You can't just survive off of having an employer. In this America, the only way that you're really going to survive is either you work for the government or you work for somebody else, invest, or you work for somebody else and start your own business at some point, or you just have a really, really high paying job. And I think nowadays, or you have a job and you have a second job too. So, Solid Snake, if I were gonna suggest something for you, I would say keep your job, save up every check that you get, save up maybe like 200, $300 for every check that you get. Put that money to the side, put that in a little shoebox. And when you have enough money, go buy a brick of cocaine and be a be a dope dealer. Keep your job, but start selling dope on the side. Uh, because at this point, I think you gotta have two hustles. You know, you gotta have two hustles. So, you know, I know you got it. You know a lot of smokers, Solid Snake. So, you know, it might be in your best interest to start selling that dope, man. Uh, RD Chico said, "Have you seen a UFO when driving, HB?" No, but I have seen a bunch of shooting stars. I never saw a shooting star before. But out here on the road, I've seen them, and it's the craziest thing, man. I almost lost control the first time I saw one, because I just saw this light in the air just fly across the sky. And I'm like, God damn, that's a shooting star. I didn't even know those things were real. I thought that was a shooting star was just in a movie. I didn't know that was real. So yeah, man, it was pretty insane. It was pretty insane. Uh, Cam King said, "Brick of cocaine, no, sell H. More money, fiends need it quicker and more often." Yeah, you got a point. You got a point. Regardless of what you sell, whether you sell dope, H, you sell weed, you sell hash, you sell whatever you sell, sell the girl, the boy, whatever you sell. You just want to make sure you got to hustle in this day and age, because one thing I know is that the smokers, they gonna smoke, the shooters, they gonna shoot, and the whores, they're gonna fuck. So you gotta be making sure you're getting in. You gotta, in this day and age, you gotta have a hustle. You gotta either gotta have a job and a side hustle, or you gotta own your own business where you can be in control, or do what I do and just make smart investments, man. You know, but really you want to be able to save your money. That's the big thing. You want to be able to put money off to the side and save it, And I think that's what the idea of a business or selling dope is. It's really just saving your money. You buy a brick or buy a pound of heroin. Really, that's just an investment. So that's really all I'm saying is make sure you invest. Hey, good morning, Dwale, man. Rar, rar, Good morning, Rich Billy. Good morning. That's the
HB2N, HB2N is a trucking man. He'll deliver everything. He's an American.
Oh, I appreciate that, Angel. That was great. That was great.
Well,
Grr,
well,
grr,
well,
grr.
I love what you do for the trucking industry of America, HB, and I love what Mike from Boston is doing in terms of private investigator.
Yeah, me too. And even John too, with being a landlord. I feel like we all have very interesting lines of work and that we do.
Some people will say it's never too late, but I feel as though I'm too late into my life to find like what I want to do or what I want it to be. A lot of
Oh,
people find
Angel,
their
Angel,
like.
Angel, I gotta cut you off, man. You're never too old to keep fighting. You gotta think of it like this, Angel. You're always fighting until that casket drops. You're always fighting. I saw a story of a lady that was 64 years old, and she just got uh, her nursing. I forgot what they call nurses, but she just became a nurse at 64 years old. So, Angel, man, you're never too old to try to figure something out. I just think you just got to really take everything into consideration. Now, you have autism, so you got to take that into consideration. You have seizures, so you also got to take that into consideration. So you want to have something, you want to have a career where you can sit. If you have a seizure, you could be around all the things that you need to help yourself. Um, you don't want to work. You don't want to be working around heavy machinery because you don't want to hurt yourself. But can you read this or can you read this
What do you
comment
think?
real quick for me?
What do you invest in, HB? I put almost all my money in VOO.
I'm not sure what VOO is, but what I try to put my money in, I try to hold it in tech stocks. Um, mostly I just try to hold it in blue chip stocks. And blue chip stocks are like the stocks that move the most, that have the most volume, the most market cap. They're the big whales, the big names like the Facebooks, the Googles, the uh what else? Nvidia, uh Tesla. I try to hold it in the bigger stocks. So for me, it's not about like really making a whole lot of money off of the trades. For me, it's more so to my adding money to my portfolio. So I'm saving. Now I could easily just save all my money in a bank, but I think it's better to grow your account over time. For me, this is like a 5-year plan. I'm just adding money, and making sure I don't lose any money. So if I make if I sell my stocks and I make a couple $100, that's good. That's good enough for me because I'm thinking of long term. So I try to do more of the blue chip stocks. So even if I do get on the downside, I could just hold it for a couple weeks and I'll eventually go back up or I'll just break even. But my whole goal is to just not be in the red. And, once I get up to like, 6-figure brokerage account, now those same trades that I'm making $100 at, now that's $1,000 trade, that same trade. So that's kind of how I look at it. Uh, and Claire said you hold your money in individual stocks and not ETFs. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I do individual stocks because I think it's more beneficial to kind of learn about the individual stocks, the market, and you when your money's involved, I think that's a really good way to force yourself to learn things. You know, when you're actually invested in something, you want to learn it more. It's like when you go pay for school out of pocket, you're more invested in actually learning. So I invest in like individual stocks so I can learn more about that individual stock because I'm invested in it, you know. So yeah,
Yeah.
Palantir too, you know, that's another one. You know, and Silent Snakes has said, if I was anyone, I would invest in resources. And yeah, I agree with you. Resources are always good investment, but resources sometimes they're you kind of, for me, I like to just focus on one industry because it's easier for me to kind of see the trends within the that specific energy or that specific uh I don't know how to say it, but you know, I just focus on tech stocks. You know, anything dealing with tech. That's more my thing. But I know with resources too. If you're talking about, you know, like gas and stuff, I know that in the winter months, usually those gas stocks are a little bit down, but in the summer months, they're usually up. So but you know, there's all different types of wind or all different type of resources stocks. But I just try to focus in one area. So I focus on the tech stocks, you know, Facebooks, Googles, Intel, uh, you know, Tesla. Because I look at Tesla. I don't look at Tesla as a car company. I look at it as a tech stock. You know, they're more in. What I think what sells Tesla isn't the cars. I think it's the idea that of electric, the technology. I think it's more of a tech company than a car company. So yeah. But yeah. Angel, don't give up on trying to find a career or something that you really want to do. You know, don't just give up, man. You know, I think that's
No, even if I like don't find something till as old as that lady that you mentioned about how she got her nursing degree just recently at 64. I guess if
yeah.
I keep on like hoping and keep on trying, maybe there'd be something. But at times I just feel like there's really not much in this world for me because of my autism. But I know there's plenty of things that other autistic people have accomplished. But unlike me, maybe like the I just am not too sure. But I'll take your advice and not give up. There's something out there, even if it like takes my entire life. Then hey, it's worth it.
Yeah. Just don't give up, man. Just think about um man, and then too, you got to think about it too. Like there's people that are in way worse situations than you that have done things. So don't give up, Angel, man. Don't give up. I mean,
Um,
even if you gotta invest in yourself, you know, like just don't give up, you know. Uh, yeah, his ghetto point of view: Dell, Microsoft, Apple, ARM, Rivian. Yeah. See, I'm all about I'm all into the tech stocks, and it's because you know I look at it like this with tech stocks. I know Solid Snake says it's a high risk investment. I don't really look at it like that. I look at it as our whole society right now is based off of tech. You guys are all on a phone right now. There's chips in that phone. It's running on a program. This is all. Most of you guys probably got an Apple phone. There's chips in that phone that are running it. So I look at it like that. Everybody's using technology right now. You guys are on, you guys are on YouTube. It's owned by Google, So I look at it like that. I look at the things that we use every single day. Stuff that you use every single day. That's what I look at. Our cars, they all have chips in it. They all have programs in it. Somebody's programming it. You got cruise control, you got self-driving cars. You got all these different technologies that are used for your everyday life. So I don't think it's a very high risk. It is a risk. Always investing is a risk. Just starting a business is always a risk. But I just think, if you're not going to take that risk in life, you're never going to really make it anywhere. And they say 40% of people that are millionaires became a millionaire by starting their own business. And I think that's an even higher risk. But if you look at the statistics, 40%, that's damn near half of the people that are millionaires are people that decided to start their own business. Not people that invested in stocks, not people that, just were born into it. It's people that decided to invest in themselves. And I think that's the best investment. It's one thing to invest in Google and Apple, but invest in yourself. That's the best investment, you know? That's why Angel, don't, you gotta always make sure you invest in yourself, man. Don't ever give up, man. Don't give up on yourself. I just think you gotta figure out what you really like. You know, you're a real big movie buff too, man. And you know what's crazy too, Angel? You can actually write too. You know, you could easily, Angel, here's a good idea for you. You listening?
Yeah, I'm listening.
You could be a content creator that writes movie reviews, and you could use a AI voice to say it for you. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean, I would have to explore what kind of software would be able to do that because I know a lot of like editing software has like that, but I don't know if my the Filmora video editing software has that capability to like have an AI voice say it for me. But it's a matter of experimentation. That ain't a bad idea because I do like say a lot of things about movies, TV shows quite a lot, and maybe it's just because a lot of the like shows and movies I've mentioned have always been like my favorites, and I go. And I wouldn't say go quite often, but I go every so often, whether it be by myself or with my brother to the movies. The last movie I'd actually seen was The Fall Guy.
Oh, wow. I didn't see that movie, The Fall Guy. Hey,
Well, if you
Solid
know
Snake, good
the
morning,
TV
man.
show, well, if you know the TV show where he is a stuntman but is a hero, that's essentially what the movie is about. From the inspired by the TV show turned into a movie.
Okay. Solid Snake, good morning, man.
Good
Hi,
morning,
what's
Solid.
up, everybody? What's up, everybody in the chat?
What's going
Looking at
on,
you,
man?
Cam the King, his ghetto point of view.
Yeah.
DG
Yeah.
Claris, good morning, Claris. You've been active. DG in the chat. Artie Chico, you need to call in sometimes, man. You just can't be in the chat all the You be
I
dropping
think
bombs in the chat, man. We need you up here sometime, man. Don't be ashamed, bro.
I
I
think
We
mean,
Artie
ain't
don't
doing the
Chico.
shame thing. We ain't doing the shame.
I think Artie
Can't be
Chico is
seen.
AI. I think Artie Chico is AI.
Maverick, what's up? Yeah, Maverick be on here too, man. Maverick be cutting up in the
Yeah,
chat, man. But
Maverick's
like I
cool.
was saying though, what I was looking at was the mineral investments. I've been looking at a lot of stocks, been seeming like they seem steady right now. I'm getting ready to get back in it, man. But like
Yeah,
I
man.
say, y'all talking about tech stocks and artificial intelligence is gonna be something else, man. I'm telling you.
Yeah,
That's
that's
going to
that's
change a lot of things. And I think what we need to be doing is investing in resources, not so much on tech.
no. Hey, Solid Snake. I agree, man. I think when you're thinking about investing, I think it's really good to just sort of focus on one industry and try to master that and
That's
focus
what I'm
on that.
saying, man. I
Yeah,
mean, like, it's been like 30, 40 years we've been allowed to be doing this. I mean, we talk about, well, I don't mean to be political or whatever, but like I say, everybody always talk about Black Wall Street. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, yeah.
Where is
No,
Black Wall Street? Where are these bankers, these investors, these people that don't went to college, don't learn how to do it, and just don't know how to bring it home? You know what I mean?
yeah,
Because I
yeah.
promise you, these illegal immigrants we got over here, maybe they may be criminals. Maybe they may be, but you don't know who they are. They might have been taught by the kids that was coming out of college in the 90s that was going overseas working after the NAFTA agreement to teach these schools to operate the equipment that we was investing in then to get everything going as far as the global government. So that's
Hey,
why I say what we need to
hey,
do as African Americans is focus on minerals and resources.
hey, Solid Snake. What you drinking on and smoking this morning?
Man, my boy blessed me with a big old bag for the team, man. I was like, dang.
For the 10?
For the 10, man, I almost got like 4 grand.
Woo!
Allow. For the good
A
shit.
lot, a lot for
Man,
$10.
look at it. Man, I can't
God,
even hear that shit, man, because I say, ooh, we.
woo, woo for the 10, Bob. Okay, he's showing
For
love
the
today.
10, man, that nigga showed out tonight, because, I ain't fooling with him
Uh-huh.
in like a couple months, but, because I've been fooling with just like one solo dolo ass weed, man, for the past 6 months. But it's getting tough
Yeah,
out here,
man.
man. I ain't gonna lie. They talk about Agenda 2025. I say, no, it's not about Agenda 2025. It's called the Great Replacement Theory.
You have you ever thought about being the weed man?
Nah,
Nah, it's
I don't
not your
need that
thing.
kind of attention, man. I don't need that.
Yeah, yeah. Nah, I feel you. I feel you.
I,
I
I'm,
just
I'm
think,
much more focused on work ethic, values, getting
yeah,
into trades. I'm much more about trying to manage and guide people that I know growing up. You know what I'm saying? I do the fuck shit because we play Madden. You know what I'm saying? It's lit. You know what I'm saying? That's what we do. But I mean,
yeah,
at the same time, I'm not gonna be the spot where a mother gonna come through, man, all night, all times of the night. I'm like, man, I need a nickel bag. When I'm trying to run a play, I can't do it. It's too much, nah. And then you got cats that want to come around, bring around, and you know how we do. We like to congregate. We love to congregate. We love to talk crap. You know what I'm saying? But then you gonna always have that one guy that don't get along with everybody. And and he just ain't gonna never accept his sin. He gonna defend it to the end, and when things go sideways, it ain't no sense in it.
yeah, 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 yeah. Nah, you got to be careful out here if you're gonna be selling dope, man. So
Hey
I get
man, I
it.
got a couple friends that drive trucks. You know what I mean? That's what
Yeah,
they doing. They trying to own their trucking company because they've been doing it for so long. You know?
yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm thinking I'm trying to I think my plan about owning a trucking I'm gonna own my company. It's gonna be called Strippers on Wheels, where I
Hey, I got a
hire.
question. You say you want to start a trucking company. What you think about that guy in North Carolina that they had, Rod? That the government came after him for those PPP loans. He had got like 2 point something million on PPP loans.
Yeah,
But all he,
man.
and he bought diesel rigs with it, used diesel rigs, and actually had people to repair them.
Yeah, man. I think the government set a lot of niggas up with them PPP loans, man.
I don't think it was the government. I just think it was the liberals. I think they got a plan. Those PPP loans could have helped the hood out a lot if we would have had the right people in front. You
Hey,
see,
hey, Boston. I dropped the link for you, man. But yeah, no. I want to start a company where I just hire really fine ex strippers, and yeah, it's gonna be called Strippers on Wheels. I'm gonna
you know what
just
we ought to do? We ought to get the whole entire African American community together and start a XFL, a WXFL for women.
ooh, or maybe like a BBW strip club. How you think? What
Nah,
you think about?
nah, nah. Ain't nobody doing strip clubs no more. We doing athletic
Yeah,
activities.
that's
We
true.
ain't doing that no more. That's
Hey,
the general.
Boston. Hey,
We
Boston. Good
gotta
morning,
provide for
man.
this next
Yo,
generation.
salute, man.
Hey, you working right now?
Yeah, I'm on my way to a case right now.
Oh man, you following somebody right now? Ah
Yep.
man.
You at work.
No, not yet. She's gonna be. It's a chick. I don't expect to see her until about 8 or 9 a.m. But I get early start.
Okay.
Got to get there mad early.
Okay. Wow. Man, Boston. Yeah, man. Your job is kind of crazy.
Yeah, man. It's really not like. I mean, that thing I showed the other night. That was like the only time. Well, I wouldn't say the only time, but that was probably the most like riskiest situation I've been in. Like, really, that doesn't happen. That just was so crazy because it happened when I was doing an Instagram live. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? It just was like. But yeah, I mean that type of thing doesn't usually happen. That was when that happened. I used to accept a lot more cases than I do
Exactly.
now. Now I turn down mad cases. Like I don't need the cases anymore. I make enough money. I can pick and choose kind of. So I'm like, I'm not going to South Central anymore to do cases. I'm not risking my ass for fucking for some client. You know what I mean?
Man, yeah. I just feel like if I had your job, I would be like a creep, man.
You agree?
Yeah, I'd be following
Following
random
bitches
women.
around.
Yeah, putting cameras in their showers
Yeah,
and
man.
stuff. And
Yeah. They just busted someone locally around where I live for putting cameras in a bathroom in a public bathroom off the interstate.
oh, that's kind of hot. That's kind of hot.
Well, I mean, it
You
was
know,
actually some creep ass dude.
wait. You said it was actually some what?
It, it, it was some like old creep dude who worked at the rest stop, like at the McDonald's at the rest stop. Put in a camera in the bathroom, creeping on
Oh
women and
wow,
shit. Yeah, he's kind of a
wow. So he's
scumbag,
just
like shit.
he he's just sitting there watching women take a crap. That's pretty. Yeah, that's pretty
Yeah,
crazy.
like that's not normal. That's not normal.
Yeah, no, it's not. I don't follow her, but I saw this girl on TikTok where she just takes videos at her face while she's sitting on the toilet, and then
Are
just
you
have all the
serious?
sound. Uh,
Uh,
but you just hear just dropping loads, man. It's crazy. So I looked at the comments, and it's just like, yo, the comments are more disgusting than her, man. I'm just like, yeah, these guys are sick, man.
well, the question is, what were you doing there? How did you
You
find
know,
that?
that's why I don't really go on TikTok because TikTok is always, like with Instagram. Instagram is like way more. It's like it's geared to what you like to look at. So when I'm looking on
Right.
Instagram, I usually just get a bunch of dog things or like big booty women. So
Yeah.
that's what I see when I'm scrolling. But TikTok is so demonic. They'll like suggest you girls pooping, midgets, amputees, like just a bunch of weird shit. And I'm like, what the fuck? That's why I really don't go on TikTok too much. But yeah, they just suggest you some of the weirdest shit, man.
You know, that's funny. They've never suggested me any of that shit.
Oh well, yeah. Maybe I got like a broken version of TikTok. I don't
Yeah, it's
know.
probably some error. You know, probably some type of error
Yeah,
showing you like
yeah,
midgets and midget porn and all stuff like that. You and CT
mm,
probably have the same bug, like same issue.
yeah, yeah. I can't imagine what CT's is. He's yeah. CT's a
CT's
real
feed is probably like I wouldn't
yeah,
even want to see it, to be honest with you.
yeah. I can't imagine what CT's is. His is probably really
Like
messed
it
up.
might be like borderline illegal like stuff you watching.
Yeah, probably like really, you know, just sounds of women choking on cocks and shit. You know,
You know, snuff films and you know
yeah, probably,
all
yeah,
different like I think he might even have one where it's like reenacting slave rituals, like things
yeah,
like that.
yeah. It's pretty crazy, man. It's wild the type of stuff you can see. But TikTok is, yeah, TikTok is it's a weird app for some reason, man.
Dude, TikTok, I'll tell you something about TikTok, man. You can go on there and do the weirdest shit. I swear to God, I go on there and I see people that have 300 people watching them and they're doing some weird tarot card readings and shit, like some shit that you just skip right
Yeah,
over. But they got 300 people, 400 people watching them. I'm like, what the fuck? What are these
yeah,
people doing? Like, really, you've got a following reading these fucking cards and they're selling weird stuff. They're like selling, like, oh, going for $2.99. I got this doll made out of
yeah,
Um,
man.
plastic. It's like,
well,
what?
well, well, maybe it's upon my research, but um, a lot of the stuff that I actually watch on TikTok don't seem to be much weird, but maybe one of what is trending is weird. Like yesterday when I was researching Google of the because I saw a uh, reel on Facebook of someone using Dawn Power Wash on their Ninja coffee maker, and I was like, "Wait, what?" And so I googled it, and it appears that the person real Facebook had released the video in 2021 on TikTok, and I wanted to see what people's comments were to see how good before I tried it myself. And it seems like a lot of people in that video of the lady using Dawn Power Wash on her Ninja coffee maker seems to did a great job for others. So I tried it and it did a pretty great job from what I've tried. So it ain't necessarily weird. Just depends on what is trending at the end of the day. That I think is weird in a sense of what's getting the most attention.
Yeah. Hey, and just so everybody
You know, I'll,
knows
I'll
too, I
be
know
honest. I got
everybody's.
no idea what you just said.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. But just so everybody
Yeah.
knows, so I did reach out to 777.
Oh, wait,
He
hold
is
on. He's dead, though, so you couldn't have reached out to him.
yeah. I was about to say he's still dead, but his spirit is still here. Uh, it's people go through ups and downs in life. That's the most that I'll say. You
I
know.
got you. So he's going through a down. He's going on a downward spiral, basically.
Yeah, he may be losing his mind a little bit.
Yep. Yep.
You know,
hmm
uh, he may be going through some things. So,
Different
you
things,
know,
it's a number of different things he's going through.
yeah. I pray for that brother though. I definitely pray for him.
You know what, though? You know, I was just thinking about 777. I think that out of all the time that he was on that goddamn show, and I was on there with him. He never gave me one single tip about investing money or stocks. He just talked a bunch of nonsense and shit. He would just say that, oh yeah, that's a bad trade, like something I would tell him that like my wife did. But he'd never tell me anything that was anything worthwhile, ever. Not one time.
Yeah, yeah. You know, it's hard to with the market. It is very hard to really give advice because it's like a lot of times once you give the advice, that window for actually executing has already passed. So it's kind of hard.
Well, it
He,
worked for you. It worked for you.
yeah. But you know, I think more so with Seven, he just kind of taught me like the basics of it, and then I kind of built off of that. But he
I
can't
think
really
that
like, you know,
I think he doesn't help out other white people. That's what it is. I think.
that is a big part of it too.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
you know, yeah, you know, Seven. It's kind of weird with Seven. He doesn't really consider himself white. So
Well,
like
he is white. He's definitely very white.
no, he's extremely white, but he doesn't really identify himself as white. It's a weird kind of thing with Seven. He
Yeah, he thinks he's like Italian or something like that, right?
yeah, he thinks he's like Italian and Jewish. So he like really doesn't identify with white people at all. And it's he kind of has like a he kind of hates white people actually. It's
I was gonna
kind
say
of
actually, he seems extremely racist towards white people.
yeah, he actually kind of hates white people. It's weird. It's like, you
Yeah.
know, I talk shit about white people, but I don't hate white people. But Seven kind of hates white people. It's kind of
No,
weird, you
think
know.
about it. Have you ever seen him be cordial? Besides me, has he ever been cordial with any other white person on YouTube? I've never
Never,
seen it.
never. He's honestly like the meanest towards white people.
Yeah,
Like he
yeah.
he really hates white people, man. It's kind of the craziest thing, man. It's really wild.
Well, if he comes back to life ever, then we'll have to have a conversation about that because that's he just needs to get over that racism shit, you know.
Yeah, especially in this day and age. I just feel like racism is just it's just bad for business in this day and age, you know.
Yeah, that is a fact.
And it's not gonna really get you anywhere being racist. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
But
But you know, it is what it is. You know, he was who he was, and you know, he is no longer with us. But you know,
yeah.
if he were here, you know, I'd probably have some words for him. But
Yeah.
I hope he next time it's unfortunate he had to go on that boating trip that he went on. You know, when he drowned.
Yeah. He did. He drowned on a yacht. Yeah, doing a line,
Yeah,
trying to steer the boat. Yeah.
yeah, he's got to stop doing the coke. Well, it's too late now, but he should have stopped doing the cocaine while he was driving a boat. You know, just for a few minutes at least.
Yeah.
You know, pick it back up
Mike,
later.
Boston, have you ever done cocaine?
Fuck yeah, of course I've done cocaine. Who are you talking
Oh,
to?
okay. Okay. Just
Have
making
you?
sure.
Have you?
I may have dabbled here and there. You know, I may have dabbled.
Yeah, I've never smoked crack though.
Yeah, nah,
I've
me
done like
either.
powder cocaine.
Yeah, no, I've never smoked crack either. I'm honestly afraid of crack, man.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's even around real. I mean, I've never even seen crack to be honest with you. I've never even seen it in my
No,
life
I've
ever.
seen I've seen it more times than I'm proud of. But yeah, I've definitely seen crack before. I've
Yeah, well,
actually
Yeah, I
you're
see
from
been
the
Detroit.
crack, man. I see it
yeah
all the time. Them little motherfuckers get over here, man. Man, you got a screwdriver. Man, hold on. Man,
I actually
man, my
got
boy
my
was like,
I
man,
actually got
that
when I was like 14. I was like 14. I actually got my dick sucked by a crackhead before, and
oh my
Wow.
God. Wow, that was
Yeah,
young. We
yeah,
out too good then.
she was like 35. She was still pretty hot, but yeah, she was definitely a crackhead. She was while she was sucking my dick, she was smoking crack. I
Are
was
you
like,
serious?
wow.
She said, "Hold on, baby, hold on."
Yeah. While she was doing it, she she started smoking the crack and while she was sucking my dick. I was like 14, man. It was amazing. It was like in an
Yeah,
So let
alley.
me
you
hit
know
that.
what you
Let me
gotta
hit that
learn how to
stem
do.
real
I'm
quick.
gonna tell you a little trick. I'm gonna tell you a little trick with it. You take a $20 bill, right, and put it up. Now that's the first time you do it. But every other time you do it, she's gonna try to run off with it. You gotta tear it in half.
Wait,
No,
Boston, what'd you say?
I said she had to hit that stem while she was hitting your stem.
Yeah. She did, man. She
gotta tear
did.
that 20 and a half,
Addiction is
man.
addiction is addiction is a crazy thing, you know. I mean, it'll turn
I'm
a
telling
nice girl into a legitimate whore.
Yeah, yeah. Not even a whore,
you.
but not even a whore, a crack whore.
I mean, but
Yeah, that's
listen,
the
man,
word. You know, that
I
makes
have
it even
grew up
Yeah.
worse.
with cats in my community, women,
That's
women
why.
and men, matter of fact, that I have just seen, you know what I'm saying, just
I think
fall off.
Yeah, I think those are the worst kind of whores is the crack whores because the
Yep.
reason crack whores are so bad is because for the right amount of money they'll let you have sex with them with no condom on. So
Yeah,
I
that's
think
disgusting,
yeah,
bro.
you like a real whore won't even give you she won't even jerk your dick off without a condom on like a real live through and through whore like a real hoe.
She just hadn't
Yeah.
been mentally demoralized yet. But once she
Yeah.
get mentally demoralized, she gonna go from cocaine to crack.
Yeah. That's why if I
I
was a
stopped
pimp,
at
I
weed.
wouldn't.
I stopped at weed. That was my thing. Weed. It's just
If I was
weed and alcohol built. You know.
if I was a pimp, I would not let my hoes do any type of drugs. No drugs. You can't do nothing. You ain't doing
Yeah,
nothing.
they gonna always have ambition and that money. They gonna
Yeah.
be, oh yeah, man.
You gotta
It's
save your money,
even,
hoe. You gotta save your money, hoe. If you're gonna be a hoe, at least be a financially sound hoe. What's the point of selling pussy if you broke?
I wouldn't sell my motherfucking hoes out to a broke nigga. But boy, man, look at that's how it always happens. A
Nah.
broke nigga getting started. They fall in love with them broke niggas. Oh, they got sympathy all day for
Hey
them.
Boston, you ever had to follow a woman and you found out she was selling coochie?
I've never had to follow a woman, but I've had to locate women who for people their families didn't know where they were, and I found them
Oh,
that they were actually selling pussy out of a hotel.
oh, wow,
Yeah, that's those are
yeah,
tough. Those are very sad cases.
yeah.
And 90% of the time, you gotta look at it. They chose their pimp. The pimp didn't chose them.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, I mean, most of these women became junkies, and then they couldn't afford the dope anymore, and their parents cut them off. So they said, fuck it, I'm gonna go get on the stroll, and they get a motel room and some shit motel, and next thing it's over. It's
Yeah,
all over.
they're selling pussy.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but once you do that, you can't really come back from it. It's very difficult to come back from that.
yeah, it's pretty difficult. Yeah,
I mean, I've
yeah,
never seen that happen, but
yeah. I mean, I think
don't
part of
give
it
up.
is like
Don't give up.
part of it is like the fast money. You know, that's why
Yeah, because they
that's
can
why.
make in 5 minutes they can make more money than most people make in well, maybe not 5 minutes, but in an hour, they can
Yeah,
make more money they could make working 8 hours at like a $25 an hour job.
Yeah, no, but if they're good, they can make that money in 5 minutes. If she's really good at what she does,
She got to
you
be
know.
really good though. Like she got if you're
Yeah,
gonna be charging for 5 minutes. I mean, I've seen whores that charge $20 for these are low end lot lizard types. I'm sure you've seen
yeah,
many of that type. Yeah.
yeah. The bottom feeders, like she's 60 out here still selling blowjobs. It's like, oh God.
That's why I
Do you
say the
see do
crackhead's
you
the
see
worst
lot
one,
lizards like
man.
that?
The
You s-
crackhead, she'll go with little boys. She'll ride. She'll let little boys run the train on it. They'll just run off with the money. What you gonna do? You gonna go chase them little boys for that?
yeah, yeah,
What you gonna do? Put yourself in the blind? Come on now.
yeah,
Come
yeah.
on.
That's the thing,
You don't
man.
want no
That's
drug addict. You don't want no drug addict. That drug addict gonna work for themselves.
Yeah, drug addict will fuck pretty much a 8-year-old if they got the money. They don't care.
Shit, hey, a drug addict act like the perfect woman in the world and try to pimp your child behind your back. I'm telling you, I don't seen it happen.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's
And I know
crazy.
niggas that actually sit there and try to pay for it. I'll be like, what? Nah, I don't be like, what? I do something, but that's YouTube.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I
Yeah,
feel
that
like
be-
I feel like Mike from Boston would be a good pimp though. I feel like he could pimp some hoes out.
No, because you know
Nah,
what it is, man. I don't have the I couldn't really be brutal with a woman like the way that someone else could, like be truly like because be a pimp you have to break the woman's spirit, right?
yeah, you
Yeah,
do. You
yeah.
can't be a dude.
I don't know, man. I feel like you could. I've seen you,
Okay,
m-
okay.
maybe with like like Lady Shay or somebody or you know.
No, I mean, well, that's I couldn't do it in a way where I'm just degrading them in a manner that that the pimps have to do it, 'cause they really have to take a woman's soul away from them and make them believe that they have no other choice in life except for working for them selling pussy.
Yeah, yeah. You would try to probably help them out. And then you would be
Yeah,
broke.
I'm
Man,
more
you
of a
can't have
I'm
kind
more
of
of a
heart at
sympathizer.
all.
Yeah.
Like I'd feel sympathy for them and try to get them out of the life, and that's kind of a sucker. I'd be a sucker on the streets.
Yeah, no, no, yeah, I think that's exactly what they call him, a sucker. Yeah, hold on a
Yeah,
second. Oh,
I'd
that's
be a
Angel.
sucker for sure.
I'm back, guys.
Yeah. Would you have to eat some Fruit Loops?
No, well, I'm about to eat a Jimmy Dean breakfast bowl.
Oh, Jimmy
Oh, those are
Dean.
good.
Okay.
I like those. Those are good.
Yeah. Yeah, don't they have a Jimmy Dean restaurant too?
Never as far as I've been aware of, but if there is, I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah.
Because I think some like restaurateur is actually making a real life Krusty Krab restaurant inspired by SpongeBob.
Oh, wow, that sounds amazing. That sounds amazing. That's what I really want to go to like an amusement park soon. Like a roller coaster and water rides and stuff.
Yeah, those are
Boston,
fun, man. Yeah.
have you done stuff like that yet? I know you have a young daughter. Have you guys been like,
Yeah,
doing that type of stuff?
we haven't done it. We haven't done it with her, but when me and my wife first got together, like I think the first year we were, seeing each other, we went to Six Flags out in Los
Yeah.
Angeles, and that shit was crazy. Like we went on all the craziest rides. And some of those
Yeah.
things scared the shit out of me. If I'm being honest with you, I don't really like heights all that much,
Yeah. Yeah. See, that's
but
that's the thing too. Did your wife go on it too?
yeah, she went on that. She was the one who was choosing all the rides. She's like, "Oh yeah, let's do this." So we went on a lot of stuff that I personally probably wouldn't have gone on by myself.
Wow. Yeah, nah, that's the thing. I'm gonna go with my girl, but she's like she really doesn't want to get on the roller coaster rides, and I'm just like, man, it's not even gonna be fun if you don't want to get on them, you know? It's
Yeah, there's
like,
no point to going, really.
yeah, it's like I don't want to just go by myself, be sitting next to some fucking, 6-year-old. Like, I don't want to sit next to some fucking 6-year-old on a ride.
Yeah, you
But
want the bitch to be with you, like you
yeah,
gotta have her with you.
seriously,
Hey,
seriously.
HB, you ever been on that slingshot ride they got in Los Angeles?
Nah, nah. I'm not gonna lie. I kind of avoid LA. I'm not a big fan of
Yeah, LA
LA.
is not the greatest place to be, really.
Yeah, I like to wear red and blue a lot, so
Do they
I
got it in Six Flags?
try to avoid that
They
place.
do. They do. They have that. You're talking about the thing where they shoot you and you're wearing you're on a bungee cord type thing.
Yeah, it's like a
Are you
bungee
talking about?
cord. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that shit's no joke, man. I honestly I wouldn't go on that. That's too. That's too. I'd be no.
Hey,
I'm not
man,
doing
that's the
that.
scariest thing you ever want to be on.
Yo, I
You went on
watch
that before?
videos. I watch videos.
The G forces alone just may knock you out, and you'll experience half of it. And then when you do
Um,
come back to your senses, like the first few times I tried it, the first few times I came back to my senses, I was just bouncing around. And
Oh,
Damn.
that is the scariest
you
thing in the world.
you one of those people that passes out during those things, huh?
Huh?
You're one
Oh
of those people
man,
that
yeah,
passes out.
man. When I feel like
Yeah,
I don't have control, oh no.
yeah.
if
But I
I
like
ever,
that
if
rush
I
though. I like that rush. I like that rush.
if I ever were to go on a amusement park ride and someone were to challenge me to go on the like boat of love or the tunnel of love, I would ask Portia to ride with me.
All right, Angel,
All right,
Angel,
Angel,
Oh
let's
god.
calm down with
Angel,
that.
Angel,
Keep that.
Angel. Portia has a boyfriend now. You know that, right?
I'm aware. I'm
All
just
right.
like I'm just trying to have a bit of fun on this Friday morning, guys. I'm
Hey,
sorry.
hey,
Yeah.
speaking of girlfriends though, when's the last time you talked to T Spells?
It's been a couple months now. I haven't seen her
Oh,
much on CTs, but I've been trying to text and call her, but at times I just let things be because she may be dealing with things in her own personal life. That
yeah. Yeah, no, I text her like twice, and I'm just honestly, I'm just kind of worried about her because usually she'll text me back, but I text her twice and she hasn't hit me back. I'm worried about her, because T
Yeah, yeah,
spells.
I
The
understand.
only the only reason I worry about T spells is because she likes dating really kind of violent guys. She likes dating really violent guys for some reason. I think that's just, she's from the Bronx, so it just kind of turns her on dealing with really violent
Yeah.
guys.
Yeah.
She's a New
Yeah.
York chick. She can't
She likes.
she
Yeah.
can't date a
She
nice
likes the
guy.
disrespect.
Yeah, yeah, she likes to be
Well,
told that
No.
she's
No.
a scumbag and,
well,
slapped around a
Yeah.
little bit.
That's why she fit in so well on 777 show because she could
Yeah,
just disrespect her to the fullest extent, and
yeah,
she would be
yeah.
okay with it.
Yeah, no, no, it wasn't that she was okay with it. It turned her on. She loved it.
Yeah. She liked it. She liked it.
um,
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
DG is asking, is CT free yet? CT says he is going to be going live later today as far as what Portia has said yesterday. So not too sure if that's a guarantee, but if he is going to be coming back, it'll be later today. DG.
Yeah,
His gal point of view says, "Nah, Angel, your wife be dealing with some D in her personal life, and she's on the D train express."
yeah, yeah, yeah. But she like the thing with T Spell, she dates really like possessive guys. So he might have like threw her phone in the Brooklyn River or something.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Like
That
you
ha-
can't
she
talk
that
to you can't talk to any man.
yeah.
Those types of
Be like
guys.
he'll be like, you better block that N word right now,
Yeah,
or you're
yeah,
gonna get these hands.
yeah, yeah. Unfortunately, but that's why I worry about her because it's just like she's really one of those types of girls that kind of she likes the danger. You know, she
Oh,
doesn't like nice guys. You know.
Yeah, you've
man,
seen
it
her, right?
does.
You've seen what she looks like?
Have I seen what she looks like?
Yeah,
Oh yeah, yeah. She's a pretty hot little Dominican chick.
very very sexy
Yeah, well,
Latina chick.
yeah, yeah. Nice little Dominican, nice little pretty Dominican chick. You know.
Yeah, it's a fact.
Yeah,
Unfortunately,
no.
she gets these guys that probably make her. I don't want to get too.
Yeah,
They probably
They,
do
yeah, no,
things.
yeah, no. They make her feel like shit. But she loves it,
Yeah,
bro. She loves it. You know.
yeah. It's a form of it's sad. It's sad. It's sad.
Yeah, yeah. I used to think that too because I would date girls sort of like that where they like to kind of get disrespected and stuff. But I think what
Yeah,
it is, I think what it is like sometimes you just want to give a girl what they want, and even though it's not right, you still want to be able to provide that for them. But now I'm at a point in
Well,
my
here go
life
the question.
where
Here go the question. Here go the question. Do you solidify yourself in her life? Do you stake your what do you say like you know how you a dog and you got like property that you know you're gonna claim your territory? Do you claim your territory? Because with a lot of those women, it's much more like somebody already claimed their territory and they just in jail right now, so you just gonna be that guy that they sleep with.
I don't know, man. I don't know
Yeah,
if
those,
I
those women, those women are like aggressive men, overprotective men.
I
They
don't know if
like that level of danger because that's the type of that's what get them out.
I don't know if I fully understand that question. Uh yeah, I don't know if I fully understand that question. Hold on a second.
I'm saying y'all just had a rape thing like yesterday, right?
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah, see, women like that type of stuff, man. And you don't believe it, but they do.
Yeah,
No, no,
exactly.
no.
Why
That
do you think I treat all of them like shit? Because when you treat them like shit, benign neglect, they respect you more. What are you going to trade?
Exactly. Being a nice guy, they'll
Every
never
time you
call
act
you
nice,
back.
whether you're with them or not. Let me give you a little hint. Since I live like 30 feet from about 150 of them. No matter how good you are, no matter how hot you are, no matter how rich you are, they're making fun of you with their friends.
Exactly.
Always. They're always sitting there, whether it's you're married to them for 10 years and you're a billionaire, they're making fun of you with your friends. So I'm never going to be at a point where I am seen as like I don't know, a jester
are
to be
you
made fun of.
are you what do they call those guys? What do they call those guys that I forgot what they call those guys.
That's it.
No, I forgot what they call those guys. It's like
Beta
a
man.
community. No, not that.
Oh,
It's
community
some
dick.
yeah, it's like that
Good dick.
community where they like hate women. I forgot what it's called.
What,
Uh,
misogyny?
Oh
Again, like
God.
what, there's no hatred.
no,
There's just
no.
There's no
acknowledgement of what they
hatred. There's
are.
just
There's
dissatisfaction.
no hatred. It's acknowledgement of what they are and everything that's been discussed here, especially HB the other day. The fact is that when you treat them nice, when you treat them with any level of respect, you're playing into the fact that they know ingrained deeply within themselves they're inferior, and they desperately want you to treat them like that.
I mean, a dog is inferior. Do you
Yeah, so is a
disrespect the
woman.
dog? Do you
Yeah, if
disrespect the
I need to,
dog?
if
I
I
don't treat the dog
yeah,
bad.
yeah. If my dog doesn't behave right, I smack the shit out of him. He's an
Well, what
80
if
pound
they?
American XL bully. I'm gonna
Well,
beat the
what if
shit
they?
out of him if he doesn't.
Well, what if they do behave right? Right.
Well, then I give them the treats and the things they need.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, I just don't see the point in disrespecting women that
No, it's that
disrespect me.
But you
no, no,
can't
no, no. I don't
respect
think
bad
I'm not
behavior.
disrespecting them. I'm putting them where they need to be. I'm giving them
You
direction
can't
because the
respect
fact
bad
is like
behavior.
no, hold on. My cousins,
Well, we're
one of them
offline.
works for Ford Modeling Agency, would not ever speak to a man when he's speaking. My aunt raised her better. She would never fucking argue when a man is discussing or instructing. She doesn't go with Portia. Oh well, I need to do this. I need to. No, she shuts
Well,
the fuck up and listens to instruction.
well,
And she's a fucking model, dude. And she's like what you would call a 9 or a 10. And if the girl, like, you think it's impossible? Like that's the thing. 50 years ago, women did not speak when a man was speaking. My grandmother never disrespected my grandfather. Never
Yeah,
argued
yeah,
with him.
they
Never
were
fucking
married though. They were married.
no. When they were 17, 18, 19, do you think my grandfather was courting my grandmother that
Were
there
you
was
there? Were you there when that
huh?
happened?
Well,
Were
I
you
mean, I
there?
have family members that were describing it. Do
Oh
you think like
well.
in the 1940s and 50s they were going around fucking? Do
Well,
you think they were like
this the thing. This the thing, Imperious.
Exactly.
I don't think about how women think. Really, I really don't care. For me, it's more about me. Like I like being polite because I like being polite. I don't really care about, if women like it or not, or I don't really think like women. I
So
don't
you're
really think
selfish.
what they
One
think
times
about.
one equals one with
I
you.
don't care about their,
So one times
if
one person in the
they're
bed,
fucked up in the head
you
or
by
what they
yourself.
respect. I just don't care about what women think at all. Like it just doesn't
no, no, I agree with you. That's the
it
point.
doesn't it doesn't
Yeah,
I
matter
it's
to me.
get
benign.
it.
It's called benign neglect.
But
Benign neglect.
it doesn't mean that I can't, be
No, I
polite
can
and
be
allow them
nice. I've
speak.
spoiled the girls I've win. I've taken them to trips around the world. I've done all kinds of nice things for them. But that's
I
if they
bet
deserve
my
it.
work.
Yeah, yeah. See, even that, like I would never do any of that type of shit. Like
Well, I
no.
enjoy it. It's
It's
because
about
I
me.
enjoy it. But it's because I
It's
enjoy it, and because my ex fiance deserved that. She was a virgin when I met her.
so why'd she leave you?
Uh,
Huh? Well, I left her because she wanted to work for the UN in New York. I'm not moving to New York. That's a shithole.
Wow.
Which she was a
So
virgin
And
when you
and
met
again,
because he
her.
like I
was a
said, dude, if you
virgin,
see that
dude.
right there is the ultimate. That's the ultimate representation that I come first. It's God then me. No woman. You act like I care about what a woman thinks. No. The reason I was upset is because Portia, a woman spoke when I was speaking. That's what I
well,
was
I
mad
mean,
about.
She
I
she
don't
she
care.
saved she saved herself for you.
to be fair, Imperious, you had just cammed up and you just
Oh, I was
started
there for 20
screaming.
minutes. She was sitting me. No, dude, like Muffin said, I was back there for 20 minutes.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's just all that screaming and stuff. For me, I just don't like
Well,
that,
no,
and
I get
I
it.
don't like all
I'm on
that.
my speakerphone a lot because I'm driving. So
Yeah, 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 yeah. I like to have like a nice, on CT's channel. That's more where that type of stuff goes. He
no, I
likes
get you, dude.
the
That's why I'm like
he
just chilling now. I'm just talking to you. You know.
he likes the dumb shit. He likes the people screaming and stuff. I like more, like we were having a conversation yesterday about women that have great rape fantasies, and
Oh, dude, that's like 90% of them, dude.
yeah, 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 yeah. And I
Well, and
think
that's the thing. That's another example of what I'm saying. Like, this is what I mean. Like, everything that a woman says is a shit test. They don't
Uh,
have an opinion. They don't have a desire. They don't know what they want. They don't know anything. They're next of kin to chaos, dude. They're
no, no,
literally.
no. See. I think they know exactly what they want. I just think the issue is society tells them that they shouldn't have what they want because it makes them, a nasty, dirty
Well,
whore.
I think other women don't know. I think a lot. It's not. You're right. Partially, I think it's society, but it's not society in general. It's women. Other
Yeah.
women shame other women to not do what women want because it'll
Even
make.
guys though too. Even
Oh
guys will
yeah,
shame
yeah, yeah.
them.
Simps. Yeah, totally.
Yeah, yeah. Guys will shame them. Like for me, I don't think like if you really love a woman, you shouldn't try to control her, like at all. The only person you should control is yourself. So
But
even
it's
in
not
your
really control. Like for me, what I do, I don't control. I don't hit them or I've never had to yell or hit a girl or get in her face or anything like that. All I say is, if you don't follow the rules, there's the fucking door.
yeah, 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 yeah. To me, that's the ultimate control. It's controlling
Yeah, because
yourself
they
really.
know I can replace them instantly with someone younger and hotter.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
That you have to keep the competition mindset, just like with men. We want to compete. We want women have to compete too. You have to force them to compete with other women.
I just I don't know. I just don't think about it as much. I don't
No,
know.
I mean, I don't either. That's the thing. Like, I'm celibate. I've been celibate for 3 years. I don't care what women think. Like, that's what I'm trying to say. That to me, women are like deer. They're flouncing around in little packs, eating grass. When they hear loud noises, they scatter. They don't really think too much. They're just flouncing around, dude.
How
Jeez.
many of the like women would you say are niggers?
Oh. Oh.
Mm.
Oh.
I think a woman could be like a nigger, can they?
Oh.
I don't think so.
Oh.
I don't consider that like a woman word. Like I would never call like I mean I've dated black chicks, but I've never called like one, no matter how mad I got. I'm like Nick. Like that's like a more of a man insult, I think. Like I
Yeah,
don't.
yeah. It is kind of weird calling a woman a nigger. I don't.
No,
I
bless
think that
you,
does.
Angel. I think
Yeah,
you just got the wrong meaning
yeah,
of the word nigger. I don't think you
yeah. No,
understand what
no.
it really
Angel calls anything a nigger. He doesn't.
Heck yeah, I mean, he could probably mosquito bite him. You fucking nigger, or fucking
Yeah,
mosquito.
yeah,
Man,
yeah.
Hell, I would even call the Dr. Vinbar Calamitous from Jimmy Neutron a nigger.
Yeah, yeah. Angel calls anything a nigger. That's why. That's another reason why I never get offended.
anything
Why
that's a
when Angel
villain.
says it, that's why I never get offended because I don't even think he really gets the what a nigger is. Like he just calls
Uh,
anything a nigger.
Well, question, because like
you call
when
me
black people call
names,
each other nigger,
you
like
fucking nigger.
well, it's funny because black people when they call each other that, well, mostly black dudes too. I don't hear as many black chicks call each other that, but when black dudes call each other that, like they're referencing a lot of different things. It's like the word fag when fag was like changed into just being retarded or dumbass or something like that. It's like a word that means a ton of
Not
things.
really.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And
Not really. I mean, like, when I look at
that's
the term nigger. Oh, go ahead, HG. My
no,
bad.
that's another reason why I don't get mad at other people saying it is because we say it all the time. I'm not gonna put other people on a pedestal and act like, oh, if Angel says it or Imperious says it, it's worse because they're white. Like fuck them.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna put
no,
them
they
on a
don't know.
Yeah,
fucking
well, I
pedestal.
don't like using the word number one. It's just it's a stupid, it's a lazy insult to me.
I mean,
Like
I
it's
don't
not
even, I
inventive,
don't
you know.
even,
But this is the thing though. When you do use it, you're gonna trigger a lot of black people. So always
Oh
keep
yeah,
that
yeah.
wild
Oh,
card.
for sure.
Oh,
Oh yeah. No, well,
always.
I know. I mean, I have black people in my family. I know.
Yeah,
But what
yeah, yeah.
but what I'm
You gotta
saying
keep
is
that
like
Honestly,
wild
the
card.
guys.
yeah.
he allowed to fuck over me in a lot of ways. That what that really means. He allowed to fuck over me. Like, that's my nigga, but you motherfucking nigga. Like, if I call you a motherfucking nigga, it's like a dialogue that you just wouldn't understand unless you was black. Like,
Yeah.
I don't have homeboys that slept with a woman that I don't probably been with, but I still fuck with them, and I probably still love the bitch. But that's my nigga, cause I ain't gonna stop fucking with him.
Nick,
But that's my fucking villain.
But do you
That's
see
that
how it
nigga.
means way different stuff though? For him right there, it means like that's my boy, that's my crew, that's my you know what I mean, my blood. Like for other people, you could say it like, hey, what up, nigga? Like when like meaning, hey, fag, come over here,
Yeah,
I'll
you're
fuck
a
you
low
up.
down dirty motherfucker. You're a low
Yeah,
down
like that's
dirty
what I'm saying.
motherfucker.
It's a very it's actually evolved into a really
But you
interesting
my
word.
low down dirty fucker. You know what I'm saying? You my low down dirty motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna change with
Yeah,
your dirty
no, that's what I'm
motherfucker
saying.
ass. I already know you're a dirty motherfucker.
It
I know
means
how
like
you
nah,
10
move.
different things, dude. That's what I'm saying. It means like 10 things on how you're using it, when you're using it, the tone you're using. Like it's real. It's actually like an interest. If everyone wasn't
Here's
insulted,
the
it's
thing.
interesting how the language evolved though.
nah. How John and how Angel say it. I think they say it the best though. They're like the best at saying it. It's
Well,
fucking hilarious.
or John says it with such like vitriol. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Those
Yeah,
inners,
because
and
he
he
got
says it with the R.
status.
Like I
It's
never say it with
different
the
when you
R.
got
Like
status,
he
Vinny.
goes straight,
Well,
straight
well,
R's it like
well,
hard R.
well,
Like I'll never say that.
well,
Long, hey,
Yeah.
I've actually came up in like recent months with more creative ways with it. But
Yeah.
kind of like
Yeah.
when I asked you the other day, HB, when I asked you what is the most niggerous city, you and John both got a good laugh out of it. But you answered my question
Yeah.
directly, and it was Gary, Indiana, that you say is the most niggerous city. Like, maybe my
Yeah.
imagination is much more advanced than most people. Not saying it's the best, but I always come up with creative ways in some ways that people would never thought of or is interesting slash funny with the use
Matter of
of
fact.
like the word.
Since we're talking about that, Imperious. So, Angel, I want to get your opinion on this. Angel hasn't had a job in about 7 months. Now
oh,
he's
come on,
autistic.
Angel.
He no wait. I gotta give you the rundown. Now Angel is autistic. He also has seizures, and he's at a point in his life.
Man,
He's also at a point in his life where he doesn't think he can find a career. What do you think an autistic Native American that has seizures, in his mid 30s, what type of career do you think he should look into and maybe get into?
Well, I think first he gets a government stipend, or his tribe does, correct? Right, Angel?
Yeah, I'm sure he's
Okay.
getting some type
So
of
what I'm saying is, so at least his bare necessities and his needs are taken care of. Housing,
right, right,
so which is good. Which, because I mean, honestly, he's disabled. Dude. Those are legitimate disabilities. You
right,
know what I
right,
mean?
right, right, right,
Um,
right.
and I don't, I don't wish that on anyone. I think Angel's honestly for being able to act. I think he's honestly a decent dude. I think those disabilities are pretty tough, dude, especially the seizures one, because I mean I'm sure that limits his ability to drive and get places. You know what I mean? Because I'm sure
Right.
you can't drive at night or with the bright headlights and shit like that.
Right.
Honestly, what I would do is I would apply for like government federal like SSI, like permanent disability, and then look for like part-time jobs and like go from there, because then you'll have, because remember SSI and like disability is for that. It's for people that like you can't work 100%. You're too disabled to work full time, but you still want to work. You still want to do something. You want to be somewhat
Right.
productive. You're limited, but at least you have the desire to do something with yourselves. Whether that's working as a freaking a person in a warehouse, doing logistics stuff, auditing, doing, inventory, to whatever. Like, Angel, just, be productive. And you seem like a good dude that you don't want to sit there and veg all day. You know what I mean? So you just,
Yeah, yeah.
and I give Angel credit for that. Like, he doesn't seem like he wants to sit, because unfortunately, and I'm sure he sees this, a lot of like Native Americans are just alcoholic and sit on the plantation and don't, or not the reservation, and they don't do anything.
Reservation. Yeah,
Well, it
reservation.
is a plantation, though. Unfortunately, it's kind of like trapped them there. We've put them there. We give them money, and people. A lot of we've done the same thing with Indians as we did with blacks. We put them on freaking small, like plantation areas, and then we give them a little bit, and then they get all their necessity, but they never want to be anything more.
Okay, okay. Let me
Yeah.
ask Savage Red.
Those,
Savage
those,
Red,
those
good
are
morning, man.
really good.
Good morning.
oh, Savage Red in the house.
Hey, good
Hey,
morning. So
Savage.
let me ask Savage Red the same question. So Angel hasn't worked in about 7 months. He's looking for a job, but he is autistic, Native American, and he has seizures. What type of job would you suggest for him?
Well, I think that he could always play Indian for cowboys. He could always go get a little extra money dressing up as an Indian in his tribe's
Oh
natural
God.
clothes, and he
Oh
could
God.
he could also do meet and greets as an Indian.
Yeah, I'm sure they have some
He,
kind of like Knott's Berry Farm or something where the Indians are walking around.
yeah, he could also become a Indian activist about Indian rights and Indian land and how the white man's
Ah,
bad.
Yeah, you could be a community organizer. Like, you could be the next
Yeah,
president.
yeah.
yeah,
Like
he could do that.
John Redcorn. Like John Redcorn. I used to. I'm
Hey,
not
go
gonna lie.
ahead, George.
Yo. I used to hate Indians because of John Redcorn. I thought he was a fucking scumbag, man. I used to hate John Redcorn when I used to
Wait a
watch
minute. What year was this? What year was this?
But the thing is that
John
like as you
Redcorn?
get older and watch the show, you realize he's actually a good person and Dale's a piece of shit.
no, no,
Exactly.
no,
But
no,
like,
no.
why would you hate John Redcorn?
First of all, because he didn't take care of his son. That's one of the things. He
Yeah,
How
yeah,
fucked
could
all
no, for
these
he?
sure.
women.
How could
He
he?
fucked all it.
Well, didn't she?
He
No,
fucked.
she took the son from him though, didn't she? Just to make it so
Exactly.
he was Dale's kid, so
Yeah,
that Dale didn't find out she was cheating. So he
She
got his own
basically
kids
just
taken.
used the
Poor
white
John
man.
Redcord. Remember,
right.
he sits there. He's like ostracized by the town. Like nobody. Like he lives in like a fucking
Exactly.
camper out in the fucking edge of town and stuff.
Couldn't even get a job.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's why he was
no,
a massage therapist, and that's where she came and found him. Remember, because that's all he can do. They won't hire him.
Yeah,
but no,
man.
you know what I would hate about him too though is he would always complain about the white man but it's like, bro, you're fucking white
But he
women
go to point,
complaining about the
HB.
you. Yeah,
Think
he was
about
like,
what John Redcorn's story was, and look at the current day African American male, and see if
yeah,
you can
yeah.
find any parallels within.
Yeah, no, I find a lot of parallels. Overly sexualized, hates the white man, always complaining about the white man, but still will fuck a white woman. And that's what I like. Even as a kid, I used to fucking hate John Redcord. I'm like, bro, you're not even gonna tell your son that you're really his father and shit. And it's like
Why? Why would he do that though? Why would he do that? Why would you
because
do that?
it's the right thing to do. He
Why would you
knew.
say
Doesn't
that?
doesn't he kind of do that toward the end of the series? I thought he kind of did when
Yeah, he
Joseph got
did, and
older.
it ruined everything.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
fucked
yeah,
Joseph
Like,
up,
yeah,
like
didn't it?
yeah. But because it was too late at that point. But I
I
think I
mean, but at
think
the same time, why would you tell a child that, okay, I'm your father, and you knowing a white man raising your child, giving him the best life,
right.
taking
But
care of the mom, I ain't
that's
complaining. I mean,
Solid
when you
Snake.
really
That's the
look at
thing
it,
though. That's the thing
it
though.
wasn't it wasn't even a white guy that was the worst person. I'm looking at you as a black man, and I want to know why you making excuses for that white woman for all that evil ass shit she did. Because
Exactly.
she the one that led that man crazy. That white man was a good man. That man
Yeah.
just want to go to work every day, come home to a happy family. She the one went
You
and
know.
cheated
You
on
know.
him.
You
She
know.
the one then go tell him.
Yo,
I
Solid
mean,
Snake,
she
Solid Snake.
basically a typical black
Wait,
woman nowadays.
listen, Solid Snake. I hear you, but for me as a man, I just don't think women have any type of power. The only power women have is what we give them.
Whoa,
That's
whoa.
literally the only power that they have is what we as
Wait a minute.
men give them. So I can't
We
hold them
gave him
accountable.
everything.
Exactly. That's us though. We
You
gave
gave
them
him
the
a
power.
free
Yeah,
house, a
women
free
will do
home.
anything. Women will do
You
anything
gave
for
him
their
most
own
black
survival and
men
interest.
jobs.
Like, look at like HB. You know about war brides theory, right?
No. I haven't heard that. I haven't heard that.
Oh my God, this is a massive thing. This should be John should bring this up, or you should if you wanted to. War brides syndrome slash theory. It's that it's the how would I say? It's the presumption that women during war, just like Germany did, just like France did, Spain did, just like every country's women do, they will abandon their men and they will fall in love with their new rulers. Women fall
Oh
in
yeah,
love.
yeah.
Women
Yeah,
fall
they
in
call
love.
it Stockholm syndrome.
Well,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
no, that's after captivity. This is women that actually welcome. They actually want the new men because they've seen these new men as the superior
Oh yeah,
genetics and
you know
stuff.
what? That's exactly what I'm thinking we're going through right now. I was looking for the
Oh yeah,
terminology.
no, they are. No, a lot. I was reading. I was listening and reading about this. Women now, a lot of it is they hate us so much because men aren't men anymore that they're doing a shit test by welcoming new men that will eliminate their men. That's what they
Mm-hmm.
want, men to be men so
That's
much
what
and
they
be
want.
so they've now brought in direct competition to the native men and are saying, okay, men, well,
Exactly.
if you won't compete, I have new genetics.
They basically
Yeah,
doing it.
yeah. You know,
And a
besides,
lot of men don't
besides,
like to see it.
Women
I
don't,
hear you
people
in
don't realize
theory,
how much
but
women really hate men. Like they hate us. That's the thing.
no,
It's not like you think I hate them. I don't hate them. I can be very pleasant and nice and treat them well and be everything like that. But at the same time, like I'm gonna treat them the way that they deserve to be treated. Like if I meet a woman, I'm not just going, "Hey,
Exactly.
slut, what's your name?" No, come on. But like what I'm saying is like the moment they give me any lip, any attitude, I'm gonna tell them how it is, and that's it. And you're gone, dude. Like, and that's what I'm trying to say. Like, it's just no, like, they are so desperate for any men to stand up and give rules, boundaries, structures, limitations right now that's what they're doing. All this shit, everything from you see from the troons to the fucking to gun control to foreign policy to the border, everything they're voting on right now is they're saying, oh, men aren't giving us security so we want to find new men. We need to keep shit testing them because we don't believe that they're the fucking genetics and they're the strength and security that will provide for us. That's really what it all
imagine a
is.
woman trying to take your gun though. I would fucking shoot a
Well, no,
bitch.
they get other men to take your gun.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Hey,
You know,
hey,
I kind of
Remember, I don't believe in evolution, but there's an old saying that says men evolved to manipulate the world, women evolved to manipulate men.
Yeah,
Exactly.
you know,
HB, you're a simp, HB, and
nah. I mean, I could say the same for you though, Savage. I mean, you're a
no,
freaking married
no, sir.
man. What's more simping than being married?
No. See, this is the issue, sir. You said straight up, I don't ever with women. I don't think with like you're making declarative statements that you don't think women really deserve to be treated a certain way. Like you're the
No, no,
one
no,
that
no, 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 no. I think women should be treated with respect.
okay, respect is earned, sir.
Yeah, but
Respect,
I think that
no, but respect is a man's thing. Respect is not a woman's thing.
no. But this is the thing. If they decide to disrespect me, I'm not gonna argue with them and go back and forth with them like a fucking woman. I'm just gonna ignore them.
Okay. So listen, if I'm in a dress and I get a chest job done and I
Wait,
talk like a chick.
why would you be in
Hold
a
on a second.
dress though? Why would
Hold on a second. If I
why?
do this and I
Why?
disrespect you, are you gonna treat me like a woman or are you gonna treat me like a man?
I'm gonna treat you like a man. I'm gonna treat you what God made you
Why would
as.
you
That's
why would
fucking
you treat
bigoted. That's bigoted.
why would you treat me like a man if I'm portraying myself as a woman?
Because you're a man. I don't care
Okay,
what
so
you.
then respect is for men, like I just stated. If a
Yeah, like
woman
we
decides
gotta
to
realize women see
disrespect
the
you,
world way different. They don't care. Respect to them, just like love.
Okay,
Hold on.
okay.
Just like love,
This.
love. Let's hold on. Let's look at this. Love, the love that we imagine about sacrifice and doing everything for that love and building great things and achieving. That's man's love.
I just
They
don't
don't
like.
love
I
us
just
like
don't
that.
like. I just don't think it's any point in arguing. Like even arguing and debating. I think that's kind of like a woman thing. Like I don't
No,
even.
debating is a man thing. Women hate debating. They just want to
Nah.
scream
Okay,
and shut
wait.
it
I
down.
got
They
it
don't want
better.
to hear.
I got a better one. I
No.
got a better one.
I think
I
men
got a
have
better one, HB.
conversations, and
I got something that much more go in line with what we do. Say it like
men
this.
have.
Say you dating a woman. Say you dating a woman. She
Yeah.
got a homosexual boyfriend. Will you let him use the bathroom?
I would never date a woman with a homosexual boy friend. That's
Okay,
one
but
of my
why?
would you
things.
let him use okay, but say you want to date her and you figure out she has a homosexual
Then we're
boyfriend.
not dating anymore. That's a red flag for me. I think a
Why is that?
woman. I think
Why is
because this.
that?
I'll tell you this
Because
because I
those
think
gay guys are very subvertive. Trust me, I've
no.
known a lot of
It's
chicks
not
that
even.
have gay friends. Those gay guys are like worse than other women. They
No.
try
It's
to
not even
subvert your
that.
relationship.
Hold on. It's not even that. It's not even that. I think a woman that has a gay best friend, she doesn't respect men.
Okay, so why don't you respect her wishes to have a gay best friend?
It's not that I don't respect it. It's just that I don't want a woman that doesn't respect men. Me personally, it's about what I want. I can't be with a woman that can like be friends with a gay guy.
Okay, but I
Like
asked you a question. Would you let him use the bathroom?
no, he would listen, Solid Snake. I
If
would
he
stop
asked you
dating
to use the
Solid
bathroom,
Snake. Hold on. I wouldn't even date her. Is what I'm saying. I'm not even dating her. If she's got a
Why?
gay best friend and I know that, I'm not dating that woman because
wow.
she doesn't have any respect for men. If you can
Yeah,
if
so
as a woman, if you can have a best friend that's a fucking queer, then you legit don't have any respect for masculinity or men at all. And to me, those are the type of woman you have to avoid at all costs.
okay,
That's
so
why
HB.
that's why I think it's a lot of this shit is because of men. We'll date a
Yeah, it's
woman.
all because of men, because men
Yeah,
tolerate it. It really is.
exactly.
Like people don't realize,
Exactly.
like violence is the
And that's
authority to which all authority derives, and men control violence.
that's
So
something
HB.
that I won't tolerate. I'm
Okay,
not
so
gonna tolerate
HB.
that. Yeah,
So
yeah.
so question. So if everything is because of men, so why is it when she has a gay best friend, why don't you correct that with violent action?
Because I'm not trying to control her either.
Okay, so
It's
you
the
shouldn't
thing too.
control
I think
her. No,
bottom.
listen. You shouldn't control her. You shouldn't yell at her. You shouldn't argue with her. and you're not going to correct it. So,
Never.
okay, so explain this. How is it that you can take a position that you shouldn't control women, but you also are putting the blame on men? But as a man, you won't do anything to correct this. Like literally that's the issue. You can't say it's our fault, but then say you'll do nothing ever to correct it. But it's your fault.
Because there's certain lines that you can. Now, if a woman, let's say this. When I think of correction, I think of this. A woman is washing the dishes and she leaves the cups upward, right? Now, I'm going to correct her and say, hey, baby, you need to put the cups upside down so they dry better. That's a correction.
But you can't do that.
But no, that's a correction. No, I can do that. That's a correction. Now, telling her that
why
she
would
can't
you tell?
have,
Why would
telling
you?
her
That's controlling, sir. Why can't she put the cups the way she wants to put them?
Because that's position. If she's okay to have a gay best friend, I can't correct that. That's in her. That's hardwired in her brain. I can't change a bitch's disposition on life. I can't change her philosophy, but I can change a bad behavior. That's two different things. That's why I say men, we can't control these women. You have to find a woman that's her disposition is more aligned with you, where when you're correcting her, these are minor things. Hey, baby, make sure you, when you're washing my clothes, don't mix the whites in with the dark.
Okay, so
she's already washing your clothes, so her disposition is aligned with yours. You just have to correct the way that she does it. Go ahead.
So question. So, all right. So, would you ever get married?
Of course.
Okay, so explain this to me. How is it that nothing's women's fault? You can't argue with them. You need to show them respect. But when I told you that you're a simp on this position, you told me I'm a simp because I'm married. But how are you going to get a woman to be under your disposition if you're not willing to marry her?
Because I'm gonna find a woman with that has the same values as me, that are aligned with me.
How are you going to do that without marrying her, sir?
I mean, that's why you date them first. You find you date them
without work.
Yeah. So explain to me, sir. Sir,
I think
so
I honestly
show
think
me a
the
relationship.
Word, I think the word simp is.
You know what simp means, right?
Go ahead.
Simping is
pedalizing.
A simp is a man that pedalizes a woman off the pure fact that she's a woman. It's an irrational reason to put her on a pedestal. That's what simping is. And when you say, in general, over all women, that it's not their fault, that's simping because you don't know these women and you're putting them in a position.
He's saying that men enable women's activity.
Exactly.
He said that men encourage it by their lack of boundaries and limitations.
Right. That's why
I agree with you, but you also said you can't control them.
Men allow it.
Yes.
Because again, like I said, Savage, remember, violence still becomes the ultimate. Violence is still the ultimate authority, and women cannot control or have dominion over violence. And as such,
I agree with you.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. I think he's saying that men, we've always dictated everything. We create society. We create the rules that they live in. The problem is men have changed the rules to say, women, act like this. It'll make it better for you. You'll get rich off it. You'll get everything you want, and society will praise you for it.
Right.
Yes,
I mean, listen, Savage.
I agree.
There's guys that marry porn stars.
Yes.
We're literally women don't control anything. So to blame them is to me it's like men aren't taking accountability.
Okay,
I can't give women that much power. I can't put them on a pedestal when I know that men are control everything. What nation has ever been controlled and
Okay.
ran by women.
But they do have
Yes,
some
but
responsibility on
you're
things. Like that's the thing. I differ
you're
from you a little bit. That some things are their fault, and you should hold them accountable. But I understand that in general, the reason why women are like this instead of like in the '60s is because men have fucking changed the rules. Men saw that okay, we can get more money out of women and suck the fucking lifeblood out of this country in taxes and revenue
yeah.
by allowing women to fucking be the way they are now.
Yes, but here's
But
the
here go the
issue. This is
question.
what I'm
I ain't
trying to
nobody
make.
answer my question. Nobody answer my
No,
question.
but, no,
Would
but
you
this is
allow? Okay,
Jesus
but here go
Christ.
the thing. If you dating a woman and she has a gay friend, regardless if you married to her, dating her or not, you with her, you side by side with her. She got a gay friend. He asks you a question. Can I use your bathroom? What do
No,
you do?
no. Solid steak. I answered you
Stop.
already. No, I'm not even gonna date that
So
woman if
where
she's
you
got
gonna
a gay
take a
best friend.
picture at?
Gays don't come in my house, brother.
Yeah, bro. I'm not, bro. That's to me. That's a hard no for me. I'm not.
Like
I'm not.
the big crucifix when you enter my house and the big fucking upper arch of the house. I don't think gays are gonna enjoy that too much.
Yeah, bro. That
I'm
like,
pretty
and
sure
I
they
think,
go to
I
church
think,
now. So
I think like too many guys go against their own beliefs. And for me, I would much rather be alone than deal with a woman that
Yeah.
I gotta compromise for. And to me, it's just not worth it. Like if she's got a
okay,
gay
so
best
what
friend,
about this? I got another scenario. Let's say you
Yeah,
got
but
a child, you got a little girl. Her best friend is a
you
homosexual little boy. They
you
probably in
guys are getting
fourth
away
grade.
from the logical
Would you
argument that I'm
allow
trying to
him
make
to
here.
come spend the night and use the
no,
bathroom
No,
at
no.
I'd
Who
get a
gives a
court.
fuck
No,
about staying in
I'd
the
separate
bathroom?
from her and no, I'd separate from her and get a court order restricting his access to the child.
but once again, how do you course correct? That's what called
What
man
do
to
you mean?
man.
There's no. It goes like that's the
What
thing.
you
Like
mean there is
just
no course correct? There is
like I
always
just said,
course
you
correct.
separate from her. No, you separate from her and try to take custody of the child and present that you don't want that kind of influence because I can guarantee you all fags have some sexual fucking deviance all over their Facebook, all over their whatever. You find that shit, you present
I
it to the
know
court,
that.
and you
I
take
know
fucking
that.
possession of
And
that
you know
child.
that. I know that. And you know
Yeah,
that. But how do you
solid snake.
course correct?
You can't save a hoe, man. You can't save a
We're
hoe.
Yeah.
not talking
So
about the home.
You
yeah.
We
can't
talking
save
So
a
about the
hoe.
world we left them in.
yes. So this is the issue that I'm having
Because
with your
ain't
logic
nobody got
here.
no rule of commitment.
I'm about to lose my fucking mind.
Yeah, solid snake does that. Yeah, yeah, he kind of does that. I
Yeah.
answered you
So
100 times, Solid Snake. It's not. I'm not going. I'm not going for that. I'm not. I don't listen, Solid Snake. I'll fuck a bitch with a gay friend, but I'm not dating a bitch with a gay friend. Like no.
HB, you
it,
know it's really funny? HB, Solid Snake reminds me of Sam Jackson in Django.
yeah. So
I think it's just how he
No, I
sounds.
mean, but you know what I mean? Just yelling shit. That's funny, dude. Like he yells funny ass shit, dude.
Wait,
yeah.
go ahead, Savage. Go ahead, Savage.
So HB. So again, this right here is my issue with your logic. You've taken all accountability away from women, but at the same time said that you will never correct a woman, that you will never argue with a woman.
Yeah,
Like
for what?
you can't have both positions.
Yeah, I can. Because it's
No,
about me. It's about me. It's not
no,
about her.
no.
If
If
I'm
no,
not,
sir, you
I'm
can't.
not.
No, you can't say, sir. You can't say these men are soft and they allow it, and then you allow it.
No, I don't
Like
allow it. I just don't date
yes,
them.
you do,
I'm not gonna date a girl that's gonna argue with me.
sir.
Can I say something? And I don't want to like start an argument with you, Kevin, but I think the term accountability means nothing.
You muted, Angel.
No, I think he accidentally clicked off.
Yeah, he dropped. No, well, the thing is like I think HB's right. I don't think he's like allowing them to do. I think the best method nowadays is literally ignoring them and just don't be around. Like, look at like I
Yeah,
don't care about women.
yeah.
Like like if a woman came and got along today that was low body count and was very religious and was sweet, never argued, gave me peace of mind, I might date her. You know what I'm saying? But what I
Exactly.
mean is like it's
Exactly.
so rare. It's just, and that's the thing. Like, but what you do is you go in depth in your life. I love my work. I love my family, my friends. I love going shooting. I love going in the woods. I love camping. You know, I love the beach. Like, you know, you do
And then
things. You travel. You
periods
know.
and periods. And
Um, um,
that's the thing too. There are women like that out here. They're not that many, but they are out
Oh yeah,
here.
they
And I
are
think
there.
that's
It's not. No, I mean there are women in my church. They're just a little younger to me. I don't want to date like a 19, 20-year old. You know what I mean? I'd rather date like a
yeah.
24, 25-year old.
uh,
But what I'm saying is like there are girls, and trust me, they're very sweet. I know their families. You know, hell, I mean, they don't go out. They don't have. They don't have Instagram or any fucking social media. They love their families. They're going out like they're riding horses and shit. Like they don't care about all that nonsense.
It's
So yeah,
like,
no, I know that. I
hey
know there
Savage.
are. It's just again, like at my age, like you know, I'm 37. Like I don't. I like doing what I'm doing. I'm kind of spoiled in my own routine, so I don't go looking for it. But you know, there are women. It's just again, but even with them, you still have to be what they find attractive, and what they find attractive is a fucking rock in the storm. Someone who doesn't
Okay.
change, someone who doesn't fucking bend
Okay.
to their emotions and their wants and needs, someone who makes and establishes boundaries and rules. They are, in a lot of sense, giant children in what they need for structure.
Hey,
They need
Curious.
structure.
You're a lawyer, correct?
I've dated a lot. That's what I'm saying. I might fuck. I've dated a lot of women. I fucked a lot of women in my life, and they're all the same. In whether it's black women, white women, Asian women, Latino women, like or Middle Eastern, they all need structure, and they'll even tell you if they really like you. See, that's the thing. Maybe I've had because women like me. Like women will tell you. I have women, girlfriends that tell me like, "Hey, like I fucked this up with this relationship. I don't know why. My emotions just, oh, I can't control myself sometimes." They'll tell you if you have ones in your life that you're really close with. They can't
Hey,
control
Curious.
themselves.
Hey,
Yeah.
Curious.
I think ultimately though, it's more about controlling yourself as a man than trying to control a woman. I think
Well, you
that's
need to
where a lot of
control them in
guys.
some circumstances. You need to like
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
control
yeah, yeah.
their emotional like breakouts, and you need to stop them from hurting themselves, not physically, but I mean like in
Yeah.
a
Right,
lot
right,
of women
right,
are
right, right.
self-destructive. They do things that damage their own lives, and they don't know why. They just impulsively do it. They're self-destructive.
So
Yeah,
Curious.
yeah. I'll give you that.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. What's up?
You're a lawyer, right?
Yeah, yeah. What's up?
You write up contracts.
Yeah.
What's the point of a contract?
Well, it's an agreement between two parties to perform.
Okay. So would you ever tell a client that they shouldn't have contracts? Would you ever tell them that contracts really aren't the problem?
Yeah, I tell the people contracts are the problem all the time. Like you
Okay,
don't need a
so
writing thing. You need again. Remember, it's just a basic agreement. But how you
okay,
enforce that agreement is the major. Remember, there is no rules or contract without enforcement.
okay,
Exactly.
okay. So listen. So if someone broke a contract, would you tell your client not to enforce the contract?
Depending on the cost, hell yes. Depending on
Okay,
the length and what you want to go through, and not just that, but remember, hold on. There's a lot of reasons why you may not want to, or if something happens in a contract, you may not deal with, or
Objection,
may not have. Hold
period.
on, like if you're dealing with a superior client, like a client with a larger market share or a larger stake in the market, you're going to take some losses and be like, oh, okay, they kind of fucked me on this, but if they promise to come back, that might be better for me.
I
So I
understand
mean,
that, but
Yeah.
you
okay, I
wouldn't
get
tell
what you're saying. The issue
you
with a
wouldn't tell
woman and
your
a man is that in a contract is in the modern day relationship with a woman and a man, there is no enforcement on the woman. That's
but
the issue.
what I'm trying to get at is you would never tell a client just blank
Yes, I
statement.
get what you're saying, that an existence of a
There's
contract
no
is a bad
need
thing.
to enforce
No, yeah, I
there's no
get, yes,
enforce the
I get it,
contract.
yes.
You
No,
don't
I
need to
get
ever
that.
do that.
I get that, but
That's
Hey,
just how it's
remember,
supposed to be.
Gary, and hit the link. Gary, and hit the
but there's a
link.
couple
Hit the
different
link.
there's a couple different things when you talk about with women and men, okay? Like unfortunately, and I've been a victim of this too. Like if I was okay, I have a pretty decent amount of money. If I was with a woman for a longer period of time, let's say like I was married to her for 8, 9 years, and we both just kind of drifted apart and she wanted divorce, I would probably willingly give her some decent amount of money just because she didn't do anything to like fuck it up. I wouldn't want the divorce because remember, I'm Catholic. I would fight it. But if you can't,
Why?
again, you can't
No,
physically
I
force a
understand.
woman to stay. But again, like I would give her a decent amount of money to live the rest of her life comfortably,
Yes,
for sure.
I understand that. What I'm not making the comparison in a relationship sense. I'm making a comparison in the sense that you would be a bad lawyer if you told every client that you don't ever need to enforce contracts.
Of course,
Like
of course. But remember,
So,
if let's just say that in the contract, every contract, okay, there was only one party that could enforce it.
no,
That
I
by
agree with you.
default, you would
No,
never.
I agree with you.
You get what? That's what I'm saying. So, because men are the
What
only.
you
When it
saying?
comes
The woman
down
pay
to it,
every party.
when it
Yes,
comes down to it, men are the only ones that can really enforce anything.
I
Yeah.
understand this. I
Exactly. That's
understand.
what I'm saying.
I understand this. But here's the problem. You'd be a bad lawyer if you said never enforce contracts. But you would also be a crappy person if you said the reason all this stuff's happening is because we allow it, but don't enforce your contract. Like that's the position HB's taking. With women have no responsibility in anything, but I'm
Well,
not
they
going
have
to correct it.
responsibility, but we need again. Okay, having responsibility without enforcing responsibility on them is meaningless. We need to hold them responsible. For example, do you know that how many studies show that male judges sentence women to about half the time that female judges sentence women to? Women are harder on other women than men are on women.
That's true. That's very true.
That's what I'm saying. Like we need to actually hold because again, the problem is so deep that what really has happened is the top 4% of men. I'm close to that, but I don't think I'm up there. Are making the entire sexual marketplace designed so that women only see those 2 to 4% of men, and so sexual access is so diminished for every other man, even men that are making decent living, hundreds of thousands of
And
dollars.
and you know the irony of that is because they can afford to be a simp. See, me personally, as a blue collar worker, I can't afford to be a simp. I can't.
I mean, I know. I mean, I make decent money with women nowadays. I couldn't afford to be a simp. They want
That's the
cars. They
whole
want
point.
houses. They want planes. They
Exactly.
want yachts.
Yeah,
Like,
I
unless
can't
you're the
afford
top,
that.
yeah, nobody can. And that's what the men in the top have done. They haven't fought a war enforcing it on other men. What they've done is convinced other women that every other woman is with those 2 to 4% of men. So they're just saying,
Exactly.
okay, I hate every other man because they're not meeting the standards that I have to compete with other women for. So that's what it really is. It's the top men have made it so that they've convinced women that every woman can have the life of 2 to 4% of women.
That's my whole thing with even Savage kind of even thinking that I'm a simp. Like, bro, I don't even have any kids. Like, I'm
You were
so
simply defending Portia from me the other day, but I get
no, no,
why. You
no,
didn't
no,
want
no,
yelling. I
no.
get it. I get it.
Yeah.
My bad. Let me
That's
stop.
more about the decorum of the channel. It's not
No,
about
I get it.
simp.
I get it. I
Yeah,
get it.
Yeah.
No, because I give Portia a lot of shit anyway. You know me.
Yeah. It's just I like to have you know gentlemanly conversations up here, and if women are involved, I like them to have a certain level of I want them to be able to have a voice too in this space.
No,
That's
no, I
being
get it.
said.
I'm kind of like that too. But the thing is I kind of put them through a little bit of fire so that they can take it, and then they can prove that they can hang. That's the thing. Like
Oh yeah, no.
and
Portia's
Portia's done that.
definitely
Portia's done that. I get that. You've been around. Like I've fucked with her so many times and shit. No, I get it.
Yeah, no.
Hey, I got a
Portia
question.
was
I
a
got a
man.
question.
She would be Hitler if Portia was a man. Trust me. She's
Yeah, like
I got
yeah,
a
no,
question.
yeah.
HB, do you plan on how long do you plan on being a truck driver?
maybe like 5, 6 more years.
Till he has a stroke and he can't do it anymore.
But see, okay, the thing about truck driving, honestly, for my kind of personality, I like being alone and just like reading. That's what I
Bro,
like doing a lot of the
Can't
time.
drive.
Like,
I'm telling you,
that's
man, it's
that's
a
that's
certain skill to
honestly
drive that long.
that's honestly what I love about it. It's the being just by myself and having that. And see, Savage,
Yeah.
this is what you don't understand. Like part of me even getting into trucking is because I don't simp at all. Like I'm willing to be out on the road, not going on dates, not fucking simping for women. Yeah, online, yeah, we play around and stuff, but in real life, bro,
Good morning, Kimmy K.
I could give a fuck about any of that. Like I really don't care.
You got to. You got
I
to
really
plan
don't care.
for it.
Wait. Good morning, Kimmy Cakes. Good morning. But yeah. It's I just don't think you really understand what a simp is. Like a simp is a guy that's literally he's literally doing
I'm a
everything for a
simp. I'm
woman.
a simp. I'm a simp. I'm a
No,
simp.
no, sir. No,
Yes,
like
I am.
no.
Because a girl come in the store the other day said,
Solid
Carlos,
snake.
you
I'm
gonna
not.
buy my 2 Monaco's? I said, yeah, man. Write me down, dog. I got it. I got it. Yeah, write me down, man. Go on, get that girl them 2 Monaco's. Let her get lit tonight.
Like
I do that.
we live in a free country, man.
And that wasn't
We
even about marketing. I just want her to think about me every time she think about Monaco. I remember that time Carlos bought me a Monaco. I mean, Solid Snake bought me a Monaco. Fuck, man. I keep taxing myself.
Savage, that's why I really hate the red pill because I feel like it's made men be so
So,
concerned about what women think and how women are and their
exactly. Oh,
nature.
you know what? That's what I was trying to get to.
Yeah, it's like
That's what the point.
I don't
That
give
was
a
my
I
point.
don't care about a girl's nature. All I care about is the girl that I'm dealing with. That's it. I don't care about women. I care about a woman. That's it. I care about one woman, maybe two at a time, but that's
Yeah,
it.
Do
but
she?
yeah, but here's the issue, HB. You simp for women constantly.
No, I don't. You don't know what simping is. Simping is buying a
Sir,
girl buying a porn star a Lamborghini so you can fuck her. I'm
Hey,
not
what
doing
about
none
this?
of
What
that.
about this? What about this?
I'm
What
not
about this?
doing
that
that.
Old
that's a
girl coming the
solid
other
dude,
night. She
dude.
bought
No,
hot wings and a pizza for her kids.
I'm about to lose my
And
fucking mind.
her food stamp couldn't go through.
Savage. I mean, not
And I
savage.
paid for
Solid.
it. I think that's
Solid.
simple.
Stop
What's up?
interrupting, man.
Yeah,
All right.
solid to make you go crazy, man. I'm kind of used to it now, but solid to make you go crazy if you let him.
Yeah. So HB,
He's a real smart guy
unfortunately,
though. He's a real smart guy though.
unfortunately, unfortunately, what you're saying is you're picking a very extreme situation and trying to elaborate that to mean what simping is. The fact of the matter is, there are way more simps in this world than can afford Lamborghinis. So if you're going to use buying a Lamborghini for an adult actress as your level of what simping is, you
Yeah,
are
no, that
categorically misrepresenting what simping is to the point where not that many people could be a simp.
no. For me, simping is see my theory is this: if a woman really likes you, now follow me here. If a woman really likes you, and I want Kimmy Cakes to answer this theory of mine. If a woman really likes you, it doesn't matter if you have $5 in your account or $5 million. She's gonna like you regardless. And
Yeah, that's a red pill theology.
to, to me, simping is when you feel like you have to have this and that and this and that to earn a woman's love. To me, that's simping. To me, that's why
Yeah, but that's not what simping is.
Wait, hold on, HB, hold on.
that's why I
Savage.
think that's why I think Red Pill hates Pookie and Ray Ray so much because Pookie and Ray Ray can get a woman and just be sleeping on her couch. He don't have to have
But
anything, but
but
she's in
that's
love
not
with
why.
this man. She's in
Okay,
love
so
with him.
again, but here's the issue. You're interjecting what you think something is and not what the thing actually is.
Yeah,
So
I
if
think it's a it's kind of like a moving definition of what a simp is. I don't I just I don't hate women. That's my whole thing. I don't think women are the issue. I think
but
men
it's
are the issue.
Okay, but
Oh,
again,
oh.
it's not hating women. You just said if women like you, then you don't have to do nothing. That is a red pill philosophy for one.
No,
For
it's not.
two,
No, it's not. No,
yes,
Yes,
it
it
red
is.
pill.
is.
No, it's
No,
not. Women react different.
red pill is all about being a high value male and having all
No,
this
that
money.
no,
That's a
no,
red pill value. That's a
no,
red pill. Red pill hates Pookie and Ray Ray. They hate people. They even created a name for those type of
No, Pookie
guys.
no,
and Ray Ray like alpha
no,
males and sigma.
Yeah,
no.
no, Pookie and Ray
Yeah, they
Ray.
are. Yeah,
Pookie
they are.
Pookie and Ray
Pookie
Ray
and
was
Ray Ray are like
created
alpha
by.
and sigmas in the African American community.
That's why red pill guys
Because one
shame.
thing I tell you about
Wait,
Pookie and
solid
Ray
snake,
Ray.
solid snake. Hold on. That's why red pill guys shame women for dealing with Pookie and Ray Ray because these guys don't have degrees. They don't have high paying jobs. They're not high value men. That's why they hate on them so much.
That's not the case.
Why do you think red pill guys shame women for being with Pookie and Ray Ray then?
Accountability. Pookie and Ray
Because
Ray gonna have accountability. Pookie and Ray Ray gonna get out there and bust for their family pride and respect. O'Shea, Duke Jackson, and all the rest of these cats out here, they gonna go get a passport and run away and try to find some foreign wife and run away to another family. They ain't gonna never defend their bloodline.
Yeah, Kimmy Cakes, I agree. It's
Well, not just that, but I just have a problem with innately defining yourself by
You
getting
might
women,
have
or
a
your goal in
problem. You
life is
might
to
have
get
a
women.
problem with how they
Like
do it.
my goal in life is not to get women. If a woman comes along that I like and that I enjoy, I'll be with her. But like my goal in
Yeah, but
life
if
is
I
to
can't
fucking serve
protect her, I
God.
can't
Like
do nothing with her.
not to get women. Like how little do you define yourself? It is the only thing you can talk about or define yourself as your success is getting women. Like
wait,
even
I
if
mean,
you
let
get,
me
and if
let
you get a
wait,
ton of women,
hold on. Let me
ooh,
hear
you asking some
Gary and
loaded questions.
hold on. I had to get Solid Snake out of here for a second. Gary and
can
what's
I
your views on
can
this
I answer the
conversation?
question that you asked me?
I'll
Wait,
let
what?
I'll let Savage answer, and then
Okay,
I'll put
all
my
right,
two
go ahead,
cents in.
Savage.
Yeah. So the reason that people red pill itself is prior to the high value men thing. You have 10 years of the manosphere before you had high value men even introduced into the thing. All right. The second thing of it is the reason that men don't like the Pookies and Ray Rays is the same reason that when you go buy a car, you don't pay $50,000 over the market price. Like you cannot you cannot be a normal dude and be expected to take care of a woman and do all these things when a woman is willing to shack up with a guy that just got out of prison for, I don't know, sexual assault. And she didn't make that guy do anything, but now she wants you to pay the bill.
Yeah,
Like that's,
you're a simp.
but
You're
no,
allowing it.
sir. No,
You're
but
allowing
sir,
it.
no, sir. But that's the whole reason. That's the whole reason that you don't hang out with certain people. Like when a woman makes a bad decision, they're not held accountable for it. And you said it's not their fault. Nothing's their fault. So you are the problem. Like these men are tired of women not being held responsible for the things that they act and do.
now, I
Wait,
think they should
Like
be held accountable, but I don't think you should like. What I think is you need to mold society so that they get nothing when they leave, and if they're on the street in a fucking tent, there ain't no women's shelters. There ain't no fucking free cars for women. There ain't no fucking free housing or food for battered women or anything, or houseless women. That's how you make them. You don't have to hit them and beat the shit out of them. You
no,
just
but it
make it
has
so
nothing
that
to
they're
do with
so
hitting
scared
them.
that they know without you, they're fucking starving.
No, it has nothing to do with hitting them.
Kimmy Cakes, and that. What Kimmy Cakes says is exactly the issue. I want to read what Kimmy Cakes says. She said, "I
I
think
don't
they
think they
shame women."
shame women for
Hold
Pookie and
on.
Ray Ray.
Go ahead,
Okay.
Angel. Read it for me, Angel. Go ahead.
I don't think they
Why the
shame
fuck would
women
you
for
have him read
Pookie.
it?
No. I want
I
Angel to
don't
read it.
think
Go ahead,
that
Angel.
I don't think they shame a woman for Pookie and Ray Ray because they birth children with them. They say, I don't want that man. He was a mistake. They want to go from a gang banger to a top 1% man.
and Kimmy Cakes, that's exactly the issue. It's not that they want to go from the gangbanger to the 1%. That high value male is jealous that she had a baby with that gangbanger. He's mad about it
Yeah,
because
it's to me. Like, look, like for me, I'm a pretty, I make decent money. I'm pretty, but what I don't like to me, I'm never gonna lower my ego and myself to fuck a woman that some guy less than me has had. Now, if the woman has banged a guy that's way superior to me, like let's say I banged fucking Drake's ex or something, like long term ex, not fuck toy. Like, okay, he's probably a superior guy. I'm not gonna, but I have too much of an ego to ever imagine a woman that I'm fucking has fucked some dude that's not equal or greater than me.
No,
and
see, this
another point what Kimmy Cake says is really
Wow.
it's really just about the
The
pussy. It's not
delusion
even
is
about the
real.
woman. It's about the pussy. They're
okay.
mad at Pookie and Ray Ray because Pookie and Ray Ray had access to that pussy before they did. That's what it's really
Okay,
about.
so
It's just about
HB.
it's just
So
about
would you
sex.
would you marry a single mom?
Go ahead, go ahead, go ahead. That and
Would
Can
you
she
that's
bust
would
a
you
nut?
marry a single
Can
mom,
she
HB?
bust a nut? Can she bust a
wait,
nut?
wait,
That's all I ask.
wait. Go ahead, Savage. Go ahead. Say
Would
that
you
again.
marry a single would you marry a single mom?
18 and out of the house, yeah. But other than that, hell no.
Why not? Why are you hating on
Because
the man that impregnated her?
I'm
Why are
not
you hating on her
okay.
for
Now
that
see
man that
see
put that dick in
now
her?
no see now you're just putting words in my mouth. I'm not hating on her. It's just my preference. I don't want to be
You
around
just
some.
said
I don't want
you
to be
just said
around.
men hate
Hold
on
on.
Pookie because they got to the pussy before them. But
No
you
no no
don't
no
want to deal
no
with the
no
woman
no
that had a
no no
kid.
no no Savage. This it has nothing to do with that. I just said that
It's
I
the
would date a
same
woman that had
fucking thing.
Savage. Let me answer the question. Hold on a second before you get all sassy. Let me answer the question. I said that I would date a woman with kids if the kid was 18 and out of the house. My issue isn't
Okay.
about who. Hold on, let me answer it. My issue isn't about her having kids with somebody else or being with somebody else. My issue is about being around some other man's child. I don't want to be around some other man's child. I
You
think
don't want the
that's
product of another man's balls walking around you all the time.
exactly.
Okay.
Wait,
So would
I don't think that's. I don't want to be around any other man's kid. I think it's disrespectful, and
hold
I
on.
wouldn't
AP,
want
can
that to
I answer
happen
this
to
one? Can
me.
I answer this one?
I wouldn't want that to
Can I
happen to
answer this
me.
one? Can I answer this one? It's not so
Yeah,
much that I want to be
go
around
ahead, Solid
another
Snake.
child, another man's child. It's not so much. It's just a simple fact that that child was first. That child will always 9 times out of 10 be first because they first baby daddy is either a Pookie or a Ray Ray. A 9 times out of 10 nigga out the streets. Nigga that get shit done. Nigga don't deal with shit the regular way.
All right,
You know
Solid
what I'm
Snake.
saying? They might
Now,
not be as cultured,
What
as
the heck are you
advanced as
talking
you
about?
have as patience.
Solid Snake. You're missing the point. You're missing the point. My
yeah.
whole thing is it's not about the woman having a child. Women are supposed to have children. It's about
Of
me not
course.
wanting to be around another man's child. That's my whole
Okay.
issue.
So
If
Yeah,
she
like
if
I
If
don't want to
that be the
discipline.
case,
I don't want to
I
discipline
do got
another
that problem
kid that's
too. I
not
got
my
that problem
kid.
too,
Like
HB.
I
exactly
don't want
that's
to know.
that
I
that's
don't want to
I got that
tiptoe and
problem
have
too.
like now if it's an infant, let's say hold on now if it's an infant and you adopt and you marry the woman and you adopt the kid, that's a little bit different because that's like your kid and you can discipline that kid how you want. There
all
are
right.
instances like that, like where like a fucking
right.
woman's husband dies and gets remarried. She had like a 2-year-old or something. You know what I mean? Okay, that's different
Right.
because
That's different. That's
that's the
different.
only kid, that's the only man that kid knows. He's going to listen to you like your dad. That is your dad. Like I have a good friend who has that situation. You know what I mean? Like, and that's
Yeah.
your dad. And so, like, that's just it. But if it's like a 15-year-old kid where that kid's talking back and being like, fuck you, you're not my dad, what do you can't really do anything because, dude, you feel for the kid. I'm not your dad. I can't fucking do that. You know what I mean? Come
and
on.
and and then too imperious, think about like a little girl too, like a little 4 or 5
Oh,
year
dude,
old
that's
little
even
girl.
worse, dude. A
That's
girl because
even
you
worse.
can't control a girl even if you are their dad. Number one, imagine if you're their stepdad. They're fucking dude. Like, come on, man.
Nah, and
Oh,
that's the
okay.
thing.
I can tell you exactly what's going
I don't
on
want to
here.
be I don't want to be
I'm a
around other
granddad.
people's kids.
I'm a granddad. I
So
got. I'm a granddad. I got a grandson, and he got brothers that ain't of my son's loin. But guess what? They want to come chill with Uncle Didi. They still call me Grandpa. They
Yeah,
call me
but
Grandpa
Sav,
Didi.
but
But that's a different situation than it is if you're their dad directly guiding them and having to enforce structure on them every day and yell at them every day and discipline every day. They
But
would
I'm
not
beginning
be
to
the same
wonder if
as
that's
their.
my position, though.
that's
You know,
fine.
maybe I
My
need to
friend.
have those little boys.
So
You
Guys, I
know,
think you guys
yeah,
HB,
are.
Savage. It's not about the woman. It's about the kids
H,
for me. Like,
HB.
yeah, go
But
go
guess
ahead, go
what?
ahead.
But here's the thing. More likely than not, who is going to have impregnated that woman?
who's going to have the greatest impression on those kids?
Solid Snake, stop.
Savage.
HB, who
That's the
more
thing.
likely?
I don't focus on all women. I just focus on one. I make it a lot more simple.
Oh
I keep things simple. I don't.
no,
Okay,
you're
first of all,
avoiding. No, you're avoiding. You're avoiding your logical fallacy here. Who is if you meet a woman and she has a kid? Who is the
Right.
person that probably impregnated her?
The first
I
one.
mean, who knows? Who knows? Who
Okay,
knows?
so it is a proven fact that there are more people with felonies that have kids than people that don't have kids.
Yeah. She probably
Okay,
got knocked up by a felon. She probably got knocked up by a
okay.
felon. Yeah.
So and a felon falls under what category?
low
You,
income.
you would probably consider him a Pookie and Ray Ray.
Okay, so you're just talking about how men in general, high value men, are hating on the Pookie because they're jealous, possessive simps and they don't want the woman to get to other men. But in the same
Right.
breath, the guy that is getting to the thing and impregnating them is the same person that you're saying these men are hating on, and you yourself would not want to
Yeah.
deal with another man's child. So
Yeah.
again, you are logically trying to be obtuse about the argument and portray a straw man to argue against something you don't agree with, even
No.
But
though
isn't there?
you
Hold on. Isn't there
yourself
a
is the
strange?
same
Isn't
thing.
there a different perception though, Sabbath? Too. Like it depends. If the guy, what if it's not Pookie and Ray Ray, but it's a bunch of rich dudes? Like look at Kate Hudson. She had like 4 kids with 4 different dudes, and nobody thinks of her as a slut. Why? Because they're all
Mhm.
rich dudes.
Yeah, they high value
Yeah.
men.
And
It's a
and
double
that's
standard.
the thing. It's like I
So she's
don't
a high value
dislike
whore.
these. I don't dislike these women for it. I'm just personally date them, but I'm not gonna get on YouTube and create content like
It's
demonizing these
who's had
women.
access. It's the type of man that's had access to that before you. That's for me. It's like yes, you want a virgin, of course, but come on, that's not realistic. Any girl
And
that's
I,
above
Okay,
16 that's a
so
virgin is not
HB,
going to.
so HB, would you date a woman that has speed bumps?
what's a speed bump?
What the hell?
What's a speed bump?
Yeah, what
You
is
know
a
what speed
speed bump?
bumps are?
No, I don't. What is that? She a cokehead?
She has fat rolls or something or what?
No,
What's
it's
a
that
speed?
friend that always comes back. My kids are in the room.
What's it? I don't know what a speed bump is.
Oh, it's like an ex that. Oh, you mean no? Oh, a friend that
Herpes.
always
Oh,
comes. Oh, okay,
herpes.
yeah.
Herpes.
Oh,
Hey, bud.
No.
What's up?
I would prefer not to. I would prefer not to.
Huh?
Why are you talking about that last night?
Yeah, I would prefer
Huh?
not to.
Why are you talking about that last night?
When?
Last night.
What are you talking?
See.
see.
I just
See,
said
let me get Savage out of here. See, and that's the type of stuff. Like I can't have that type of combative energy around me. Like don't. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. And I think that's where a lot of the anger from guys comes from. They
Yeah, like that right there, like that kind of like, what were you doing? That's a little much for me. Like I like my girls to wake up and be like in a nice sundress and smiling. Like I want a girl like, okay, you know what you know the only thing that I like there's only one thing that I like about women when you say, oh, like you just like women around. One thing, when they're super happy and playful and sweet and stuff, it makes you feel happy. Like
Yeah,
when a girl's
yeah.
smiling and happy and carefree and they're all like looking at you and holding your hand. Yeah, it's sweet, but they're so rarely like that. They're always in a bad mood. They're always annoyed. They're always bitching. That's the thing. If they were always
No, no,
pleasant and
not,
just,
but not, but
Wait,
yeah,
wait.
yeah, and
But
that's the
then
thing
she
too.
busted
No,
nut.
no, no.
Then she
Wait, Solid
busted
Snake.
nut.
Savage. That
S-
I mean, not
s-
Savage. Solid. That doesn't matter,
hu-
man.
Yes,
yeah,
it
Solid
does.
Snake, and that's the. Hold on, let me get Solid Snake out of here because he's Solid Snake. You keep
Solid
moving.
sometimes just yells a lot.
Yeah, you just moved the conversation. And see, what Savage is dealing with, that's the type of shit I would never deal with. And that's why I say it's on the man. You choose to deal with what you want to deal with. It's our now.
And
My
I'm not
girl.
talking shit about Savage, like about his
No,
marriage.
no,
I
no,
don't know
no,
it.
no,
You know what I
no,
mean?
no,
I'm not
no.
saying anything like
Yeah,
that. But what I'm saying
yeah,
is, like, even that right there, it just puts me like, even when I just don't want anybody around that doesn't agree with me 100% if they're living with me. You know what I mean? Like,
no, no,
I
no,
just
yeah,
I don't want arguments. I want a girl. You know what I remember? I remember in college, I had a girl that really liked me. She was beautiful. And all she wanted to do was have me show her all the stuff I liked and I did and I enjoyed. And she just followed around all the time. And she
and
just
that,
enjoyed everything we did. That's what I like.
Mm.
and that's what I think every man should be striving for. Honestly,
And I've
if
had
it,
girls that are semi like just. I remember this one just was like everything we did. It was what do you want? You can do whatever you want to do, babe. Let's just go do it. I could go anywhere. We do any. It was all what, and she just enjoyed it all the time. Now I've had
and
most girls are.
in periods, that's where us men we have to take accountability too, because I think a lot of times when we meet these women that would pretty much do anything for us, we're looking towards the next woman. A lot of times us men we don't
Oh
appreciate the
yeah,
good
we're
things when we
looking
have
like
them.
oh yeah, yeah. We're saying okay, well I'm bored now. You know, it's she's not doing all the shit I
Exactly.
want, freaky, what you
Exactly.
know, whatever.
Yeah,
And it's like
exactly.
let me get another dot. Like dude, everyone wants me to get another girl too. Like everyone's picking up with all these chicks. Let me do that too.
Yeah,
It's like you got
exactly.
to know when to play your cards. Like just like when women got to know, hey, you're at an age you better marry, you better find someone. You're young, you better cash your chips in while you're hot. Men got to
Yeah,
know when you find a girl that literally not 100% but meets 80% of what you're looking for. You better cash that shit in, dude.
yeah. Portia, good morning. Good
Hey, Portia.
morning. Good morning.
Hold
All right,
on.
all right, all right. Go ahead, Gary, and I want to hear your perspective on this.
Okay.
All right, I got to head
Savage.
out, guys. I'm getting to the gym, so I'll hit you up later.
See you in
All right,
Paris.
man.
Hold on, Savage. You there?
Yeah, I think he's getting yelled at right now.
Okay. Well,
Give him a second. Give him a second.
I was going to say, I was going to ask him, does he think women and men react differently to silence?
What do you think?
I think they do.
Yeah, yeah,
I don't even think. I know they do. I was good. My main point of my argument is that Savage said you can't ignore a woman while also not controlling her at the same time, which is hilarious due to the simple fact that women basically control themselves when you ignore them. A lot, especially if a woman genuinely wants to be in a relationship with you. I think it's kind of funny that a lot of women, if you don't like put fuel on the fire when they want to argue, they get even more upset and more reactive due to the fact that you aren't actually reacting and being upset yourself.
right.
So I think simply ignoring them is a way of somewhat controlling them.
It is. It is.
But
But I think
sometimes this does
ultimately
depend.
ultimately though it's about controlling yourself. But
Yeah,
yeah, but I think it's like the natural order of things. When you control yourself, the woman, women are a good woman is gonna follow. You know,
yeah. I remember occasionally whenever I did have an argument with my girlfriend in the car, anytime the argument would get too heated or if it lasts longer than 1 minute, I would get out the car and you know what she and just try to like walk away. And you know what she would do? Every
but
time she would follow me in the car. She wouldn't do
yep.
it at first. It would take her like 5 or 10 minutes. But when she realizes that I'm not coming back, she would follow me and be like, I'm sorry, get back in the car, please. Does it mean
Sometimes
anything?
sometimes you got to be a Vulcan, but at the same time, it's a lot easier said than done too, because men we have emotions too, and I think if you're really committed to a woman, you're not gonna argue, but you're gonna have a conversation. You're gonna talk it through.
Yeah.
But sometimes certain situations you just gotta ignore them. Ah, come on. My my girl is she's texting me right now. My baby mama texting me.
Baby mama.
Oh, yeah, she might be my baby mama. I don't know. I don't know what's going on right now.
Also,
Hold on.
okay. I was gonna say also another point that I had was I wholeheartedly think that it's easier, like if all men in the world just decided to focus on themselves at the same time, I think women would be just more a lot of women, at least on average, would become more submissive to a fault, because a lot of women don't like being ignored, especially by other men.
Oh, oh yeah, that's why I say it's all on men. It's what we decide to deal with, and we decide to tolerate. You know.
Yeah, I do agree with Savage on one thing, at the fact that I think men should take more action when it comes to dealing with their women, because I think a lot of men kind of just sit there, and whenever the men and a lot of modern men and women would get into any type of argument or disagreement, the men just kind of sit there and take it. They don't make the active like effort to show that they're ignoring their women. They just sit there, look blankly, and just take whatever the heck they're yelling at, and the woman just automatically thinks they've won in a lot of arguments, because the men, he entertained it, but he didn't fight back either. So
Yes.
Solid, you got something to say?
Oh no, I was just gonna say, man, anytime my father talked back to my mama, he was walking out the door. Had the keys already dangling and had the keys ready to go in the ignition. And he gonna say whatever he gonna say, and she gonna say whatever she gonna say, but I promise you they ain't hear not damn thing they just said.
Yeah.
But I promise you, later on that night, they gonna be cuddled up in that bed and watching TV 8, Channel 8, CBS, whatever. They gonna
Hey,
be watching their night show.
do you
They
guys
ain't give a damn.
would you guys like to Gary, and I did see you in the chat yesterday. How'd you think about that, or what'd you think about that video that we played yesterday?
About that crazy Asian lady.
Yeah, it was kind of
Like,
hot though, wasn't it? It was kind of hot.
I mean, I'm not in the gangbang, but
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean,
I
you're not.
think, not gonna lie, I think she's a very lost woman. She
Well,
You
should.
ain't
yeah,
never
yeah, but I
ran a
mean,
train. Hold on. You ain't never ran a train?
No.
Wow.
Solid. The worst thing I've done sexually was probably anal.
So
Was
you
worse than
telling
that.
me you and your homeboys ain't never got a couple girls that want to be out there watching y'all play basketball all day, and then y'all want to go in the house and get some Kool-Aid, and
oh
y'all ain't
shit.
never did none of that?
Nah.
Oh shit.
Man,
Wait. So Gary, what else did you think about that episode yesterday?
I thought it was very funny. Number one,
Oh,
that
okay,
was
huh?
the
Okay.
way she was describing how she fantasizes about getting raped. How she tries the intricacies of setting up something like that was hilarious.
Yeah,
I almost,
yeah, man.
not gonna lie, when I was driving on my lift, I almost crashed because I was laughing so hard.
Yeah, yeah. It was very interesting, man. Now let me ask you this: do you think she was hot, or you think she was just kind of like average looking Asian chick?
Honestly, I think she's average. Honestly, I think she's average looking. She's way too open about the whole. I don't know if it was just because of the format of the interview or the fact
Yeah.
that it was an interview in general, but she was way too open about it, man.
Okay. I don't know why, but I think she was hot, man.
You really think someone that freaky was into, like, someone that, if she was
Bro,
hot, you really think she'd be that freaky?
bro. In my experience, the freakiest girls are the hottest ones, man.
I can't argue with
mm,
that guy. All right, then.
Yeah. Like the women that are like, I'm talking about into weird that have like weird fetishes. They're
Yeah, I was gonna
usually
say she's probably maybe she might be into like human centipede or some crap like that.
yeah. Like I'll even tell you the one girl that tried to fucking eat my fucking ass, fucking gorgeous. I didn't even expect it. She's just licking my balls and she started licking my gooch and then she started going down. I'm just like, yo, what the fuck is going on? You trying to stick your tongue up my what are you doing? And I just told her, I was like, yo, I'm not really into that. And she was just like, oh, okay. You know, I kind of like doing that. And that's what just kind of it really threw me off because I'm just in my mind I'm thinking of like, yo, how many fucking man asses have you fucking licked? And then you know where you
Man,
kissing
you
me and
can't put nothing past these women,
Oh yeah, I was
man.
gonna
that's
say a lot of modern, especially them liberal emotes. Not gonna lie, in my opinion,
Dude,
liberal
I'm talking
emo
about,
chicks
I'm
got
like,
best pussy. But
yeah,
we used to
man.
play hide and go get it.
hold
You
on,
I'm
ever
telling
played
you,
that?
to answer
it's
Portia's question. Yeah, Portia, if you have another video, please come up on the panel and show it.
yeah. I would love
I'm pretty sure this is gonna get blocked.
that's why I was kind of asking too if you
I
like
don't
that
think
video
our
maybe
servers get high though, so we good.
I
we
did
can
put a one in the chat for what you asked. I did want to see more of those videos so that we
Hey,
can
what
react to
y'all
it.
think about sharing? Somebody just sharing this to Rumble. Why we don't go to Rumble?
we'll
Or
get there
local?
eventually. We'll
Well,
get
yeah, I
there
was going to
eventually.
say John doesn't have a Rumble account yet.
Yeah. And
CC
yeah,
does though.
Supreme Science, I agree. The gooch is one thing. You know, I think the gooch can be very sensual, but
Yeah,
once you start going down to the
boot
to the
nah.
yeah,
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 nah.
Yeah, nah.
Miss me on that one. Miss me on that.
yeah,
Hell no. I don't even play with it.
Hey,
yeah.
Uh-uh.
real question though. If that lady who was into rape fantasies, do you think she would hire a couple Taiwanese lady boys to do something like that?
Yep.
I think she's more into like men, you
Entertainment.
know. I think she's more into like straight men. And I think what gets her off is like probably like, you know, masculine type of men. So I don't think she would be into the lady boys. I don't think
Yeah,
she
that's
would be
true.
into that. Yeah.
You really don't think she wouldn't get the other type of men, quote unquote men.
Nah, I think it's too feminine for her. Like, cause you got to think of it from like a woman's perspective. Like, imagine a woman that wants to get raped. I think half of the fantasy is that it's a man doing it. I don't think she wants a guy with titties raping her. I think that's just
Mm-hmm. Mm.
yeah. I don't think
I
she's
don't, I
seen.
don't, man, let me tell you something, Miss B.
I think women that are
Uh,
probably into more like, kind of softer guys, like really, delicate guys, they'd probably be more open to a guy, dating a guy. I actually knew a girl that, she was dating, this is in college, but a girl, and this is a pretty girl too, pretty white girl, but her girlfriend boyfriend was a trans. It was a dude that dressed up like a woman,
Yeah.
and that was literally her girlfriend or boyfriend, whatever. I don't know what she considered it as, but I know that trans used to fuck her. The trans used
Well,
to
yeah,
fuck her.
yeah.
I'm pretty
That was
sure
kind of my
he did.
point. I want to know what exactly. Basically, the way she described her little rape fantasy thing, she described the men that she was getting paid to do this with. She described it like it
Yeah,
was a menu at like an Arby's or something.
yeah,
So I want
yeah,
to know
Yeah.
exactly what type. I want to know how big that menu is. I want to know the variety of
yeah,
her
yeah,
little
You'll be
fantasy.
yeah.
amazed.
Will she go all the way, or will she go all the way with any type of man? And maybe she'll have a little bit of Arab today, maybe a little African
Yeah,
tomorrow, maybe
I'm
a
not
little
gonna lie.
white guy the next
That
day.
honestly, Gary, and that's really the only aspect of that interview that I thought was missing too. Like, what type of guy are you really into that does that?
Yeah,
Because in my
she never really went. No, the way she described it, she sounds like she just be having like something today, something tomorrow, something next day. Like it's like
yeah,
some sort of cafeteria menu for
yeah,
school or something.
it didn't really seem like she had a type,
Yeah,
honestly.
she didn't go into any specifics of what type of men she likes. So I'm just assuming she's just picking and choosing.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
like Halloween candy for her, man. She just gets what she gets.
you might be onto something, man. She probably has dabbled in the dark arts of the trans people. You're probably right. Now that I think about
I
it.
was gonna say, you sure she don't got like a ranking system in her house or something? Be like, ooh, maybe I've had enough I've had enough lady boys. Maybe we should go with some of them trans swimmers that they be having in America.
Yeah, you got it. You bring
Mm,
up a
mm.
valid point, man. I mean, I feel like if you're even into that, you probably don't have a type, a guy that you're going for. It's probably whoever contacts you first and you know, kind of meets your qualities that you're going for, whether they have titties or not, you know.
Yeah, I
Hey
think she
B,
get.
where you at right now?
Let me see real quick. I
Yeah, I
think
was gonna say, HB, are you on the road at the
yeah,
moment?
yeah, yeah. I'm on the road. Hold on. I'm gonna look at my compass real quick just to see exactly. Hold
I
on.
want to read some of these comments. Man, we done had some great comments come.
I'm in
Dang,
I'm in Champaign,
I don't even
Illinois.
know where to start.
I'm in Champaign, Illinois. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can
Those
hear you.
niggas started they
Okay.
talking about ain't go to do shit. The fuck he talking about?
Yeah,
That
yeah.
was a pretty sign. I missed that one. Let's see.
I'm in Champaign, Illinois. But yeah, yeah.
Oh man.
I think Portia's gonna
Go to
come
a
up
parking
here.
lot. Go to the lottery. Well, I would say go to a lottery machine, but from the news I've been hearing,
Yeah.
man, the lottos ain't even been making no money. They ain't even putting out no more. That's what I've been hearing. So the lotto machine's been down lately. Ain't nobody been going out there. Mm.
We're gonna have to get a we're gonna have to get okay, okay. Portia's about to log in. All right.
Yeah, she about
Uh-oh.
to come up. I hope she's got a
All
good
right.
Uh-oh.
video today.
Yeah,
Uh-oh.
yeah, 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 yeah. I yeah, yeah. I
You
think I
might
know
come up
what
to
video.
ban me.
Yeah. Thank you, Portia. She said she's gonna put the comments on the screen, and you know, I definitely want the chat to get involved. So let's restart real quick. You guys
Man,
are.
we've been having some great chats.
Hold on
We
a
got
second.
great interaction. That's one thing I love about this community. We interact with each other. We
Hold
talk
on
to
a
each
second.
other. Yeah, man. I love this.
Hold on. Hold on. Let me get Solid Snake out of here for a second. You
Interrupting too
guys
much.
are, yeah, you guys are watching Trucking with HB2N and John Galt. You guys hit that like button, subscribe if you're new here, and if you want to help get me a lot lizard, hit the Cash App, $ HB2N. We bring you early morning content where we talk about trucking, talk about investing, talk about degenerate sex. We pretty much talk about anything. This is a trucker show, so nothing is off the table. And if you guys ever have any suggestions of anything to talk about or any videos you want us to play to review, you know, hit me in the Discord or contact Portia. Portia is a great one of the best moderators on YouTube. So you guys definitely I appreciate you guys. We got Helen Haynes. She says, "Good morning, listening while working." Wow, appreciate you, Helen Haynes. So yeah, we're gonna have we're gonna review another video, and I definitely sent Portia this video and told her which video I want to review. I don't want to tell you guys what it is yet, but we're gonna watch the video, have some commentary, read the chat, and then afterwards we're gonna read some comments And yeah, we're gonna have a good time, you guys. You know. So yeah, Portia said, please email me with topics, DMs on the Discord, DM on the Discord. So yeah, I
Yeah.
thought yesterday's topic was really interesting. Ice Cube, you seem like a guy that's raped women. Would you think about the the the, s- the story
Yeah,
yesterday?
yeah, y'all are sick. That's what I think. Y'all putting that, promoting that type of behavior. Y'all are sick. I think it was
Yep.
Bob who made a comment, and y'all just need to be real careful promoting black men. Oh my goodness, that's a trap. That's a setup.
Yeah,
Y'all some
Yeah.
sick
he said
individuals.
that. He said most black men wouldn't fall for that in the first place.
Nah, but these stupid ones like Gary and listening might think, oh, I'm gonna try to sign up for this.
Nah,
Why
You
why
talking
would
about lady
why would
boys
I
and
I got it though,
interested?
man. I don't wanna rape
nah,
nobody.
nah, 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 nah.
This is sickening.
Yeah, we got too much history in this country. It's just something that maybe I might try it with a black woman who's into it, but a different race of woman, like
Yeah, oh
Asian or
god,
a white
especially
woman,
Asian
yeah,
women.
nah, 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 nah. I'm not doing that, man. I'm not doing
Hey,
that.
Yes,
you know what I tried
I
once?
had to
I tried
oh,
one. A woman wanted me to try strangulation sex. Like, you know how you strangle them?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, that's uncomfortable, dog. I
yeah,
promise you,
yeah.
God.
The thing I've learned.
Nah.
No, no, no,
Uh-uh.
no. Because girls do like getting choked a little bit, but I think
Yeah,
the
some
thing
girls
is,
do.
Mm,
you don't want to choke like the front of their throat. You want to choke the side of their throats. Because if you choke the front, you cut off the air circulation. If you choke the
yeah, but
side,
if you choke out the side, you risk choking off the vein, and then you'll
yeah, yeah,
stop
yeah,
brain from flowing through the head. See,
yeah,
that's
yeah,
why
yeah,
I don't like it. It's too risky.
yeah.
You know.
You want to choke the blood, not the air.
Yeah, man. I
You
tell
want them
you.
to still be able to breathe, but
you know, HB got a lot of specifics, dog, and you call me weird? God damn.
hey man, I like women, man. What can I say?
This guy knows that
I
he's
mean,
like a professional MMA fighter. He knows all the pressure points and God damn.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like if you're gonna be with a woman, you might as well know about them.
you better know something.
You better know something.
Yeah.
You better know how to please that woman if you want to be with her. You know,
And catch a
But
charge.
you know. I mean,
sometimes you gotta take a risk. She be like, baby, I feel like I want to play role play.
yep,
I
yep.
want you to, man, come on,
See,
man. You don't know what she gonna come out with when she say, I want to play role play. What's role play?
sometimes you gotta take a risk, man. Life is all about taking risks, man. Sometimes you gotta take a
And
risk.
then look, you just looked up on Amazon Prime. She watched I spit on your grave or some shit. No, we ain't doing a role play tonight, babe. We gonna
Yeah.
Hey, what about that hawk tour? What
A
about
hawk
that?
oh
tour?
man.
What about that hawk tour?
Portia, good morning. Good
Nah, she kind
morning,
of
Hey,
full.
what
I
about
ain't
Portia.
gonna
that
lie.
hawk tour? What
Good
about that hawk tour?
morning.
Good
Morning, Portia.
morning. Good
Good
morning.
morning.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Sunshine, sunshine.
It sounds
Wow,
like you
the
just
sun
woke
just.
up.
Ah,
I mean, I do too. I can't talk.
Yeah, no, I just woke up. I'm not gonna lie. I need a little bit and I'll be up,
all
I'll be
right,
awake
all
soon.
right, all right.
Hello, everyone on the panel.
Uh,
Cube, I thought that we almost were gonna have to get you up out of here because you said something not nice about Gary and you called him stupid.
yeah.
Mm,
Yeah,
mm.
Q's been doing that for a
What,
while.
what,
I kind of just ignore him.
what delusional? I think my delusional is the other word I was going to. Is that better?
Is John? Oh, is that John?
Hey,
Yeah, yeah.
John.
He said he was
Good
testing some
morning, John.
equipment yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. John's investing in his craft over here, man.
Well, if it means anything, Gary, I don't think you're stupid or delusional.
It's fine. I kind of just not gonna lie. when I ignore Q, but every time I come up here, he kind of just keeps going. This falls into what I
Yeah.
said earlier about how women, when you ignore them, they kind of get
More irate.
yeah, they get more
Yeah.
irate and mad. And
Yeah.
Q backs like that all the time. So
Yeah, Cube does kind
But
of act
but
like
the
a
thing
bitter
but the
woman.
thing is, you should be listening to me. I'll be giving you that. I'll be dropping that knowledge subliminally, right? Delusion. Yeah.
Yeah, let me get Cube up out of here.
Hey y'all, hold on.
Serious?
Can I read some super chat? Well, it's not a super chat, but more than 9 times 10, I probably would have copied and shared it as one. Here goes
Yeah.
Supreme Science 777 once again with a nice one. Hawk Tour Girl is out here winning. Bam. And then he had his next one, testing equipment equals new bong and dabs. Maverick GS, Hawk Tour Girls just joking though. It's a D-gen joke. It's common with white people to say mainly porn things when really our lives as a joke. I can't see because their heart in the way.
Hey, have you guys heard the conspiracy about Hawk to a Girl?
Go ahead.
Not really, John. I don't really care about
Oh,
it.
yeah, that goes good topic right there.
I don't follow her, so I'm right where you guys are.
Yeah, I don't even know what it is, honestly.
It's some white girl who made a joke about spitting in the mouth, I think.
Yeah. They say you got to spit on that thing or something, she said. Hawk chew or whatever.
Yeah, got a hot too.
When she says she spit, when she says she says she
talking about sucking thing.
Oh yeah.
And so anyway, the background story on her, or the conspiracy theory on her, for the people that have these thoughts about small hats and all that, is that they put her up to this, signed her to these deals for basically degenerate behavior. The small hats are pushing.
That's so daggum stupid. They don't need her for that. Do you know how many?
No. Look at it. Think about it. They de-invest in hip hop. Look at where hip hop at right now. For the female rappers they just had coming through.
What the heck this got to do with hip hop?
They ain't got they touring money ain't gonna even be as strong because everybody.
Hold on. I had to get Solid Snake out of here. Hold on a second. So I 100% agree with you though, John. I think it is like an agenda to kind of push this behavior, but
honestly, I was going to say, yeah, stuff like this does trend on Twitter really easily.
Yeah,
it became a meme after like a day after it came out. So
yeah.
Oh, but you're gonna put me backstage though. But I'm right.
Yeah.
Okay.
You ain't talking about nothing, man. Stay on top.
So wait, she's actually signed some deals because of this?
Oh yeah, she got a deal. Yeah.
Oh, she's like that catch me. She's like that Catch Me Outside girl after Dr. Phil. You know how she got a rap label.
Yeah. She was the highest paid woman on OnlyFans when she turned 18.
Yes, it was.
Catch Me Outside girl.
Yeah.
I'm trying to see if I can find this Hawk Tour girl, the conspiracy, the people who are talking about this, because they go into detail about the contracts that she has and who signed her to deals and things like that.
That's the weird thing though about it, John, because I don't think even if they didn't sign her to any deals, the fact that it became a meme through natural social media interaction alone that fast proves that people cared about it, even without all the deals.
I just thought it was kind of funny.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. People put more energy into just making something a meme or showing something that's funny than stuff that actually matters.
Let me share my screen.
I don't think the deals wouldn't even make much of a difference anyway.
Well, here's where I think the deals do make a difference. And, I've just seen this. Let me share my screen with you. Let me see if you can see my screen. I want to make sure. You can see my screen. Okay. Yep. So you see who she's with, right?
John out here hating on Shaq again, but yeah.
I'm not hating on Shaq. Don't get me wrong. My point being is that you can't get in front of Shaq without putting you in front of Shaq.
Shaq went and found her.
What are you trying to say, John?
What I'm saying is that the people who do the marketing for Shaq, whatever agency that signed Shaq, likely signed her or some affiliate thereof. And they made sure that she was able to get in front of Shaquille O'Neal. Like, she didn't do this on her own. She couldn't get in front of Shaquille O'Neal before this point. But now,
oh God, no.
You big time stars come there because the agents are gonna, they're all under the same, many of them probably under the same agency, so they can tell one of their clients to, hey, do a promo with this Hawk Tour girls. So I think these kind of differences, the contract will make a difference in that regard. Like, she'll be promoted much more heavier now.
Yeah. Speaking of, John, do you think that she's going to get any type of, you think she's going to turn into a brand eventually, similar to the Catch Me Outside girl? Because
I think it'll be short-lived.
Like,
I don't think she's attractive enough, maybe. But is this Eminem even talking about her here? Is this Eminem?
The level of, wait, what you say?
This is Eminem referring to her here, right?
Yeah.
Like,
I think so.
You can't get in front of Eminem without somebody's help and assistance. That's just my opinion. I just don't believe that on your own, with that statement that she said and her looks, gets her this far.
Yep.
I think she might get, I honestly, similarly,
not gonna lie. Yep.
God damn it.
Yep.
Snake, you heard Gary talking. Come on, 1 minute at a time.
I was gonna say that I think that she herself would try to turn herself into a brand, because I know a lot of women like this who end up getting famous for degenerate stuff try to expand beyond their horizons, if you know what I mean.
Like, look at this video here. Like, look at all these promos that she's in. Like, this is some serious push behind her.
That's a propaganda. They trying to promote that amongst white girls.
Listen,
this is the replacement theory. It's not. Listen, John, this is called the replacement theory. They not replacing just black people. They replacing white people too.
She has 1 million.
They trying to degenerate their race just like they degenerated ours.
Yeah, I mean, that is the argument that people are talking about. I guess kind of goes along with the Bobby Altoff girl, kind of similar to her,
Yeah.
They trying to create an image of what the rest of the world, they want to control what 6 billion people control and see what 300 million people look like and represent. This is the representation of the Western world. And that's why they want to promote her.
She has a documentary out. This is really amazing.
She's got a documentary. Oh my God.
Yeah. Here it is right here.
Yeah, the Hawk Tour girl. She went off.
All she did was say something that anyone could do.
Now this is a good looking girl right here. Ooh,
that girl's hotter than a Hawk too. If she did Hawk too, if she did that meme.
Yeah, she'd be 2 million.
Somebody had wrote that in chaotic form on one of his videos. They had wrote down in one of his messages. I noticed they had put down their Hawk Tour. And that was the first time I ever heard of it. Somebody had typed it in the messages. So I did a / search on it. And that's what came up. And I think that's what caused the algorithm to go crazy. A lot of things go popular when you just say certain trending words. And Hawk 2 on that thing, and boom, it just blew up.
Yeah, John, I don't even think it's like I don't even think it's really an agenda at this point. I just think it's
I was going to say this is just standard, man.
Yeah,
like,
this is.
I don't think there's any...
You ever seen that movie called Don't Look Up? Y'all ain't seen that new movie?
Yeah,
when it talks about how the algorithm operates.
Savage.
No, but
not savage. Solid. That's the point, man. That's just the part of the system at this point. It's not even new.
Like think about Sexy Red. She's one of those women too who are. She's pushed so much. She was at
no, it's not even Sexy Red anymore. It's more Ice Spice now.
Ice Spice.
Yeah, but
no, the girl from the WNBA. What's the girl name? AJ Reese. That's the one really trending.
Oh, Angel Reese.
Angel Reese.
Yeah, I don't think that's real.
I don't think. Yeah, I don't think so either.
Yeah, I think with sports, they see the difference with those women. They actually have some sort of talent, so I think that's just a little bit different. These women, though, they literally don't have any type of talent at all.
Hey, let's watch this video right here. Are you able to see it?
No, yeah, we can see it.
All right, let me turn the volume up.
Not on YouTube. Okay, there you go.
Why did the Coast2Coast girl get so famous? And it's not because of the reason you think. She may have gotten hundreds of millions of views on a stupid video across all platforms, but it's deeper than this, guys. The Jews, the Zionist media, the government, they're promoting female degeneracy and female promiscuity. Why? Because this leads to the downfall of a civilization. And the Jews do not want to see the white race succeed in any way, shape, or form. Besides the Jews, the blacks are also very excited that an attractive white woman is now promoting degeneracy. And it's not their sexy red and Megan the whores shaking their smelly asses on camera. And it's a white woman. So, guys, this is why, because it is all a psyop. Zach Bryan, I do not like that you brought her on stage. You are promoting female promiscuity, female degeneracy, and this is not the way forward. This is not the way that white folks should be living and should be promoting these types of things. So, guys,
I wish we had Imperious or Righteous Muffin up here to respond to that.
Okay, we got to get me cracked, though, but here go my point. I said this earlier. I said it during the chaotic stream. This is what's going on right now. Just Amazing Lucas just tonight just said out his mouth, just like I had said. I get black people by the end of the year. I get black people by the end of the year. Because if they already moving this aggressively on white people, you got to look at what's going on in France right now. Look what's going on in those European countries. Do you understand that African Americans been 13% of the population since 1980? We still 13% of the population at 40 years in the game? Come on. That ain't right.
Yeah, John, I don't think it's a conspiracy theory or anything like that. I just think
this isn't a conspiracy theory at this point, man. This is just the norm.
Yeah.
What do you mean the norm? You just take it like that? What kind of simp attitude is that?
It's not a simp attitude. It's just it's accepting facts.
Yeah.
How you gonna make it? Hey, the plan is to make it to the moon, but ain't no black man gonna be on that ship.
Since we have
that's the future you want to see.
This happened in I think Fort Lauderdale Airport. I have some thoughts about this. I'm curious to know what you guys think about this. Let me make sure the volume is up. Take a look.
Is that that white girl that had a tantrum in the airport?
Bro, you're a weird too. Like it's not funny. Like, bro, I fucking hate you. You're a loser. You're a loser. Dude,
what the hell?
I think she's still there.
You are rushing me. At one point, I literally got sick. You good because of you. I hate you.
We're just really stressed. I thought.
You see how she's still staring at him?
What do you guys think about it?
What was she yelling at him about?
I mean, I don't think it matters.
Yeah, it don't really matter.
See, not gonna lie, this proves my point yet again. You see how she was still staring at him after he already left?
Well, he was talking to the police or somebody, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, she needs to be banned from the airport acting like that.
Hey, John, did you see that video of that one white girl having a tantrum in a mall?
I didn't see it.
My point. Here go my point. What type of officer? Can you go back to that video right quick? I want to see what level, what race, and could that officer been an immigrant?
The officers were white, I think.
Okay. See, because I think them no heads that's gonna be on the next chopping block.
Yo, imagine that being your girlfriend, though, man. God damn.
No, imagine that being your daughter.
Imagine that being your wife.
Well, and the point that I wanted to make about this is like she is only screaming at him like that because the relationship is out of balance. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I'm not a relationship guy, but I can't imagine a woman getting up the nerve to do that to me. Not because I whoop her ass. It's just like I just can't imagine. You know, she would.
It's not just that, John, but she's in public, man. This isn't some domestic dispute type of thing, man. She's doing that in an airport.
He ain't established his boundaries. I bet you he came from a single parent.
No, it's like I said earlier.
Like,
whenever women and men argue,
all this is bullshit.
Sorry,
this is nothing more than he can't make it out here. He having the tough go up in the world, and she's calling him a fucking loser. Like that's it's a lot of things a woman can call you. She can criticize you a million ways, but nothing really stings. Well, there's some other things probably saying, but to be called a loser by a woman, you never forget that. How could you be with her if she thinks you're a loser deep down?
Yeah.
How can she even want to have sex with a loser? She's probably begrudgingly doing it with him. Yeah. Like
that's what I said earlier.
You know, like,
can she bust a nut? If she ain't busting no nuts, you ain't making her happy. That's a whole bunch of sexual frustration. See, he got to know how to get up in the morning sometime and take that stiff woody and do like that Dave Chappelle skit and
Snake, there ain't no damn porn show.
Let me get. I had to get Solid Snake out of here, man. Hold on a second, man.
You gonna get us thrown off here, Snake?
Yeah, man.
Don't get us thrown off, Nick.
That's what they like. I'm telling you.
But I mean,
they wanted to do it.
He was still talking. Oh my God.
I mean, above and beyond the sex, though, because you're not gonna be able to satisfy women with sex forever. Period. But you gotta be able to earn their respect. And at some point in the relationship, he's clearly has lost her respect or never had it. And it's probably
probably never had it. Probably never had it.
That's what I'm betting on. He never had
I was
it.
gonna say, I don't think he had it in the first place. If anything, that woman was a glorified booty call that just became.
When they're in the airport, they're probably traveling somewhere. They've probably been on vacation. You know, whatever. You got an argument on vacation. You know, the list goes on and on. Once you go on vacation, you see other people. You see your hotel you staying in, and the one closest to all the action is a nice hotel, but you can't afford that one. And you just, a woman that, hey, this damn boy is a loser. And it all came out, and maybe he didn't have any money or whatever. But when
he don't have no sex drive, John. That boy didn't have no sex drive. You see how that boy got up? Look at that boy body language. That boy ain't doing nothing.
And John,
that boy ain't doing nothing.
Hey, John, and I think like a lot of times guys think that the money is what makes them. It's not really the money per se. It's just the money makes it so you don't have to be in a situation like that. You want to have like that money means that, hey, listen, this girl going crazy in the airport. I'm gonna just catch another flight because I got the money to do it.
Right.
I'm not traveling with you. I'm going home.
Yeah.
But she probably bought him the plane ticket. He can't do nothing. He can't.
You know what? Yeah, that was another question. I wonder who in the world put up the money. Which one of the two put up the money for the flight?
More than likely she did. More than likely she did. She probably
because that dude got beta written all over him. That boy ain't never stood up to that girl. He ain't never stood up to that girl. Not one day in his life.
That's why the money. That's why even with red pill guys, they focus on money to keep a woman. The money, it really to me is so you could be in a position to walk away. That's what the money is.
Yeah, the money's a backup plan.
Well, I think the money is really tempers the woman's behavior. When they got something that they don't want to lose. If they were just down in Florida in the Ritz-Carlton eating good food, you think she gonna throw it all away clowning on this boy because of whatever some trivial that they may have had a disagreement about? She's gonna be bashing. She's gonna be bashing in the
John, you know this falls in line to what Imperia said about whenever his dogs act right, he gives them doggy biscuits.
Yeah,
no, but John, you saw Cassie though running out of that hotel room You know, sometimes the money ain't everything, man.
You
Sometimes
gotta
I don't.
have a good hard piece of wood.
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
you know, Cassie
I
was
mean,
running
yeah,
away
the
from
money didn't
getting
save
beat up.
Jonathan Majors, John.
yeah, the money.
Run
Listen. Hey,
Well, I mean,
Jonathan Major sound, in my opinion, I think that dude effeminate. I don't think he got morning wood like that. I don't think he can wake up and please no woman. I'm gonna tell you the truth.
Come on, man.
You
All
gotta
right.
get up. I'm gonna tell you the truth, man. You a predator. What you
Hold on, I had to get Silent Snake out of here. I'm sorry, man. I'm just not thinking about if Jonathan Majors can pleasure a woman or not, man.
Yeah,
I don't care about
I
that,
brought that
man.
up as an example.
Yeah. No, the example is the money isn't what makes women respect you. It's being able to walk away that makes them respect you. And that money helps you just be able to walk away. Jonathan Majors could have left that relationship a long time ago, but he wanted to sit and argue with her, go back and forth with her. I heard the audio of him talking to her. He told that white woman to be more like Coretta Scott King. That
Yeah.
man is insane. He's insane. How dare you tell a white woman to be more like Coretta Scott? Are you crazy? That's why I don't think the money is everything. It's really the mentality of the man, because you could be a millionaire and still be a simp.
No, I agree with that, but I think, you know, if a woman calls a man a loser, that's not sexual. It's not sexual.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
That's more like you don't have the drive.
That's a performance thing. Yeah.
You don't have the drive, the ability to maintain this relationship going further than this. I'm not having children with you. I'm not gonna marry some loser. You know, that's kind of how I took it. Because, you know, those are words. She could have called him stupid ass, you know, and you can kind of pass those words. It's very difficult. I would think as a woman calling me a loser.
Yeah, it is pretty brutal.
Hey guys, any of you ever had a woman call you a loser in an argument?
Hell no.
Nah.
I've been called I think the worst I've been called is a dumbass.
Yeah. I'm trying to think. What's the worst? I don't think I've ever got to that point where a woman is yelling at me, calling me names. I think the worst is like girls have cried. They've like cried and stuff.
Right.
Yeah, I've never been to that point where I'm yelling at a girl and she's like talking shit to me like that. Like I you know, even if I get that type of energy, I'm out of there. You know, like I'm not about to go back and forth. So no, I never nothing like that. Yeah.
I'm curious to what Portia had. She said she had some video, like a video lined up, I think.
Oh yeah. Portia, are you still there?
Yes, I'm still here.
Oh wow. Okay. All right.
I didn't want to interrupt the men while you guys are talking.
What? Matter of fact, since you're here, what do you think? What's like the worst thing you've ever called a guy in a like in a maybe like in an argument like that, or do you even do stuff like that?
I don't think that the worst thing. I mean, I can't think of anything because that's just not me. So I don't believe that I have. I think that whenever you're having a conversation with a man, it doesn't matter what the relationship is. You don't want to say anything that's going to impact his manhood. My mom has always told me and my sister things about that, and to always, like, if you're mad, don't talk, just wait, let him know you need some time, but don't punch down on him because he goes through so much every day as a man, type of thing. So like I can't recall ever intentionally saying something to demean a man's existence. I think that's terrible, actually.
Yeah.
Portia, Portia, you ever dated a man you thought he was a loser?
No.
And that's what I think really
I definitely wouldn't date him if I thought he was a loser.
You know what I'm saying? That's what I think gets to the meat of the matter. Like, You think he a loser, man? That's tough word. That would be tough for me to come back from that, to want to be with that woman.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm the type of I like to like hype my man up and like let him know that I support him in the things that he's doing. And then I also have to, you know, sometimes women, we want to take charge and things like that. But for me, I'm a strong believer in a man is the head and he's the leader. And so like you have to trust what it is that he's doing and support him and just cheer him on. And whenever he thinks that he failed or he did something wrong, I'd rather him come and tell me that versus me, you know, punching down on him type of thing. But a lot of Black women do that though. I just don't think that, you know, calling your dude a bum, saying that he's lame, you're a loser.
Yeah, like calling a Black man lame is the equivalent of calling a white man a loser.
It's like, oh.
Yeah.
Why would you date him? Why would you date
they kind of like that. They kind of like that like that.
Nah, you got to be all of the above.
Portia, you gotta be careful too with Black men, because you call him the wrong word, he might put hands and feet on you.
Yeah, he might rough you up.
He might. But
So,
on the flip side, the white,
would that be acceptable?
No, it wouldn't be acceptable, but that's just the reality. But I think on the flip side, the white man, the white man on the flip side, the white man might he might kill you, the kids, and the dog if you keep doing that.
Yeah, I was going to say I've seen hundreds of stories. I've seen a lot of stories of niggas beating their girls, but the kids are okay. But when white people beat their girls, the kids get it too.
The kids, they taking the wife, the kids, and the dog out. And I think that's
stop lying.
No, I come on, Savage. We've seen it. We've seen it.
Yeah,
You've seen it, but you've also seen the ex
go
and murk the girl. Hey, Portia.
Oh yeah.
You see the deletion on the other side just as well.
Yeah. No, I will say these young Black boys, they're deleting their girlfriends nowadays. I've seen it. I'm not gonna lie, but I'm saying like where you have
the kids
like
get it on purpose.
Yeah, no, but what you see with the white folks is like you see like the it'll be a married family. It'll be a married man with his wife.
Yeah, it's called the savior complex.
Yeah, and the wife will be talking down to this husband. You know, she'll be talking down to him for years, and then one day he just snaps and kills the whole family.
The thing that you're talking about where whites kill the whole family is when the guy thinks that by killing the family he's actually saving them from he like the guys that go and kill the entire family are more of like a psychotic mercy killing type thing where like they're gonna kill you so you don't have to suffer in general.
That's
the
worse.
Guy that you're
Wait,
I'm not saying it was.
Let me answer this question from Cam the King. He says, why is the goal to get HB a lot lizard and not like John, the channel owner? John get a fucking. I don't know if you.
Well, number one, I don't think John needs money to do that. Number two,
yeah.
John is the one who suggested HB get a lot lizard in the first place.
Yeah,
so we're going with
him. Let me jump in here.
Go ahead.
You know, we have Master Kim up here. I want to get him to speak. But Master Kim told a story just the other day, and I guess it didn't sink in. Maybe we should have him tell the story again until it sinks in. How he tried to do business with some Black men in Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
And they just did not want his help. He was willing to throw him business, and he's like, yo, man, what's the deal? Like, why don't you guys want to work with me? I'm really trying to throw you work. And Master Kim, since he's here, he can fill it in better than I can. Master Kim, go ahead.
Oh, you what?
Yeah. Hey, good morning, everyone. And John, just real quick, if I could comment on that airport story real quick. I think that dude, and like what you said earlier, I think it will cost a lot of money to go on vacation. And when you go on vacation as a man, you can't be creeping. You can't be caught looking at other women on the beach because the tensions are high, right? I thought, oh boy, probably got caught creeping or looking, and the girl's acting a fool. And as far as someone just said a moment ago, keep in mind, a lot of these boys come from single mothers. So they got this woman barking at him. They don't know that that little wiring is going to get crossed and ultra violence is going to kick off because all the aggression from their mother bitching at them for 20 something years straight. These guys are on edge. So, yeah, I wanted to kind of throw that out there. But real quick, yeah, I'm originally from Michigan. When I moved to Georgia, I'm into building gas stations, all that type of gas station stuff. And the town I'm in, there's nonstop growth and building, even all the way through when the economy was bad. And it's all Anglo traditional companies, contractors, all just blowing up because of all the business. A lot of the African American contractors just weren't getting involved in this stuff. And when I say I wanted to create a group of minorities, not necessarily African Americans, but it was predominantly that, to say, hey, there's a group called the BNI that I think Nina used to be a part of, but it's a national group, and every town or every city has one, and it's a bunch of group business professionals come in, they pay a fee, but they meet once a month and they network, but they channel exclusive business to each other. In each group, one will be a carpenter, one guy will be a lawn care guy, one guy's a plumber, one guy's an HVAC guy, and within our group, we funnel business directly to each other exclusively. And I tried to bring this group together and explain that. And a lot of these people didn't know each other. One guy was a power washer, one guy was a lawn care guy. And these are people that actually I think I'd use at my personal home to like power wash my driveway or an HVAC. These are people that I knew personally that I tried to bring together because they could see in front of them all this new construction going on, and they were on the outside looking in. And I said, hey, would you mind if we created a network? And in this network, and in this particular situation, the power washer guy, I was going to give him about 40 to 50 gas stations to power wash their canopies, underneath. Because down here in the South, the humidity, the mold develops very quickly on the building fascias, as well as the gasoline canopies underneath, And, it was guaranteed business. And then he would have to also forward leads for the guy in the group that handles all the lawn care. So it would be this reciprocating network of exclusive leads and trying to just and also mentor each other in business and stuff. And I pitched it, and people are just kind of listening, but no one took the bait. In fact, it actually ruined my friendship. They quit returning my calls, and I just didn't understand it. And I have a very good friend of mine named Jamal that lives in Jacksonville, and he's African American. And I can't just go to anyone and say, hey, how come I got dissed by these guys? I had to kind of tastefully word it and figure it out, because I was stunned. And Jamal said, I told him what I try to do, and he thought about it for a second, and he goes, Mike, us Southern African Americans or black guys, we just want to work hard, enjoy our family, and we don't want no problems. And I guess kind of enjoy their own individual success. They didn't need to network with anyone is basically what it was. And I thought that was a big flaw because the ebb and flows of business, the seasonality of business, your money gets funny, your money gets fickle throughout the year in any business, by the way, the ups and downs. And by not having a network of leads and just that kind of business, it does harm you. So that's what I thought. So with John mentioning that was my absolutely failed attempt at trying to bring a group together. And it also could be people were also guarded too. Maybe they didn't want this HVAC guy to know about how I make my money doing power washing, because he maybe didn't want the HVAC guy to start doing power washing gigs on the side. So maybe it was a lack of trust, and maybe I was just a bad salesman. I didn't finesse it better, but these guys wanted nothing to do with it, regardless of how it made sense, because the white boys are doing that. The guy that does trim contracting, he's got his buddy that does lawn care showing up, or the other guy that cleans up
Master
construction
Kim,
sites
you're
after
not
us.
Master
lying
Kim, you're
because
going
I
on.
tried
Yeah,
that
you're
10
you're
years
going on a
ago.
tangent a little bit, man.
Wait, you guys are talking over each other. I couldn't hear that part.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We have to let
I was
Master
gonna
Kim
say
finish here.
Master.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say
Oh no!
Master
Oh,
Kim.
yeah, I'm
Oh,
done.
sorry.
Yeah, thank you.
I was gonna say Master Kim's taking a little bit too long to tell this story. He didn't tell it this long. He didn't go into this much detail the last time.
I absolutely hate 3/4 of the people on this panel. You guys are all racist because you let the half Asian, half white man talk uninterrupted. But every time I
No, that's
speak,
John.
the
That's
full
John
white
Savage.
man cuts me off. Every time I speak, you guys cut me off.
I won't let anyone cut you off, Savage. Full white man up next. White man privilege. We have you at the top. We have you at the top of the screen with no shirt on.
Give Savage white girl.
Hold on. We have Savage at the top of the screen with no shirt on. That's a hell of a lot of privilege there.
Yeah, Savage.
Go ahead,
Go
Savage.
ahead, Savage.
Yeah. So going back to when you kicked me off earlier, HB.
I didn't kick you. Well, your
You
wife
took
was
me off.
screaming at you. She was
She
screaming
was,
at you.
that wasn't screaming.
Well, she was kind
He
of
was
checking
fussing
you.
at you.
Yeah, she was.
Yeah,
checking
my wife is 32 weeks pregnant. She's very emotional, sir.
Listen. I don't. That's none of my business. I just didn't want you to be on the screen getting fussed at.
No, do you know what that conversation was about?
Savage. It's none of my business.
No,
I want
to tell you. I want to tell you so you know. So what she was talking about is last night I'm putting together a dresser for our baby that's due in a couple weeks. And she came downstairs because she can't sleep because she's 32 weeks pregnant. So she gets very little sleep. And she asked me where I was. And I told her that I was outside throwing the garbage away because these things are packaged in an amazing amount of trash. And she said, I didn't see you. And my response to her was, I don't understand how that's possible. She was upset and found that to be rude. That's what the conversation was about because she's hormonal and she takes everything as a slight.
Yeah.
I know that you don't have any kids, so you don't know what it's like to deal with a woman that's 32 weeks or 33 weeks or 34 weeks. They are very, very emotional and they get no sleep. They're very irritable.
That's a fact.
Well,
Yeah, they bipolar as hell.
I didn't want you to.
Should we leave you on screen next time, Savage? If she starts to bicker at you?
No. I just wanted to address it because I didn't want to argue with my wife and humiliate my wife while I was speaking. So I waited till she was calmed down to come back up here.
Hey, can we get back to the topic? We got
I didn't want that. I didn't want
the topic.
Yeah.
So go ahead, Savage. Your thoughts on the topic?
Well, before we got to Kim, we were talking about white men killing everybody and black men not killing everybody. That's what we were talking about. Is that the topic, or is the topic about how blacks interact with business?
No. I think what sparked it was that comment of why John is promoting my Cash App on his channel.
Yeah.
This whole thing started about promotion.
Right. And I think what a lot of people don't realize is that it's a mutually beneficial business relationship. And he's promoting my Cash App, one, because he doesn't need the money, but also because I'm doing like 8-hour, 9-hour streams on his channel. So it benefits him and it benefits me.
It costs me nothing.
Yeah,
right? It doesn't cost me anything.
Right.
I really don't see what the problem is, but we've had several people mention it.
Yeah, I don't.
Are you serious?
Either.
Yeah,
blacks. You missed it, man. That's been happening a lot. A lot of people.
Well, here's the question. I've seen.
Y'all know why it happened, right?
Why?
Because an old foe came in the chat, and y'all know who the old foe is.
Oh, King Shenard.
I didn't even have to say the name.
Yeah,
and started it up the other day, and now here you go.
That's hilarious.
Nobody had
Listen,
nothing to say about it until then.
I've seen it's happened so many times. I've had my Cash App up on CT's channel when I used to host shows. I've had other people's
King
Cash
Shinar was
apps up.
snooping.
Yeah, it's hilarious. That's King Shinar for you, though.
Well,
That's
to be
funny.
fair with King Shinar, he does bring up a good point. Earlier, HB, you said that you don't need money to get women. So why would we be giving you money to get lot lizards? Because that would go against your main principle of not needing money for women.
Savage, just like buy a cup of coffee. You know, you go to Scott Adams' site. You know, he has more money than all of us, and he's like, buy me a cup of coffee or something. I think that's what he said. So it's like a play on, you know, on that. You know, we don't expect HB to be out here buying lot lizards. You know,
Yeah, I was going to say.
I would, John, I would agree with you.
HB's going to get an actual lot lizard with his money.
I fully expect. Go ahead, Savage. Go ahead.
Here's the problem when it comes to logic, guys. You can't say you have a philosophy and then at the same time be doing something that's counter to that philosophy, and then ask somebody to try to extrapolate what you're really going to do with the things that you say.
It's for marketing. It's a slogan.
Yeah, and I don't think it's extrapolating. I think it would be kind of interpretation, but you know,
I just
like,
feel like
okay.
By HB, a lot lizard is the equivalent of like come to I'm loving it from McDonald's.
Do we really
exactly?
Care? Do we really care? I mean, we CT talks about his Cash App all the time.
It's starting to become a meme in the Discord now. So
okay,
I care because I fully expect HB. HB, I fully expect you to buy a lot lizard. I want my money to go to you buy a lot lizard.
No, Blacks. If you're using that logic, I want HB to buy that P cup that I suggested yesterday.
Yeah, yes.
Well,
I want the P cup.
But let's be fair here, because you had the Liver King that started selling supplements and saying he was all natural. And then we found out that he wasn't all natural and he wasn't on a carnivore diet, that he was using steroids. And he got blasted for that because his philosophy of life did not go with his marketing. So how is it that...
Well, he was being serious.
That
was the issue.
This Savage finish. Go ahead.
So how is it, though, HB, that you were up here earlier saying that you don't need money for women and that people that think that they need money for women are just simps, but yet you are part of this show asking for money for women? I just don't understand how that's congruent.
Can I answer that question?
Yeah, please, John. All right.
You know, a while back, HB, you may or may not remember, I asked you, I said, man, you know, are you looking to become an owner operator or something like that? I think owner operator is the term, right? Is that right?
Yep.
And I think you said, yeah, you know, you do you remember that conversation?
Yeah.
Right. And ideally, I could change the topic to better right now. Help HB become an owner operator. And that's really what ideally I would have wanted to name it that, but I don't think that would go over very well with people. So I figured a play like this would be better. It is kind of comical as well. So that's why I just say buy HB a lot lizard. Most people don't even know what a lot lizard is. They come and find out it's kind of comical. But again, you know, I would much prefer to say, hey, let's help HB buy his first truck. But I think if I did that, you probably would see a lot more resistance from people. And they may not even show it, but they say, man, I ain't helping this nigga get a truck. Fuck him.
Yeah.
John.
That really well.
I think the meme aspect of it, because I think one of your first streams was teaching people what a lot lizard was, and once they found out about it, they realized how comical buy HB a lot lizard was, and I think that little funny aspect to it makes it sell a lot easier.
You know, John.
Let me get sir. Hold on for a second, Sir Tice. I see you're in the audience. If you want to come up, I think I joined your stream the other day, or you on the stream that I was on. So yeah, I enjoyed being on there with you. So if you want to join, hit the link there. Someone was about to say something. Go ahead.
I wanted to know more about what Master Kim was talking about.
Master Kim, the floor is yours. We'll come back to you, Savage. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, hey, what I was going to squeeze in real quick about HB. Keep in mind his productivity level is dipped at least 25%. He's got to drive a little bit slower. There's probably times he's got to pull over so that he can so he can get a clear thought and make sure he's got the signal for the stream. So yeah, why wouldn't we cash app him? Especially it's the modern age. $5, $3, $2, $1. It's stunning. And yeah, the whole lot lizard is a stick. I love it. It's dope. And in fact, and because HB don't need the money is the bigger reason we need to give him money, because he's smart money. He's got money streams coming from all angles, so yeah, it makes hell. Why would he want money? It's the modern age.
Hey, look, I need the money. I need the money. I got 6 children. I ain't never gonna say I don't need the money ever.
Yeah.
I don't care. I don't care how much money I make, boy. Listen, I make a lot of money, but if somebody's gonna give me some more money, absolutely, I'm not gonna turn it down.
Heck yeah, I'm not gonna lie, Master Kim.
Hey, you ever thought about starting your own channel?
Who?
Master Kim?
You.
Oh, me? I have one, man. I've been moonlighting. I haven't done it in a while, dude. I'll have to get back up. So I do have one. You can subscribe still, but I haven't done any shows on that channel in at least 6 months. So it is what it is. I'm gonna have to start doing something more.
Blacks, what's your Blacks, what's your YouTube? Black Suitify, right?
Yeah, it's just Black Suitify.
I'll post
YouTube.
it in the chat. I'll post it in the
Yeah,
chat.
I talk about a couple. I got demonetized because I played some video with Glenn Lowry on it, and they struck me, and then they demonetized me, and that's okay. I mean, in that regard, I'm not about to adhere to their rules. However, it just took the giddy up out of my pony. Go ahead.
Hey, Blacks, I just want to say salute to Nas for sending me that Cash App. I definitely appreciate it, and I will be buying a lot lizard with that Cash App.
Hey, hey, yo, speaking of Nas, did you see that they made, and this is just nigger culture. Did you see, it was just an aside. I didn't even know anything about this. They made his album Illmatic the #1 rap album of all time.
Yeah, I actually heard about that, and I thought that was cap. I thought that was.
Oh my God.
I always thought Stillmatic was better than Illmatic. Honestly,
it was, and I can't stand why
it's objectively better.
I don't understand.
I thought it was
better.
Oh man, I'm already on your channel.
Oh yeah, I'm there, man. Yeah. Listen, I don't understand how they made that the #1 rap album of all time, though. Of all time, that's insane. But I wanted to jump into the business. That's ridiculous. I wanted to talk about business, and I wanted to give Master Kim. I wanted to bolster what he was saying, that there are organizations in cities and counties and in states that give people leg ups, if not BNI, but your local chamber of commerce, your local small SBA, all these things that are subsidized by subsidized by the state and the federal government, that will give you leg ups into any industry you'd like to do. And I mean, a lot of people don't understand. You could be a 501c3. If you don't know what a 501c3 is, it's just a nonprofit. You don't have to pay taxes on the money that comes in. Now, if you take a salary, of course you have to pay taxes. But it's easy to get a 501c3 going, or a different 501 nomenclature that gives you tax write-off ability, that gives you that allows you to abstain from paying taxes to the federal or state government. I mean, there are so many things, man. And I wanted to answer what he said. The black guy said to you, he said, black people, the reason why they didn't contact you back was because they just want to make their money and live. That's bullshit. Yeah. That's bullshit. to the umpteenth degree. They didn't do it because they're fucking lazy. That's why.
Yeah. I agree with Blacks with that one. I agree with Blacks.
Let me tell you guys a story.
Yeah.
That kind of lines with Master Kim. So I had a black guy that used to do my floors, refinish all my floors, and I would do room by room. So it was kind of a lot of floors, transactional one by one. And so one day I asked him, "Hey man, you just finished up these floors. I need some touch up painting or something I need." He says, "Man, I don't refer anyone." He said, because, it went bad on me one time. Somebody that I referred didn't do a good job for the customer, whatever. I've never had a Hispanic say that to me. Yep. You ask them for something, man. If they know somebody, bro, they gonna
refer them.
Damn straight.
Hey, look, man, I'm telling you, John, listen, I own a baseball team. Okay. I'm growing it year by year, team by team. So I just added a 13U team to my baseball team. I had to hire coaches, all of that. So it's a lot of money. I'm spending a lot of money doing this. And so I have a 12U and a 13U team. And me and my partner, we meet these parents, we tell them what we're about. We tell them how we're about integrity. It's a Christian organization. Some people buy into that. It's always sales. Everything is sales, by the way. You got to sell yourself. So I meet these guys who are in all sorts of industries who want their children to be baseball phenoms. I'm talking about FBI agents, owners of businesses. I got a Korean guy who owns a hair care company. He started it. It's called it's everywhere. It's in Target. I can't even remember the name of it, but he's a multimillionaire. You wouldn't even ever know. He's on my team. I have a lawyer who is the VP of Live Nation law. The contract law portion of Live Nation. He's the vice president of that entire segment of that business. He's always in LA, always in New York, always giving out tickets. I mean, and so whenever you think I don't leverage these people? You think I got a guy who's a contractor. He said I needed some work done. He's a Mexican, and this is to John's point. He's a Mexican guy. I said, "Hey, look, man, something's wrong with the grout in my shower. I need to get it fixed. I don't want to do it." He said, "No, I got you." He went and he got a guy who used to work for him, and he went off and did his own business. He said, "Hey, I'll get him there, and not only that, I'll get him to give you a discount." He went in there, man, and within an hour and a half, he had regrouted my entire shower, and then I gave him extra business on top of that to redo some cracks that were in my tile in my kitchen floor. My point is that everybody else will recommend, will give people ways to feed their families. But for some damn reason, whenever I do business with black people, and I'm telling you, I try and do business with black people, they screw you over, by and large. Sometimes, like the guy with Live Nation, he's a black guy, but this guy, he's so far removed. Anyway, the point that I'm making is it's ridiculous. Why can't we do it in, quote, black communities, unquote? It's ridiculous. I can't tell you, man. I'm telling you guys, man, I try and give so much business to black people, and they always end up dropping the ball somehow or some way. It's not even funny, man. And it's laziness, no integrity, no business acumen whatsoever. If they don't know something, instead of saying, "Hey, look, man, I don't know," they just disappear. They don't pick up your phone calls. Nothing. Well, you've already initiated business with them. You've already said, "Hey, I'm definitely going to pay you this. Let's sign the contract." And then all of a sudden, they'll disappear from you. And you'll find out later it was because they didn't have the infrastructure to do the business. Instead of just telling me that, they just disappear on me. It's ridiculous.
Did you want to respond to that, Master Kim, or anyone want to respond to that?
I wanted to respond to it, John.
Go ahead.
Okay. When I was working, before I decided to go independent, I was working at my dad's shop. It's called PC Paramedics. Basically, whenever we were working with electronics, we tried hiring a couple black people straight out of college. There was some black American guy named Cody He was a real smart guy, real good with electronics. But for fuck's sake, this nigga would never come in on time. He would never get his electronics in by the due date, his repairs in by the due date. This motherfucker would always hold on to any electronics or any equipment that he had to rent out from my dad for way longer than he should have. He just wasn't consistent, man. A lot of niggas like this, especially when they get into the workforce. You have to be extremely diligent and you have to be extremely consistent. A lot of niggas just aren't for some reason.
Yeah.
What do you think, Master Kim? You've been in business. What do you think?
Yep, that's a very fair comment. Please forgive me. I probably missed the last 40 seconds. I had a call come in.
Well, I can tell you one thing.
Hold on, Snake. One at a time. We come to you, Snake. One at a time. Come on.
Well, first off, I think we all will agree. Anyone that's probably have heard Blacks Who Defy or knows him in person wants him to run for office. So don't be beating anyone up anytime soon. You gotta.
I won't.
You gotta run for office, man. I mean, the way your perspective is spot on, man. Too bad I'm not an Illinois resident. I'd vote for you in a heartbeat.
Yeah, man, you gotta run. You gotta run for your state office, man.
Hey, I've been told this my entire life, and I've never done it. Anyway, go ahead, Master Kim. Go ahead.
So I think you're right. So a certain level of complacency, and I think the problem is that the people I was speaking of earlier, these are successful entrepreneurs. Successful to a point, and they're just enjoying their success. They're not trying to hedge against the days that you're not successful, and you need to kind of get out of that complacency bubble. And I think that's in addition to what you mentioned earlier, they probably weren't driven enough to come out of that complacency bubble. But also, I use the term crowning a king. The Black community is affected by the same thing all the other minority communities are affected with. The Patels, the Koreans, they're kind of cautious about helping crown the next king, so they're kind of guarded. They're kind of want to conceal some information, and maybe that's why you had mentioned, or John had mentioned earlier, about wanting to get a lead on that floor guy. That guy didn't want to help provide that lead to help crown a king because the guy probably does good work. So I think that exists in all ethnic communities. But however, the other communities do get past that, but within the Black community, I think they're very cautious about, maybe spending their money on a business owner that would actually do. I was talking to my friend last night, Ken, who's a very successful commercial African-American realtor in Atlanta. And I told him about, I don't understand why Blacks do not thrive in the beauty supply business. They're more likable. They understand the products. They understand the community, why they would just blossom in the industry. And the same techniques to reduce theft and safety, they could figure all that stuff out. But I think they don't.
May I, to your point about the business, about the beauty supplies, there was a beauty supply here in Frisco, Texas, and I watched it go under lickety split because the Korean man's water is colder. Do you understand? Black people,
yes, the perception
have a lack of self-worth.
We don't want to support each other a lot of times.
Period. It's been bred into them, and it's not genetic. It's just they teach them. There is a scholar. Her name was Marva Collins. She wrote a book called, I believe it's called Marva Collins Way. I believe that's the name. But Marva Collins is famous for starting a school in the city of Chicago. Now, she's from Alabama. And she juxtaposes poverty versus culture. So a lot of people, you've heard the trope. Black people, by and large, are impoverished. And if we would just solve the poverty issue, the poverty question, then we would solve crime. Okay. But what flies in the face of that is there's a place here called Ames, Texas. And in Ames, Texas, it's around 74 to 79% Black. And their median income is $38,000 a year. And they have a B+ when it comes to crime. Then you go to Chicago, which is around 40 to 50% Black. And they have an F for crime, yet the median income there, even in those households, is 44,000, give or take. So it flies in the face of that narrative that poverty drives crime. However, we're told that by our such luminaries like Cornell West and the lot that we've all had the displeasure of listening to, James Cone, etc. And we now have this milieu that we can't get out of, proliferated through in all Black communities everywhere, even the well-to-do ones, the ones who don't even subscribe to that nonsense. They will proliferate the nonsense in an effort to rise up and get Black people from committing the terrible, heinous crimes that they do.
They don't
Black
want to
people
get cooked from the cookout either.
Exactly.
They don't
it's
want to get
ridiculous.
ostracized either. That's the whole thing.
One of the things that Master Kim said to me that I really had no idea of is the mindset of an immigrant as it relates to housing versus a business. It's totally opposite of how I think most Americans look at the world. And Master Kim, you remember what you told me about how an immigrant would give up their house before they give up their business?
Yes, absolutely. And one thing I left out of the story is my mother lost her house in the same process. So that's why I know the story oh so well and whatnot. So in 06, 07, 08, when houses were upside down and trying to renegotiate your mortgage or do short sales, my mother was forced to do a short sale on her house for all the various reasons, but she had like 3 commercial buildings. It was stunning. Her thought was the commercial building and businesses always provide cash flow and income. This house doesn't put food in our mouth. Although it's shelter, we can buy another house. And I was a grown man, by the way. I wasn't even living with her. But yeah, that's a very common thing. When Fifth Third Bank and Chase Bank were calling on commercial mortgages, there were, most commercial loans when you own a building, and I don't mean to sound stupid because maybe many of you already know this, but a commercial mortgage isn't like a home mortgage that you'll have a 30-year fix. A commercial mortgage might be 3-year or a 5-year with what's called a balloon, which means in 3 to 5 years, there's still $250,000 owed on your building. You either need to cash them out or get a refi, sometimes, the majority of times, with that same bank. But Fifth Third Bank and all these, and also they got language in their mortgages that they can call the note due anytime, and you're not protected by the same mortgage laws like you are with your home when you live in. So Fifth Third Bank and all these banks in 2006, 7, and 8 send notices to a lot of property owners that they had 60 days to find another lender or whatnot, and they'd never missed a payment. So a lot of business owners were forced, do I save my business or do I save my house? Because both were underwater with the banks.
Master Kim, I watched a lot of good men and women join the military at that time. You'll see these 40-year-olds joining right at the end of their ability to join. And you'll say, I'm like, what are you doing here? You spent half your life outside of the military. Why are you here? Oh, because I lost my business. I owned a trunking company. I owned a farm parts company. I owned, a transportation company, etc. And because of that downturn and because of the banks calling their notes, even though they had never missed payments, they were unable to, float. They were unable to find themselves above water. They were underwater, of course. And now they had to work for the government in some capacity. It's crazy.
Yeah, very well said. So, and you're right. A lot of business owners, let the house go because so I guess to a degree they had to like ice up their emotions because emotionally you don't want to lose the house. You don't want the embarrassment. You don't want the kids to have to transfer to a new school. But they chose also it gets back to my earlier comment from a previous podcast. If they lose the business, they don't have the education to go get a job with General Dynamics or to be a colleague of Blacks Who Defy. They're not educated or skilled to really get into the workforce to earn the money to take care of the whole family. So the businesses were all they have. So they had to swing strong, I guess.
I agree with that.
Wait, Master Kim, do you think though, because I kind of believe that with just the market, there's always going to be ups and downs with the market. So if you own a business, I think it's honestly it's better to kind of hedge towards saving your business by any means in a downturn than to just give it up completely.
Correct.
And go work.
I was gonna say the HB. That's because it's the objective right way. Like you can always buy your house back as long as you have a consistent flow of cash with you. But if you lose that business, there's no guarantee that you're gonna have any form of income or any form of means of getting yourself back onto your feet.
You're absolutely right, Garion. But you know why they do that? Because we have been told the inverse. We've been told keep your home at all costs.
Yes.
You know, this is what society, and I'm not even talking about black people here. I'm just talking about Americans have been told that you need to maintain your shelter above all. Your means of purchasing that shelter, that be damned, you can always get a quote another job unquote. But see, this is the issue with masculinity. No men anywhere to be found. Every man that you see is all soft. There's a group I go to called Mighty Men, and all these men are pretty much millionaires. If not, they're not millionaires. They're on their way to becoming millionaires. And these guys, it's a Christian organization, and I go every Saturday. And the guy who runs it is a Navy SEAL. Okay, and I go. It starts at 6:30 a.m. If you're not through those doors by 7, then the doors get closed on you, and they'll say, "Come another day." The point is integrity, accountability. I bring my son with me every time I go because he needs to see this. Raising up strong, masculine, God-fearing men. We don't have that anymore. Okay, and also after that we meet and the very thing you were talking about earlier, Master Kim, where we network and we farm each other business. That's what we do. Now this is filled with black men, white men, you know, Hispanic men, Indian men. These are just people, men. You know, I can't tell you, man. You have to experience it. My point is I'm not giving them any money. There's no offering, nothing. We're just going there to be amongst men. We're doing push-ups. We're talking about the Lord, and then we go and we break into our small groups. We talk about the message, and then after that, we just fellowship with one another, and we don't have that anymore.
Yeah,
that's all.
But I think though the beauty of this community though is that we can know, and even if it's just a microcosm of on the internet, like even with John, like when he approached me with this idea, you know, I was like, of course I'll do it, man. Like, what are you talking about? Of course I'll do this show with you, man. Like, I just think that, you know, some people might not get it because they don't really have that business mind. And, you know, it's just, to me, I just look at it as a business opportunity. But even with the people that I've met in this space, you got to be able to network with people, and I've been able to learn so many things, man. It's crazy when I really sit back and think about it.
Hold on, let Savage get in on this.
I was just about to say, Savage, tell your story, man.
So, Savage, you want to take your shirt off? I'll put you solo.
Oh my God!
Pause.
My shirt is still off, but
go ahead, Savage. Sorry.
Yeah, so I actually was really close to this black contractor. I did all of his electrical because he didn't do electrical. He was pretty much a general contractor. I referred him to somebody to do a fence, and he ended up taking their deposit. And never showing up to do the work.
Ridiculous.
So, like, when it comes to the contractors, you already have, like, contractors have a bad rap because you have contractors that take deposits and disappear. They do shoddy work. People don't understand what things cost to do, so a lot of people feel that they're being overcharged all the time. So when it comes to referring somebody, I will only refer somebody that I honestly don't think that they'll do something. Like if I feel any sort of shadiness in the person, I will just not even, I won't even do it because of that situation. But when it comes back down to networking and stuff in general, a lot of the contractors that I deal with when it comes to blacks in general, like in the Cleveland area, is very few people are minded to be an entrepreneur in general. So you're already talking about a limited amount, like a small amount of people. But when it comes to like your average contractor in like a city, a lot of the contractors are fly by nights. You have like the white junkies that are still getting high, that are just trying to get through to get to the next job. And then you have the ex criminals that are contractors because they have a aggravated robbery on their record from 5 years ago. So very few contractors that you come across like just walking around. You're more likely to come across like your average low level contractor than it is like a contractor that's doing $50 million a year or $100 million a year in business. Those people are not the average people you're going to walk by. So it just comes down to when you're talking about referring people and stuff, it just comes down to class. Like the probability that you're going to come across the guy that's doing $500 million a year as a general contractor is very slim just in general. But you're more commonly going to find a guy that does floor that sucks at it or is shady or things like that. So it's just a perspective thing.
Yeah.
Blacks, you got a fan, bro.
Yeah, we let's just ignore that.
I think we got a porn bomber showing up here.
Another one, John. You've been getting a lot of porn bombers lately.
Yeah,
man.
John, I'm telling you, man, you're gonna blow up soon,
John,
man. You're getting the porn bombers early, man.
John
I don't know why they
John, what did we tell you the other day?
You said quite a few things. What exactly are you referring to?
So the person that I'm telling you, this is what this person does.
You think that was him right there?
I know that it was him. I know that it is.
Really?
Yeah, probably.
We know who it is. We know who it is. And this
YouTube should really have some kind of
if that's what he's doing, he got to step up his game
to kind of match users with usernames or something,
But no, I wanted to ask Portia. So Portia, what did you think about the conversation that we're having right now? What's your thoughts on it?
It's hard to do business with Black people, and I hate how impossible some Black people make things in terms of business, especially whenever you have people around you that are willing to pour into you and invest in you. And that's one thing that kind of triggers me a bit whenever I see it in the chat, whenever they're like, well, why won't John put his cash app? Why won't this? Why won't that? Black people have a hard time, for whatever reason, understanding that it's okay to help each other. And just because
my God.
Just because I want to help you, that does not mean that I want to take from you. And I would like to add to you, and then in turn you can add to me, and then we can add, we can create a network just based on what it is that we do together. It's frustrating a lot of times, but I think, the whole, what is a crabs in a bucket or barrel mentality, or
crabs in a bucket.
It not being able to, I don't know what it is in a lot of Black folks' brains where that just doesn't click. Like you have someone, or you'll have multiple people around you that are willing to help you spread your wings. They want to, network with you. They want to market with you. They want to put you in contact with different people. Like they want to do all of these different things. But as Black said, there's a form of rejection. You'll have conversations. They'll stop answering the phone, or whatever it is. And it's just like, all I'm trying to do is be a push or a step up for you. And I've experienced that a lot in my businesses as well as just in my life. And I feel like it's a part of the Negro DNA to an extent. But one thing I love about this space is the fact that there are so many of us that are hardworking business owners, career oriented, whatever it is that we have going for ourselves, and we can actually network with each other. So I do love to see it in this space. I would just like to see it more. Of course, the haters will always be there, and they'll, say things like Cam the King said and all of that. But we have to come to a place, like if we truly care about our community in the way that we say that we do, and I'm not speaking to anyone specific here on the panel, but if this is something that we really want to do, we have to be willing to work together, and then we have to be willing to trust each other. Now, of course, vet people and things like that, but you have to be willing to, have some trust and have some faith in the people that are around you that want to see you grow, and then also have some sort of a relationship to where it can reflect upon both of you, so that you both are getting something from it. Just like John and HB, like the both of y'all. John just said he ain't losing no money by doing it, but he's still creating a space. You're still creating a space where we can all congregate and talk and have conversations like this, to where we can strengthen our mindsets towards, growing our businesses or growing in life or whatever that is. So that's all I think.
Well, both of them have a love for lot lizards, so like it was just a match made in heaven.
I think Cam the King may be joking here, so maybe we don't take him too seriously. It seems like he's joking.
Yeah.
But
I
hope we don't take it too seriously.
That's just how I feel, period, outside of Cam.
Yeah.
John, what is it? I want to ask you, do you know what it takes to get be able to send super chats on your channel?
Monetization.
Yeah, you need 500 subs and to be monetized, and you get.
I was going to say I was planning on sending John a couple of super chats because I don't have a Cash App and all that, but
yeah, they YouTube covets that stuff close to the chest, man. It's ridiculous. And it's easy to lose it.
Bull crap. I think that's absolute bull crap.
I've told you guys, and I'm an Airbnb host and all that stuff. Savage has another story. We'll come to you.
I thought you were a slum lord.
No, he's not a slum lord. He's
I know. I'm being. Yes, he's a slum god. Yes, there he goes.
They take a lot of fees out of your money.
Call yourself the slum god instead of that.
Yeah,
he should. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
But they take a lot of fees out of your every reservation, and it's always bothered me, to be quite honest with you. It's like I'm taking on all this risk, and then you got some guy who's not some company who's not doing much, and they're just taking the big. And it's always bothered me. So I've always worked. My goal, once I got into it, I got to cut out the man, and so I built up a database of people that have stayed with me, and then
you reach out to them.
Yeah. So I would probably say half of my book now is probably direct booking versus people that come to me through third-party apps. And that's the goal of everyone, really. And I think that YouTube really has built in some features to snare you into paying the 30% VIG for the vanity of a super chat. So if you ask me, well, why haven't you put your Cash App up there, or why haven't you put your super chat or whatever? Well, don't have the ability to put super chat, but I've been thinking long and hard about it in terms of like how to effectively monetize something and provide value that people want to hear and listen to without involving the middleman of YouTube.
Oh, I didn't know that.
That's more or less what I'm thinking about. So John, looking the stream.
Yeah. Well, the Cash App, not Cash App. I'm sorry. Super Chat is a novelty, like you said so much. That people want to see their name come up in lights on the screen, etc. And
I can admit to that. I like it when
and you can just bypass it with Cash App, like you're doing, and then still bring their comment. He say, hey, you want to comment? Just send a Cash App or a PayPal or whatever. Effectively cutting out YouTube Nazism, and then put it, and then you can still bring it up. But it's ridiculous that you have to go through that, and it's just streamlined when you just go through YouTube, and that's what their whole marketing is about. That's why they do it. It's ridiculous, man.
I'm not gonna lie, yeah, you're right. I can always just get a cash up and support John and HB whenever. It's just,
but from a software standpoint, and it is a lot of value because when I look at it from a software point, you send a super chat, it's automatically timed, it's pinned to the top automatically.
Absolutely.
You don't have to set the timer. There's a timer already set for you. That's a lot of software, and the vanity of it. In that it's colored and things like that. Depending on how much you give, it's different colors.
It's all pretty. Sometimes they have.
Well, they have workarounds. They have workarounds for it for sure. There are ways. I mean, plugins, patches you can, pirate their all their nonsense and put it in yourself. But who wants to do all that, man? It's just a lot of work.
It's like that. It's like that browser extension that you can get to dislikes for YouTube comments.
Yes,
for YouTube videos.
Yeah, so that's probably
there's value in that. Mm-hmm.
So that's probably one of my hesitancies. Because again, I don't like paying 30% to someone, but when you
who does?
The only way you can come up with no solution and just settle for that. But I probably wouldn't settle for that. I think there are better ways to provide value to people without super chat. I just haven't figured it out yet, if that makes sense.
Well, I'm just saying the value is the content, of course, but a way to again get around that is that Cash App and PayPal just immediately. But but on the back end, in or a future way, it's difficult.
Hey, John. So when I what really got me interested in your content really is the whole idea of you being a landlord, and I think ultimately that's kind of what your main, or kind of like your what really got you into even creating content was kind of talking about that. But I think you do have some, you got some secrets. I remember you talked about the what was it, the wild card or the
big joker?
The big joker. Yeah, you got the big joker. Now I know YouTube takes 30%, but Patreon, they only take 5% of the transactions. So I think maybe if you want to really be, really be like maybe like a consultant for that type of things, and as your page grows, people will kind of know more about your background and what you specialize in. That would be, I've seen a lot of YouTubers, they've completely gone straight to Patreon. Like they don't even upload on YouTube anymore because of how much YouTube takes away. And I know Patreon, they do like a 5%. So I think, that may be, down the line, you get your page up, more subscribers, people know what you're bringing to the table. They will probably pay for that exclusive content where you're actually giving them real knowledge on how to, kind of scale their business if they are
wait,
homeowner.
Idea. I got a huge idea. Get cracked since you're here. Remember when I asked you about when you were planning on starting your channel and giving financial advice and stuff like that?
Okay.
If John were to make a Patreon and would have like different tiers for that Patreon, would you put your financial advice as one of the special rewards?
Oh,
I like that idea.
And
okay.
Dang, that's loud.
Sorry, I just had to click that off. Okay, so on the Patreon for the premium, so if you have a premium account, they keep 12%, and then if you have the regular account, or I guess the cheaper account, they keep 8%. And then if you don't have an account that you pay into on Patreon at all, like you just sign up, they keep 5%.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to make sure, so I don't, sorry, HB.
Thank you, Portia. Thank you,
Thank you, Portia.
Yeah, but what Draws is saying is correct too. That YouTube has the most exposure. You're talking about, I think it's like what is it, like a half a billion, like 500 billion users on YouTube. So it's I do still think 30% is insane though. That's a
Yeah.
crazy cut. That's a crazy cut, man.
Yeah, but
So like Cam the King's like pointed out that Streamlabs take 3%. That's what a lot of people use. They hook it up to the YouTube ecosystem, and so the chats pop up for you. So then yeah, you could use that. And the IP2 guys and the Nick Fuentes types, they use Power Chat. I mentioned that before. That's if you want a chatting system where you have your name pops up and all that. Yeah. So
yeah, I do think that it would be a pretty decent idea for other YouTube creators in CT space to promote secondary and tertiary content on John's Patreon, because I think it would be not only be a good idea to market themselves out there, such as HB's music or Get Krat's financial advice or anything else that anyone has to offer on there. It would be a pretty good idea to not only share any type of interest or share any type of information that people have, but it would also be a really good way to get more people interested in John's Patreon in the first place, since it offers more content than just whatever John's cooking up when it comes to business or financial advice or anything like that.
Yeah, my thoughts about this was and one of the reasons why I like deferring to Master Kim when we get Master Kim up here is because he has some really unique business experience. And oftentimes people would charge you for this. And, if you got to speak with him and here he is giving it to you freely, some of the things we didn't even know about, like the Korean gays and things like that. The different approaches to your house that immigrants have versus American. So I wanted to do like a morning business show with Master Kim most days, the Private Eye show with DJ MFB, the Overnight Trucking with HB. And we pretty much have a, large part of the day covered, with some informative talk around a lot of different subjects. So that's kind of my thought of where I think I wanted to go with it. You guys can chime in and tell me what you think.
John, did you want to organize this based on, no, what I was going to say, I think a better way to organize this is instead of doing it like all these different streams in one day, that you can have specific days for specific streams. Like, I don't know, financial advice Wednesday or business Friday or something like that. I think that would be better to organize.
What do you guys think?
Yeah, no, I agree with Gary, and I think the way you have it set up is pretty good though, because you do separate different streams with different things, and you've been able to network with different people. Like a lot of times, man, when especially when you and Master Kim are talking, I'm just sitting back listening, man. I'm not even typing in the chat. I'm not even typing nothing. I'm just sitting back in the chat listening. So I think you guys have just a wealth of knowledge, and I even think with even with Black Suit of Fire and even with Savage, like these are all very, very successful people that have a wealth of knowledge. And I think, John, you kind of represent that a lot more, on CT channel.
Dude, we got a lot of smart people here. I mean, Savage dropped like some thing right at the end of one of John's stream where like, oh yeah, if you did variable APR loans and you pay it off like each day with like a $1 or something, you avoid paying the interest or something like that. It was like some secret like what, like all this. People have knowledge here, man. We got the best of the best.
Get cracked. You too, man. I want you and John to do
y'all need to do a stock-based stream, man.
Yeah, stock stream too, man. Because I'm telling you, yes, and just your knowledge on where the market is going, what things like just a little bit that you've talked about, bro. I already know you have so much a wealth of knowledge, and I think that's really what I kind of see John's channel, moving.
Craig, we could do like a intro to charting or something like that. that's
yeah, we can.
You know what? Yeah, get cracked. Are you able to teach well, it's not really a class, but are you willing to teach a class based on like how to read the stock market and how to get into investing in general?
What I'm trying to do is I'm going to try to simplify things and because I found like a few methods that I feel are consistent and work with different types of people, like day trader, investor, whatever. I want to make it general. You know what I mean? I don't want something very specific to a certain type. I want to make my advice applicable to most people.
Like
so
general
that they take,
investment 101 or
well,
something
no,
like that.
not just that. It's just the way you can read the markets. I just want to make you able to read markets in general, and then you can apply it to any time frame. So if you're a day trader, it should work. If you're an investor, it should work. All you're doing is you're just looking at things on longer term or shorter term, and they all should work. Because I believe that things are fractal. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
No,
behavior is fractal. Human behavior, the universe is fractal.
And get cracked. You said something the other day that I 100% agree with, and which a lot of people that invest, they don't really realize. Like, if you're reading the news articles about the market, you're already like 10 steps behind.
Yeah, you're way late.
You're way too late.
Especially with the computer age, man. We're not at the time where people with a telegraph. You're not going to be like Napoleon and like Rothschild. Like, oh yeah, man, I got my horse guy with a pony. And dude, bro, these you got tech people with copper wires going to fiber optics. And they're already probably thinking of like how to steal information faster than you. Like, forget it.
And then too, you gotta worry about where is this information even coming from? Who actually?
Oh man, you're
who's
right.
Actually funding this? Who's actually funding this information?
Who's the one? I was going to say this stuff could be a lot of this information when it comes to financial advice is really fabricated. It's either that or it's really old.
I'm. And this is just a theory. This is just what I believe, but I believe a lot of it is pushed by these the money makers. I think the money movers. I think a lot of them push this fake news. A lot of times when you see in the news that stock is getting a lot of good praise in the market, the stock goes down. Why is that?
Yes. I'll explain that type of stuff. Yeah, you're right.
Yes. You see it every single time. But then the opposite happens. When a stock gets some bad news, the stock goes up 3%, 4%, 5%.
Yeah, like I mean, I got one recently for you. It's like Hawaiian Electric. You know that fire that happened in Maui. So I've been buying up that stock at the trash. So this week it was getting trashed, and then the next day it got good news and it pumped. It's like, dude, you can't time it like that. You fuckers are just, oh my god, yeah, it's just too much, man.
It is. But I think there is a lot of really basic stuff you can learn about the market and learn about investing that anybody can really do it. It's just learning the basics of it.
And even if you don't have money and all that stuff, this is when, dude, I learned this stuff in my middle school friend, Small Hat. He taught me that stuff. And it was only later in high school where I could like convince my parents, hey, you want to pay off my college? You buy this stock that I tell you to buy. So if you don't listen, fine, whatever. But if you do, so okay, they listen, thank God, and that's it. But the advice will keep forever, and it's better to learn early, even if you don't have money, because you don't have time to be learning this when you're busy at work, bro. It's just like, no way.
Yeah. And when Nas said, what will get more views, great investment advice or HB reviewing degenerate shit? I think there's a place for both.
Yeah,
there's a space for both. There's a space for both.
John, do you really care about views that much, man?
I mean, honestly, I don't. I think, and I thought this all along, as I've been kind of like looking at other spaces and kind of figured out how I wanted to go about it. I think really it's the quality of the viewers versus the
numbers.
Yeah, that's my opinion. I mean, I can't see Master Kim over it, and I'm not picking on him. Let's just say Izzy Bands. He just comes top of head. I can't see Master Kim over there. It just wouldn't go over very well. The show is kind of set up a little differently. So I think the quality of the people that we have over here is pretty good quality of people. And I forget what your question was, but I think that that's more. Yeah, it was about the views. I think if you focus on the quality, you'll get the views. You'll get the views you need to do whatever you're trying to accomplish.
I'm sorry,
right?
John.
It's pretty much it. But I did want to say something. Someone else had a question. Portia, I said, yeah, definitely, we can definitely do that.
Yeah, Portia asked you if you wanted to make a website, I think.
Yeah, we're gonna figure out something to do that when we put the. We gotta get this. I gotta get this YouTube thing. I'll probably lean on you for that. Get all this StreamYard stuff all straightened out. Then we
Hold, John.
Before they kick us off.
Yeah, John.
Yeah.
Is it possible, just a suggestion, please forgive me if you already have this underway, have you thought about creating a couple different WhatsApp groups for each particular show so that you can get an update, is this person available or not, just so that they're not having to search your stream to see if you're live or not? And then secondly, one thing I did want to mention, I think is very key about your show, and this is kind of something HB mentioned earlier, everyone on the panel and all your guests are actually the opposite of what you would perceive their character to be. And I'm using HB as an example. College grad, highly successful, rolling in the big truck, also trading throughout the day, stunning, or buying positions long. You yourself, when you highly educated, very successful, and then you sneak in the comment, I wish one of my tenants wouldn't pay me, So you guys, and then Savage Red, the same thing. You would look at him and think that he's a white boy from the suburbs or whatnot, but no, he's down with the African American. And in fact, Savage Red's the white boy you got to look out for, the guys that have African American experience and they don't get punked out easy. So everyone on the panel, and then obviously, get cracked for me, the complete opposite of traditional, highly, homie's a PhD, right? So his $250,000 or $500,000, or whatever it costs to get that PhD, he's given us these summarized cliff notes of investing or whatnot. So the point I'm trying to mention, everyone on the panel is the opposite of what you would perceive their character to be, and it's stunning. And I think that's why all these personalities stand out so great. And that's kind of like why we all had tuned into CT's channel, because CT looks very conservative, but he's off the hook. Similar to everyone on the panel, is the opposite of what their character is, or you would perceive their character to be.
Yeah, that's an interesting take on it, Mexican. I wanted to answer someone's question. I put it up. I can't remember who the guy was. I'm looking for his question. I just had it up, so I can't remember what it was there. But someone had a question. Shit, it's quite a few comments, so I can't remember. And my memory is terrible sometimes. But anyway, Righteous Muffin, was that? He said something right up above tropes. Okay, so tropes. That must have been the point. Oh yeah. I wanted to address this. This is tropes. Yeah, so make it differentiated from CTL. Well, I didn't think about that, muddying the brands, but that's a good point. But as it relates to, let's say, get cracked for me, if we were to do, say, an intro to trading or reading a chart or something like that, or however you want to start it off, we just do separate shows. I'll try my best not to muddy the waters, but
John, I don't think you got to worry about that too much, man. Whenever CT doesn't, number one, you're already different from CT to the simple fact that, number one, you have a lot more variety of topics that CT does, because CT's he's somewhat given up on the concept of variety on his channel, because as he says, people mostly tune in whenever we're talking about niggas or nigga adjacent stuff.
Yeah.
So you're already different from him on that. And number two, you have more streams within a day, and you stream a lot more frequently than he does. So that's another difference.
Yeah, but the issue when it comes to CT's complaint about people not watching topics that aren't dealing with blacks, he picks very niche topics. Like the amount of people that are going to watch Star Trek or like Star Trek is a niche. It's a
Yeah, I
very
agree with you there
small,
too,
a
Savage.
very small amount of people. So the average person that does not like Star Trek is not going to want to sit in on an 8-hour stream about Star Trek. Like, that's torture. That'd be
Yeah.
that like, just like if he did a stream about ballet. That's a very niched market in America. Like, there are people that like it, but that's not selling out every arena across the country everywhere it goes. Like, that just doesn't happen.
Yeah, that's true, Savage. I agree with you there. Also, there
I
is
think that.
one. Oh, I'm sorry, Blacks.
No, I was going to say, I think the main issue here is, where did his audience start? Did they start there? Because if they didn't start there, yes, that is a
God no, they
hard
can't. No,
sell.
God no. Everybody came from almost everybody came from Rock Nation. They came
Exactly.
from niggas.
Exactly.
They came from
It didn't
niggas,
start
and they
there.
want niggas.
But if you go to channels like Yellow Flash or Nerdrotic, places like that, you know, who routinely have 7,000 people in the chat or some absurd number, and that's all they talk about is comic book lore, and they talk about the business of Disney and why it's falling and failing, etc. And they'll tie in some pop culture. You know, those guys definitely are a niche crowd that want to spend their money, you know, on niche channels.
Yeah, I think Star Trek. I've never watched it before. Maybe once or
Yeah,
twice.
we literally.
A
Yeah,
lot of people watch
John
it
was
now.
literally had to get taught. He was being taught on the
Yeah,
panel.
yeah. You know, a lot of people watch it though. That's my understanding.
Yes,
You know, so,
it's a huge subculture.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Your channel's good when it comes to a variety. You're like a variety show, and I believe people. I believe there's value in a variety show.
Well, let me give you a comparison. Everyone on this panel likes food. All of us like food. All right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Blacks has a spice business. Okay. If Blacks was to go on to CT's channel, which has people that like food, and he was to do a 12-hour stream about his spice business, and not about how to make money, but about his passion about sourcing the materials and processing the materials, and when he blends spices, what is it he's looking for? Are you going to tell me that the majority of that audience is going to want to sit for 12 hours and listen to that?
Hell no.
The answer is no. The answer is no. The
But
answer is absolutely not.
Savage, they barely want to sit for 1 hour, much less 12.
Well,
yeah,
but
you're absolutely right. But that wasn't my point. Go ahead.
I mean, I do think though. Let's say if you that business as an example, I think that people would take interest in certain aspects of it. You know, whatever you said, the blending of the spices. There may be people that are interested in blending of the spices. There may be people interested in the cooking part. So it could be sticky. You may need to break it up into separate videos. I like to refer to the drywall video that I watch. I mean, this guy's doing very simple stuff. You know, he patching a hole. He'll teach you how to mix the mud, things like that. And he gets thousands upon thousands of views, and it's content that you can't just watch the first 40 seconds of it and quit. It's content that's sticky enough where you have to rewatch it sometimes. Go ahead.
I agree with you, but you're going and watching a drywall channel. You're not going to see the drywall channel make content about the Lord of the Rings.
Right.
Philosophy on how they did drywall in the Lord of the Rings in this fantasy thing. And then at the same time, him come on there and say, I just don't understand why you guys are here not to listen to the drywall content about what the Hobbit had in the Lord of the Rings that I just gave you content for 6 hours on, when this is a drywall channel. And we're talking about the idea of drywall in the Lord of the Rings in Middle-earth in the Hobbit's home. Like, that's crucial information, guys. Like, you guys don't like drywall then. Like,
that's another. I agree with you, man.
Okay. So Savage, you are absolutely right in that regard. He is a little on the nose when it comes to that. When he tries to shame them into oblivion, when it comes to them not wanting to hear that, when at first, his channel is all about debauchery in some sense. To hear somebody talk about Star Trek for 8 hours, yes, it is purgatory. Absolutely.
but that's a goofy thing though. See, I've noticed that a lot of these a lot of like John's channel, CT's channel, and any channel that's others, we bounce around topics a lot. We've been streaming for about like 4 hours now, and we've talked about at least 8 different things so far.
Yeah.
And one of the strengths of that is because we have a lot of people coming in and out of the channel, but they always come back. And I think that bouncing around, like, you could always have a main point in a main channel and talk about that, but it only lasts for about, like, I don't know, maybe 1 or 2 hours before the topic gets switched.
Yeah, before it erodes. Absolutely.
We were talking. I was gonna say earlier today, y'all were talking about relationships and porn and freaking booty eating, and now we're talking about.
Oh my goodness.
And that's one of the reasons why I gave this show kind of a open-ended title. So you don't come here.
There's no real theme here.
Hey, yo, CT's about to come too. CT's about to come too. I wish he had been here earlier, so he could have joined the conversation because he's a pretty established YouTube relative to. Well, Black says a lot of subscribers. Oh, CT's.
Hey, John, drop everybody real quick for me.
Oh,
drop everybody real quick. Drop everybody.
What you do that? How do I do
drop everybody real quick?
Yeah, I'll do it.
Drop everybody for me real quick. Drop everybody. Drop everybody real quick. Just drop everybody.
Oh, you did it individually. Go ahead. You can drop me too.
Somebody sent me this text message saying that people was talking about me in the chat. Motherfucker, I've never done no goddamn 8-hour motherfucking live stream about no goddamn Star Trek for 8 fucking hours. I cover all types of topics, geopolitical topics, social topics, race topics, etc. What the fuck are they talking about?
CT.
What the fuck are they talking about? I don't know what the fuck they're talking about, dude. I cover all types of trending fucking topics. I cover every goddamn thing. And ain't no motherfucking crowd from AK Nation came over. I got the fucking analytics in the back.
CT.
What the fuck are these people talking about?
CT. One of the things what led us on this conversation was people were I don't want to say the word complaining, but let's just say they were mentioning that I as you can see, the banner here is HB by HB, a lot lizard. So I think that's kind of where we got.
Listen, John.
Yeah, hold on for 1 second, because that's all agreed. But I think the thing came up is first it came to why do we have HB's Cash App up here, and then I'm sorry,
trying to get him a lot lizard.
But I think it was deeper than that, because if you send it to me or send it to HB, you're sending it because you hear it, so it doesn't really matter, right? That's my take on it, right? And then some other people, mentioned, you muddying the water between CT show, because I think I had your Cash App up similar to HB's, because YouTube, I reckon that YouTube threw you off YouTube or suspended you or whatever. I said, hey man, you guys normally are listening to CT during the days. I don't take Cash Apps. You'd be on his show otherwise. Why did I just send him the Cash Apps? I ain't seen anything wrong with it. And so that's what we led into what I think talking about you. So go ahead.
John, I have a catalog that goes back years, dude. I cover all types of topics that are trending, niche, etc. I'm the fucking Michael Jordan of content creation. I mean, let's just be completely honest about it. I could talk about a cat pissing on grass for 2 hours and get hundreds of people in the chat. And the only reason why I don't have 50 to 100,000 views, and I know the reason why, is because YouTube is constantly suppressing me. I score 63 goddamn points every goddamn time I go live. I don't talk about no motherfucking Star Trek for no goddamn. Nobody that said that shit can show me a fucking video of. No, let me drop everybody. HB, no, let me just talk to John. HB, let me talk to John. Nobody can show you a fucking video of me for 8 hours talking about no goddamn Captain Kirk, nigga. I could talk about a chair swiveling around for 2 hours, and I'll get all types of people from all over this goddamn planet to tune the fuck in. And the nerve of people to say, oh, well, that's just niche and blah, blah, blah. Get the fuck out of here. Get out of here. I could talk about... Hold on, CT. Wait. I could talk about me blowing my nose. I could talk about me blowing my nose and get hundreds of people watching me saying, wow, you're funny, emailing me, texting me, you're funny. What in the fuck are you niggers talking about? Well, is Master Kim on the panel too?
No, it was, but I gotta say,
Orientals talking about.
No, CT.
The nerve of you niggas waking up early in the morning, and I get text messages. You know they talking about you. What's up, man? What's up, HB?
No. It was, it was mainly Savage, and I think Savage likes to critique things.
No, it was all of you niggas.
I mean, I didn't say anything. I mean,
it's fine. I'm not mad at you, niggas.
No.
To say that I'm talking about Star Trek for 8 hours.
Hey, I was on Star Trek show. And a lot of things I learned.
And I'll tell you this.
On my board right
I'll tell you this. How in the fuck? Let's just use Star Trek. How the fuck is Star Trek a niche when I bet Star Trek will put a movie out and get $500 million. If that's a niche, man, that's a great goddamn niche.
Well, and that was my response because I know a lot of people watch Star Trek. I just don't, or I just haven't.
John, listen to me.
Yeah, but I've heard many,
John,
particularly white guys that watch Star Trek.
Listen to me, John. I support you, man. And I thank you for putting in my cash app. It's been hell for the last 7 days in this homeless shelter, man. And I can tell you this, man. I could talk about me farting, blowing my ass for hours on end.
Yo.
Well, come on now, HB.
Hey,
you know how HB, the nerve of people's HB, you know how I could go into a topic and multiple topics per stream. HB, you've been here since day one. Tell these niggas about what kind of live streams I used to do.
Yeah, no.
What?
I mean, that's been my thing. I've spent days on your stream, so my sentiment is with you on that, right? I wouldn't have sent you the cash app otherwise if I didn't think you had good content.
I heard Garion. I heard you. I was listening. I was enjoying my day, hoping I could get back on.
Wait a minute. What did Garion say? I don't know if I heard Garion.
It doesn't matter at this point. Critiquing me. How you gonna critique Michael Jordan? How?
Well,
How can you critique Michael Jordan?
Well, CT, you know what I will say is this. I had somebody the other day say something to me.
Go ahead.
And she actually been on your show.
Who is it?
She's a friend of mine. Her name was Maimuna. And this bitch had the nerve to say some shit out of pocket to me about my appearance on your show and my channel.
Okay.
Said that shit negative. And I said, well, I don't think it's negative. And so then she went on, and I said, she said something, and I said, I gave you a place to live.
That's what you said to her?
Yeah, and I said, I've loaned you money when no one else would. She couldn't respond to the money comment, but she tried to attack me. But I said, you let me live in your ratty ass basement. I said, yeah, you and your child live there, so it was good enough for you, not only you, but your child. I said, but the problem is, you don't have anything I can criticize. You don't have a house to give me or any money to loan me. And I think that is the case when you're out here doing work, CT. And that's not an original thought. It's actually from Booker T. Washington.
Gotcha.
When you're out here doing things, CT, man, criticism is going to just be the name of the game. And oftentimes the people that go to criticize you, like they haven't done well. And I'm not even going to say they would criticize you, but critique. Let's just say a critique can't be taken positively. Let's just say it's fair.
But John,
but you got to work out there. And if another man had the videos that you have, then maybe you could turn around and say, well, what about your videos? And I can critique your videos as well. But
John,
you're hearing things from people that don't have the body of work that you do.
John, hold on, don't bring anybody up just yet. Just me, John.
Me.
I really just prefer me and John.
I don't know who that is bringing them up. I don't know who that is bringing them up.
Me and John.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, it's
I
my
don't think
show,
that's what
CT.
HB.
Hold on
Oh
a second.
my God! No,
Hold
I
on.
can't talk. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Literally.
No, go
Thank
ahead.
you.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Niche topics. I guess Trump is a niche topic. I got dozens of videos about Trump. I guess Biden is a niche topic. I guess me kicking in the backs of the Congress bitches are a niche topic. CNN does it. Fox does it. But that's niche, huh? That's niche.
The Asian is not niche.
I'm about to, you know what I'm about to do? I'm about to drop 100 on these niggas now, John, just for that. Just for, you know, John, you ever played chess with a nigga talking shit? And you be like, oh, I'm about to get this nigga. I'm about to get these niggas. See, this is like chess to me.
I'm listening to you, CT. I got to take this call for 1 second.
Okay,
hold on.
well, let me hold the panel down.
Talk.
Let me just be by myself for a couple of minutes. Is that cool? Just HB, can I just be by myself for? Go ahead.
Go ahead.
See, I woke up this morning, took a little run, and I said to myself, I wonder who's out there hating on me. I never, ever imagined the panel hating on me. I got a text message. Oh man, you know they're over there just going in on you, going in on your channel. I'm like, what? Surely they can't be doing that. I tune in. Oh well, 8-hour live streams about Star Trek. Oh well, this niche and this flip flop and blah blah blah. I'm like, wait a minute, am I dead? Is this an alternate universe? You know what? I'm gonna start dropping 100 points on niggas now. How dare you? How dare you speak on my name without me being here? How HB, get up on the panel real quick.
I'm here.
I couldn't believe my ears.
Yeah, I'm here.
This morning.
I'm here.
I can't.
Go ahead. Listen. Even with me doing this trucking show and asking for cash apps for
lot lizards,
lot lizards, a joke. You still get people criticizing.
And here goes the thing, HB. Where did people get that joke from? They got it from me. I did a 5-hour live stream about lot lizards years ago.
See, I didn't even know that, but
years ago.
Savage did bring that up.
I'm the one who made lot lizard jokes funny.
I didn't even know.
That's a niche, though. I guess that's a niche.
We got Helen Haynes here says she misses your stream, CT. I'm glad we have you here. But you know, I don't know if Savage was partly trolling.
No, it wasn't just Savage. Oh no.
No, but who else said something like that?
It was Black.
No. It was Savage. And that's
no.
I don't know.
It was more than Savage. It was Black Suitify. All of y'all, except for John, were critiquing me. You can't. How you gonna critique Kobe, nigga? I'll drop 71 on you niggas right now. How many of you niggas could do an 8-hour live and more? I talk about a multiplicity of topics. The nerve of you niggas to sit up here and critiquing greatness. Nigga, please. Go ahead, HB. Go ahead. And don't just blame it on Savage, because it wasn't just him.
Well, who mentioned the Savage? I think mentioned Star Trek. I think that was the only mention Star Trek. Is that right?
Yeah. No. I think what Savage was critiquing the
you guys all said Savage. No, hell no.
That's the only person I remember mentioning Star Trek and Garen saying,
it couldn't have been me, because I actually love Star Trek. So
exactly,
it wasn't me.
How can it be a niche, you niggas, when Star Trek has grossed over $3 billion in their films? Fuck the TV shows, fuck the merchandise, just their films alone, HB. Tell these niggas.
I love Star Trek, but I know everybody's not into Star Trek. So
I had a lot of coffee and espressos today. So
I came on and I listened to the Star Trek just out of curiosity, because I've never watched it, and so I was saying, well, let me see what Star Trek is about. So I was more or less asking questions, and you gave. I actually still have it on my board right here, in terms of some of the suggestions you had. You and who else was on the panel? Maybe Imperius.
Can I read that? Now you know why Ben. Oh, now you know why Ben didn't want to retire. CT spent 1 week with his wife without work. He lost his mind completely. HB, John, I'm pretty sure you got Blacks. I know you're a chess player.
Oh
You know how black men are, especially with talking shit about chess. It makes you even
yes, I do.
Black is the color of my skin, therefore it's the color of my chess men. And I'm gonna tell you, I get to talking shit with chess. And here goes the thing. I heard you, blacks. I heard you, Savage. I heard you, Gary, and I heard all you niggas.
Hey, I don't. Hey, listen. Let me tell you something, blacks. Let me tell you something, chaotic. I say everything I say unabashedly, and what I said, according to me, is that niche channels like Nerdrotic and Yellow Flash have cult followings, and people sit there and they listen to those guys, and they'll have 7,000 people in the chat. But I also said that nobody wants to sit and watch an 8 if that's not the if that is not where they came from. That's not what they want to sit and watch for an 8-hour stream. Now, I never said you did 8-hour streams, but whatever.
Yeah.
Blacks, that was.
Yeah, that was.
Okay.
I'm just. Okay.
That was Savage that said you did an 8-hour.
Now you guys just hold on for a second. Now you know I'm just fucking around, but just don't completely blame anything on Savage.
I'm not blaming anything on Savage. I'm just responsible for what I said.
That's what he said. That's what he said.
I will take all the blame.
No.
I will be the white savior on this panel.
No. That's what he said. That's what he said.
But I'm just saying, I'm not about to listen, man. I'm not, nigga. You ain't the damn principal. Shit. We over here on John's channel. I don't give a shit. My point is that I'm not gonna let you take all the blame, Savage, for nothing. You know, I'm a grown ass man.
It's fine. But so CT, the critique that I was making was that you did do a Star Trek stream, and then you did a stream later, and then you shamed all the people that weren't there for the Star Trek stream. So what I was saying, what I was saying, based on that niche, Star Trek is a niche thing. Like, there are people that love it, and then there are people that don't like it. So that is a small group compared to talking about politics or talking about stuff. I also made the same comparison with ballet. Ballet does a lot of money globally. There are people that love it, but your average person does not like it. And I was being hyperbolic when I said 8-hour stream. Even if it's an hour stream about Star Trek and you're not into Star Trek, that seems like an eternity of hell.
Hey, John, you ever seen Scarface?
Yeah.
Do you remember the scene when Scarface or Tony had Mel answer the phone and Mel lied about the hit?
Vaguely, big years.
Who remembers that scene on the
Yeah.
HB,
yes, I remember that scene on the yes.
Yeah, this is how I feel about you niggas now. Caught you. Who's on the phone, Mel?
No, I'm not lying.
I think he was in the bushes this whole time, and he came up right after.
Yeah,
it's hilarious to see, though. Yeah, this is hilarious.
One, I'm not lying, and for two, let's be honest. You got very popular for being chaotic, all right? But trying to educate us on a far galaxy far, far away is not necessarily what your core audience is into.
CT, just to piss Savage off, do a stream about Star Wars.
It's not going to piss me off. It's not going to bother me at all. But the reason we brought this up was because the topic was about streams and viewer and audiences. And I made a correlation. I didn't say that you talking about Floyd or you being ahead when it comes to stories based on your perception of what you see being right was wrong, or a niche audience. I didn't make any of those comparisons. I didn't say that you talking about Candace Owens is a niche top. I didn't do that. I specifically said Star Trek.
Lawrence, John, do you think Savage Blacks Garian should get down on their hands and knees and beg CT for his forgiveness and build a statue of him?
Hey, John, pull
I
this
think they could
image
make
up.
up for it with Let me put the CT Cash App banner up here. I think we
Nah,
can make
you don't
it
have to
for
do that. You don't have to.
I think
To be
yeah,
fair, if I was to build you a statue CT, it would
That's-
take me about an hour because you're not that tall.
That is true. Now,
Oh
but
my
that's
God.
not necessary.
Hey,
You
you
guys
know-
don't have to do all of that. Just
Hey, no, I had a question though for Get Crack and Master Kim because they do represent a diverse audience for UCT. And I forget what I was going to say, but they are
Asians.
Yeah, they are Asian. Savage is like an honorary black guy. But what do you two guys have to say? Because you guys come and you probably hear some provocative content. Get Crack.
I think CT's acting like that boss mayor woman that took all that money. How she came into the city council, punking them and whatnot. So
yeah,
he's doing a good rendition of that.
wearing the Nino Brown outfit, right?
Yes.
I love this stuff, man. I mean, I don't know. I like the mixture. You just add Star Trek in the middle of the week, and it's just like causes all this chaos. It's like, what the fuck?
That was my point. I think all the channel flip flopping that happens around here is a strength because it gets more people into the chat. It creates a sense of chaos in the stream. And it just makes things overall more interesting. That was my point. I was going to say all this stuff is a strength in my opinion.
I mean, the whole point was like, do conservatives learn something from Star Trek? I thought that was the whole beginning of it. And then it just devolved into what's the best episode? And this, I know that's like, people are not going to like that when we go into that part. Hey, John, can you pull up that image? Pull up the image.
Whoever
in the back
doesn't, they
chat,
just
man.
disappear.
Is it in the back chat?
Yeah. This is a famous meme, man. I think this is CT's feeling right now.
Hey, I got to pull up something from Stanley in a minute too.
Oh God! Oh, Stanley's here.
Yeah, Stanley showed up.
He sent me an email. Oh, I didn't know if he was here, but he sent me an email as well.
Hey, salute to Stanley, man. Salute to Stanley.
Yeah, Stanley gets a lot of flack over here, but he's consistent, man. He comes back every day.
I think that's probably what he likes to flack. I can't seem to share the screen here. Let me see if I can share it here. Stop. I just saw the title of this.
That's CT, man. That's what y'all doing to CT right now.
Now, what's this from?
I don't know who originated it, but I mean, like the Klingons, like, yeah, how could a race of people that just bash each other in the head, like shoot everybody on sight that's like not them, get into space, right? So it's like there must have been some CTs in the Klingon Empire.
What do you think, CT?
Well, I don't. For people who don't know that comic, the comic is about the Klingons, obviously, and the Klingons don't really embrace science or mathematics or finance. They're pretty much like a warrior culture, and they've gotten a lot of their tech from other cultures. So that show, so the I guess the one that was writing was more or less the intelligentsia class, which is never really explored in the Star Trek universe amongst the Klingons. So the whole joke was they don't care about that nerd shit, but they take the shit that he designed as their own and use it. That's what they did at the end of the comic. I don't know if anybody caught that.
Yeah.
Yes, I did catch that.
Yeah. Like they they literally benefited off of what they called him a nerd for.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. They literally benefited off of his designs. Yeah.
That's funny.
That seems oddly familiar.
Yeah, do. Anyway, let's get back on topic, please.
Here's an email from Stanley. This must be something near and dear to his heart. Master Kim may be able to chime in here as well, since he's in Georgia. Anyone else in Georgia? This Georgia town is not only the second best city to live in the U.S., but it's also the 29th best city for livability globally. Is this Atlanta? Wow, Atlanta. Topping major cities like Chicago and Miami. Atlanta has been named the second best place to live in the United States. Interesting. I did not know that.
By whom?
Was number one. Well,
by who and what metric?
This is patch.com, the Economist Intelligence Unit.
Oh, okay. All right.
Hartsfield Airport, the world's busiest airport, the Beltline, well connected and full of opportunities. Let's continue to keep Atlanta moving forward. Master Kim, what do you think about this? I know you're a fan of Atlanta.
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of odd that Redfin and some of these, other real estate conglomerates really don't put out these type of articles. But I would say Stanley would know because he lives up that way. But when people say Atlanta, they're not actually talking about Atlanta.
No,
right?
They're not.
Right. So I think it, when you peel back that onion peel. See what happens when Asian tries to use these little one-liner. When you peel back the onion peel, it's actually going to be the Cummings, Alfreda, Dahlonega, or just places much
Douglas.
Yes.
My brother lives in Douglas. He's a lieutenant on the Atlanta PD, and he tells me every day, "Don't move there because it sucks." Period. Okay. He's been there for the greater part of 20 years. He became Atlanta PD in 2000. So yeah, 24 years he's been on the force. He's a lieutenant now, and he's trying to get to Texas. Look, man, I don't know who wrote this, but it's bullshit.
Man, we didn't get a chance to SCT. When was he coming back? We missed a golden opportunity there. I thought it was today. Someone told me today.
I thought he was supposed to come back today, but I don't know. I'm glad he popped up though. I've been telling him to pull up, but I guess Savage triggered him. So
yeah, we had to trigger him in the right way, There
he goes.
Reverse psychology.
Well, technically, I was supposed to come back at 11:02, but YouTube obviously is still restricting me.
Oh, okay.
And they also
did get butt broken.
Yeah, and they did not give me a chance to appeal. So I don't know. I guess when you were on top of the food chain, you could pretty much do whatever you want.
Why were you suspended?
Well, the poll question I had last week was, who was the biggest coon on YouTube? Me, Jesse Lee Peterson, Candace Owens, and Tariq Nasheed, and they flagged me for the word coon, even though I'm talking about myself. They considered that harassment, and I'm trying to.
Oh my God!
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, and somebody was in the back chat moonlighting as Tommy Sotomayor. Not only did they call me a gorilla,
Blacks, you know who that is, man.
Yeah, I know who it was.
Yeah. CT. That's why I think it's more so somebody is probably flagging it manually when you put those words in there.
It could have been him.
Well, here are my thoughts on it, right? At CT, I don't know if you saw the YouTube stream I did about YouTube analytics, but I went into like search engines, stuff like that. I've developed a lot of search engines, and no matter what company it is, search engine is a search engine. The overall functionality of it. So, and I think that when you put in, not you, but when you create a poll or your header, your title, all of those things are surely being saved, not just indexed, but saved as well.
Yeah.
And so when they run their analytics, and if you're, I would describe it kind of like what they call like circles. If you're familiar with YouTube circles, are you familiar with that?
I can follow. I'm not truly familiar, but I can follow you.
But anyone that familiar with YouTube circles, where you could have like little circles of people, and so you may run a sensitive words against this group of people, right? And then you say, okay, well, he's in this group that we flagged to have racist content. maybe someone has flagged you before for offensive content or whatever. And then when their bot is scrolling through all the titles and poll topics and selections in the poll topic, it hits on you. Someone else who's not in that circle, that algorithm isn't testing for let's say coon. There are probably a bunch of blacklisted words that they're matching against in Europe, not Europe, but in the polls, community polls, whatever. And I don't think it would matter if it's in the chat, because that's a lot harder to search through, and it may not even be indexed. But the any field that you're entering content in, I would be very hesitant about using any word that can get you flagged, because other people are flagging you and they're putting you in a zone, I would imagine. You know what I mean? That's my thought.
I agree with John. I don't think it's YouTube itself. I think there's specific people flagging you for certain terms that you use, and they're
people in the chat are flagging you.
Yeah, they're putting it under the terms of bullying and harassment.
For me, I feel like I feel like there's a social credit system going on, and once you hit a limit, it's just like that's it, it's over, And I felt like if I did big super chats, they take their 30% cut, it'll be enough to shield you from that for a while.
Nope.
I don't know. I don't know what's internal.
No, I bet you again that the only way you can do that kind of searching efficiently is to more or less group content, and then you would run scans across group contents based upon that content. There were exposés about this on Twitter, more or less how they were grouping people, and then you could flag them. You could what do they call it? Shadow ban them, which is more.
Just doing en masse, exactly. Because that's the point, man. This isn't magic. It has to be done. Somebody has to see it. Is the point? They have to.
I don't think anyone has to see it now.
No, that's not my.
Go
okay,
ahead.
I'm not saying. I'm saying once it's built, you're right. It acts autonomously. But I'm saying that they have to be told first. Is my point. You know what I mean? It has to have been.
If you think about what CT said, he hadn't even gone live yet, but the title in the poll is what was flagged. Yeah,
because it's now on autopilot.
Well, but what I'm saying is that there has to be bots, software going around, scanning titles and the poll questions, and that is what flagged him. It wasn't what was in the show, because the show hadn't started. It has to be some data.
But it's both things. The reason he's in that group is because people in the chat are flagging him for nonsense.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, and that's my point. Because it's not randomly scanning. It had, like you said, he had to have been grouped, and the only way he's grouped is if they had prior knowledge, and the way that they have prior knowledge is people just snitching, people telling on him or telling on other content creators, and then you get added into that group. It's kind of like if you watched porn at work or something. And
oh God, he's back.
Well, all of you guys that are familiar and have YouTube channels, one of the things that they show you is like who's watching your channel and what other channels do they watch. So you end up in a circle in that way, almost without doing anything. And so if you end up in that circle, let's say if you're in the manosphere, and then you have some offensive word, you're gonna have a problem. Yesterday, Portia was showing a tape where, and I questioned, I said, how the hell are they able to say that word without any consequence? You remember that? And Portia kept saying, well, this is tame. And the only reason they're able to do that is because the algorithm searching for those keywords is not hitting their circle, the circle that YouTube YouTube has put them in.
Yeah,
it hasn't been told yet. That's the point. It hasn't been told yet, and when it is, he'll be right in that circle.
Yeah,
that's all I'm saying. We agree.
We agree with you, but if you've been we've been watching CT for a very long time, so CT's had his channel taken down with a strike or a warning many times, to where he's been flagged for dumb stuff. And this right here becomes this becomes like an award. Actually, we should give him an award because he's probably the only person that I know that's been flagged for saying something that other people call him. So I think that's a first on the YouTube. There might be someone else, but as far as I can acknowledge, he got flagged for calling himself something that other people say about him and to him. So that's very, very particular.
You know, I think that's kind of like the algorithm. You know, like the software is just very unforgiving. You hear it a lot with Uber drivers, things like that, where someone can get out of the car, don't like them at all, you know, for whatever reason. He wasn't playing the music that they like, or he wasn't playing any music at all, and they give him a 1 star. He gets thrown off of Uber for a week. Like, just, you know, people can be very malicious, and I think when you are appealing to a black audience, a lot of times, a lot of them are very malicious toward the people, because CT's done streams on this. I don't believe they believe in the First Amendment. They can't just say turn his shit off and move on and go listen to something that they agree with. They want to shut other people down, and I think that's why it happens so much.
Yeah, nobody. I haven't met a single person on planet Earth, or I'm sorry, not planet Earth, in this country who just unabashedly agrees with the First Amendment. You know, just hey, you can say whatever you want, period, and you can't, and I will not. And instead of being offensed, I will just walk away. You know what I mean? In some degree, people have some sort of aversion to the First Amendment, and it's unfortunate. No matter, even if I say I am a First Amendment enthusiast, I agree with it completely. It doesn't matter. Somewhere in my life, you'll see that I have stopped somebody from saying something in a circle that I may have run or something. You know, it is what it is. But yes, by and large, a lot of these people don't agree with the First Amendment. They want to censor talking points. They want to censor you. And if they could, they put a lock and key on your mouth.
You know, I should do a community poll question on the next chat stream.
Oh,
have you ever reported someone on YouTube? Because I've never reported anyone. Like, if I don't like your content, I just move on, right? I give you 15 seconds or so, and I'm moving on, right? If I don't like what you're talking about, I may not even like your voice, and I'll move on.
Does reporting like things that clearly go against it count? Because I have reported porn spams before.
Well, yeah. I think it all counts, whether it's righteous or not. But
all right, then yeah, I guess I have.
Yeah, it does count. That's all I'm saying. I'm saying there are general subjects that we have an aversion to, and we wouldn't want them in certain sectors of the world. You know, we wouldn't want to cross homosexuality into Christianity. You wouldn't want to cross someone who is walking around who's into voyeurism going to a preschool. Things like that.
You know, I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I really wanted to cover this video.
Go ahead, HB. What is it?
I know it got all serious and stuff, but you know, part of the trucking show, I didn't want it to be so serious. You know, I feel like people have streams for that, but you know. I did have a video, and I wanted you guys to review it with me. You know, CT, I did tell you about the video yesterday, yesterday, and you know, you're somewhat
Is
of
CT up here?
Yeah, CT's up here. I think he's up here.
East Verica. Okay, I got
it. Yeah, CT, you are somewhat of a connoisseur of you know, debauchery and you know, adult entertainment. And we had a show yesterday about a woman. She hold on one second.
I just got a little filler for your HB while you pull up your video.
Okay. we had a woman yesterday who had grape fantasies, and she kind of detailed her life as a Asian American woman who likes to meet random guys online and have consensual grape sex. And CT, have you ever
My God.
consensually graped anybody, CT?
No. Believe it or
Okay.
not, I'm not into, like I'm not gonna lie to you. I'll sit there and I'll watch. I've watched ghetto gaggers. I've watched a lot of gang banging porn. But in my real life, I'm just not into that type of fantasy play. I've heard of females that are into that shit, but I'm not into that kind of stuff.
So never any gangbangs.
Well, I will admit, in college, I participated in maybe one, maybe two, but other than that, but that was 20 years ago. But other than that, I really am not into that kind of stuff.
Are you a different person now, CT?
Well, I was the same person back then, but under the influence of extreme alcohol, beer and
alcohol and
alcohol.
Yeah.
What race was the woman? What race were these?
Well,
women?
black. Yeah, these are black. But the fact of the matter is that it wasn't. It. I'm not really into that kind of stuff. I know it sounds weird coming from me because I'm open about watching porn, but speaking of porn, you guys have to check out Project 2025. It calls for an all-out ban on pornography, by the way, which I think it might be a good idea. But no, I'm not into this kind of stuff, man.
It's a great idea.
Yeah, I think it's I think it is.
Do you really?
It's
think
definitely a great idea.
Yeah.
Do you think that'll really happen though?
No,
No.
porn is too much it's too much big business. I think porn generates $100 billion a year in profit, or in revenue.
Yeah.
So it's too much big business. I don't think that it'll ever go away in Western country. Yeah.
And then think about what would the porn stars do for a living? Imagine seeing like ex-porn stars working at factories or something. Like they'd kill themselves.
Yeah.
And that's a major thing too in the porn industry. A lot of them commit suicide.
Yeah, we've talked about that before. Yeah.
Yeah.
They also die early They also die early. It shortens their lifespan.
Why wouldn't they just start prostitution? If they ban porn, wouldn't they just sell themselves altogether?
Yeah, I think that might happen again, John. If you ban porn, I think that you'll start seeing women on the stroll at a high level and all over. You just won't see it in Seattle. Go ahead.
I think though, John, what separates the streetwalkers from the porn stars is kind of like that story yesterday, where the streetwalkers, they kind of have that sense of they like that sense of danger. I think that's why they do it. And the porn stars, they like the act and to get paid to have sex, but they don't want to include the danger.
So HB, are you saying that and I never looked at it like that with the streetwalkers? Are you saying that they like the idea that they may or may not get their throat slit after a gangbang or something from John? Okay.
Yeah.
I never thought about that before, but that's
My God, man.
Okay.
I'm just saying that's crazy. I
think some women, that's what turns them on. That's why that one girl from yesterday's stream, she literally said she doesn't even enjoy regular, passionate, monogamous sex.
Yeah.
She has to have some sort of rape fantasy involved.
What do you think? So just a question to the panel. With a person who thinks that way, what do you think the problem is? Why do you think that they have gone to that extreme?
Get Crack. So the woman was Asian, and Get Crack made a very good argument that part of it is cultural, because in the Asian community, they don't really discuss sex. It's very, it's something that you don't really talk about or discuss or bring up. It's very, kind of inclusive, where it's they don't really promote it at all. That's why a lot of.
So you think that if they talk about it more, then they will they will avoid women ending up like this. You think that
You know, honestly, I don't I don't necessarily agree with get cracked. I just think that's his opinion. Me personally, I just think, you know, I just think a freak is born every day.
Sorry, HB. There's someone who looks like King Shinar in the background. I don't know if that's him or not.
He's gone. He's gone. He's gone.
Okay.
HB, may I ask you a question, sir? And I think this may have happened to you because it happened to me when I was a kid. Were you touched by an older, attractive female when you were like 13 or 14?
No, I wasn't touched, but I'm not gonna lie. I did have a sexual experience.
Okay, a sexual experience. Okay,
yeah.
I had a sexual experience by an older female. She was in her early 20s when I was a kid, and I think that's what got me on the whole porn thing. I didn't, somebody told me, "Oh yeah, you were molested." I don't look at it as molestation when it's a super hot older chick. And I think that's it. Yeah. And I don't regret it. I don't regret it.
But CT, that's the point. That's where I was getting. I was getting to that. I don't believe getting people more exposed to this stuff will shield them from the sort of deviancy that this woman wants to engage in.
Well, okay, I'll clarify because I basically said it on the last stream, but essentially I said Asians don't do the birds and the bee stuff. They won't talk about sex at all. So she's probably learning about sex through porn, is my guess. Right. And most other people, Americans, they probably got raped, and then that's what she was claiming, 50, 60%. If you got raped, they got an orgasm. They like this stuff now. So it was maybe they were trying to empower themselves because they were trying to own their victimness to become to become,
maybe they're just fallen. That's my point.
That's us. So for me, when she's because the thing was when she said she was Asian, I was like, oh, this makes sense because she probably her parents were very strict, told her to study, never talked about sex. She never had boyfriends early on, you know what I mean? And then so she never explores her sexuality normally. So then when she got to college, it's oh man, sex is free, gangbang, parents not around, So it's easy to fall in that degeneracy because if you shield someone so long and then you open the floodgates, it's it's going to 0 to 90, 100, 2,000 kilometers an hour.
What about the children? But I think it's far less of that, and it's far more. You'll see. So all of us who've grown up in the Black community, okay, in the hood, and you'll see the little girls, and this is as much as it's bad. You'll see the little girls who are 14 years old, and they are doing what? Having intercourse with how old is the man that they're having intercourse with? Okay, he's at least in his 30s. Okay, in his 30s, they have children by him. If they continue, they usually have children by him by the age of 16, 17. And now when they're adults, my dad, he's 70 years old. I'm like, how's your dad 70 and your mother's only 30? And then the stories start, either they come out or they're never talked about. I'm just saying, but then they've been engaging in that deviancy, whether it was deliberate or forced upon them since childhood, and then it just escalates from there. They can't get off anymore unless it's somebody has a belt wrapped around their throat, or they
like CT.
Or they, it becomes even more raunchy, even more devastating.
It's a couple things. It's a couple things compounding on top of itself. One, you have to look back at history. Women's husbands were killed. Women's husbands never came back. Villages were conquered. The women were forced to marry the guys that took over their village. So you have a trait of women having to get over another man, and also having to be with a man that's scary or a threat. So you have that natural urge over thousands and thousands and thousands of years. Then on top of that, about sex, and then she went to college and she ran and crossed a bad guy, and her first time being in a sexual experience was with a bad guy that was rough. Her attachment to sex becomes that type of sex.
It's true. CT, is that true? Is that
Asphyxiation or whatever it's called. No, this is certainly not true. I've never tried that before.
however,
when I was working on my underwater basket weaving degree in criminal justice, we were actually taught about this. Like a lot of supposedly suicides, a lot of these suicides are actually asphyxiation, masturbation things. Yeah.
Oh, so they're accident. They're accidental.
They were accidental
suicide.
deaths. Yeah. So no, Rush, I've never done that before. Absolutely not.
Allegedly.
Oh my goodness.
Allegedly.
Hey, my bad.
You have a laugh.
My bad, HB. I ain't mean to take over your screen.
Oh no, go ahead, John.
But yeah, I just wanted you to be on the lookout for any children out there. It looks like a trucker found a 1-year-old boy alive on the.
Oh, I saw that.
Oh my God!
You hear about this? The
Wow,
child was abandoned
Oh
after
man!
the storm barrel. So be on the lookout, HB, not just for
That's
bad
very
news,
sad.
but
Very
for
sad.
Oh, so
But
this was from that hurricane down south.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
Get Craig, your laugh is ridiculous. You and Tough Guy have the funniest laughs.
They are.
That's hilarious.
They are.
Is anyone in Houston right now or Houston area? I know Black Junior in Texas.
Well, I'm in Dallas, 3 hours away, and I'd never listen. Houston's a cesspool, and that's why I don't live there.
Yeah.
However, yes, they always get affected by these tropical storms, and when I go back to work, I'll be dealing with a lot of. Anyway, yeah.
Oh shit! Listen to this shit. A truck driver found a 1-year-old alive in a ditch off an interstate highway in Louisiana a day after the boy's 4-year-old brother was found dead near the same freeway.
Oh my
And when investigators think it was a case of abandonment around the time of the storm.
My God, man.
A Louisiana resident has been arrested in Mississippi and faces murder, accused of abandoning the children.
His 4-year-old brother
the 1-year-old
was left abandoned.
I'm
saying the 4-year-old brother didn't survive.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
My God, man.
It's
terrible.
We got names.
Is the
Hey, John. Someone in chat wants to zoom in. They got cell phones. I guess. You got to zoom in, man.
All right.
Hey, did you hear a couple years ago, a little boy was being watched by his mother?
No. Why they gotta be a black bitch?
Hey, now, wait. Before you go on, did you guys before you saw her face? What did you imagine in the back of your head? She looked.
I knew she was black. Nah, I knew she was black.
No,
I thought she was black. I
thought she was white.
I wasn't gonna judge at all. Actually,
white or black.
Yo, I thought this was big fucking news.
Can we all not pretend here that she is a very attractive? I mean, even though she's a trifling ass mother, but she's very attractive.
She kind of
she's not an ugly woman, but she's ugly on the inside.
She's definitely
after doing this,
HB, would you hit?
Unfortunately, yeah.
Yeah, he would.
HB has no standards.
Unfortunately, yeah.
For you.
She's kind of hot.
Hold on, wait.
Kind of hot, yeah. She's
kind of hot.
Wait, hold on. Who's the trucker? Do we know who the trucker is?
Proud American. Great American.
They shouldn't mention the trucker's name, man. This guy's a hero.
Yeah,
surely died. Truck driver Reginald Walton. HB, you ever been on I-10? Where does I-10 take you?
I-10. That's got to be.
Florida to Texas.
Yeah. That's east-west. So yeah, I don't think I've been on I-10. Yeah. That's got to be one of the more lower highways too. So Florida to Texas makes sense.
HB, her name is Aaliyah Jack. But I have another question for you since you are a trucker. What do you think she smells like? I think she smells.
Probably like cocoa butter lotion.
Cocoa butter. I can see that. I can
Nah,
see that. Is that her?
nah, I think she smelled like the hurricane. To be honest with you.
HB, what does the lot lizard smell like? HB, what does the lot lizard smell like?
Usually, I'm not gonna lie. Usually, either like urine or they smell really nice.
Okay,
because a lot of the truck stops they do have showers, so you know.
So it's a huge margin.
It's a huge margin.
HB,
driver right here.
Oh
You
wow!
guys hear me?
Yeah, Savage. We can hear you. Go ahead, Savage. Go ahead.
He looked like
HB.
solid, to be honest with you.
So I got a question for you.
Go ahead, Savage.
So should we let her out of jail and just prosecute the fathers of those kids?
Let me get Savage out of here. You know what, Savage? You come in, you ruin the stream. You're always being a Debbie Downer. What does that have to do with anything, Savage? I can't take the depression, the constant arguing. I'm
The
not
pettiness.
listen. Yeah, it's so petty, Savage. I can't do it, man. I can't do it.
Aaliyah Jack is 25 years old. Yeah, okay. She has some nice photos on Google.
Wait, CT. While we have you here, you know we need to do a recap on that black girl that was dragged out of the street in that super wheelchair from yesterday. Was that yesterday?
I have no idea what you were. Okay, what she was dragged out of? What? Go ahead.
Yeah, no,
CT didn't see the woman when she was dragged down the street, did he?
I don't think so.
No, CT, you did. You said that they were smoking weed or something like that, right?
But I don't think
okay. You're talking about the girl who was deleted by the 55-year-old man.
I don't think he saw the video of her being dragged down the street. Did you see?
No, he didn't.
Did you
No,
see
he
the
didn't
video?
saw the. He didn't.
I didn't see the. So she was being dragged down the street by a man in a wheelchair, by the same man.
Hey, he had some speed going too, CT.
No, that's what I was trying to tell John.
But John, the mother
video
that
came out first. That video came out first. That's what I wanted to. I was trying to tell you that in the chat.
Okay.
John, the mother of that girl said that she had been living with that man. So now it kind of adds more, gives more meat to the story.
No, hey, but CT, remember how you said it was over weed? You were like almost right. It was actually over crack.
Okay. Oh, see, I was okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
See what threw you off probably was that outdated picture of her. That's not how she looked today, I'm sure. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If they had shown us an up-to-date picture, you'd be like, oh, she smoked crack.
But I knew it was over. But see, John, one thing about me is, being the Negro Whisperer, I knew it was over drugs.
Yeah.
Generally speaking, I called it on that. I didn't know it was crack, but I knew it was something that they were smoking.
I mean, it was definitely a smokable drug.
I definitely hit a double on that one.
I was honestly, I was like, God damn, this nigga CT was right. God damn it.
Yep. I study niggas, man. I know niggas.
Look, they were arguing in the hallway, it looks like, and he said he will shoot you. But they're not saying what they were arguing about.
Yeah, you know what they're arguing about, John, over that crack rock.
Did she smoke the crack up?
You know, women, when it comes to drugs, they like to use all the drugs and then play the victim afterwards. She probably smoked all the crack. He's like, man, my legs don't work. Are you gonna smoke all this crack?
Yeah, I'd be like, I ain't touched no crack. And then and they mollywop her.
Yeah. That's my crack.
Now, is there confirmation on a reputable news source that says this?
This says what?
About the crack.
Well, I think they've already admitted it was drug related, and somebody else said it was crack. Some police officer, some news source said it was crack. I just knew it couldn't be weed, man. That just would be.
Yeah, a girl like that, even though she's attractive, can definitely go down a downward spiral to becoming a coke whore, then a crackhead. And she's living off that guy. He's on SSI, obviously. He lives in public housing, and she's been using him. And then the icing on the cake was, damn, bitch, now you stole my damn crack, bitch. And he got the gun and shot her,
Yeah.
And that's what happened.
And then in the video, you could see he was dragging her in John, when you saw that video, that shit was so funny what you said. But he was dragging her in a sleeping bag down the street, and this is New York, so that's like that's normal. That's normal. Nobody called the police. This guy's just dragging a body in the middle of the day. In the middle of the day too.
Yeah.
Nobody called the police. They just found her body.
Remember when Behind the Bar got beat up in the middle of the day at that bodega in New York?
Yeah.
In the middle of the day. It was just normal.
Yeah, it's normal. Yeah, it's normal in New York. Like you just see, New York is a.
The more and more I keep looking at this picture, man, I'm just thinking like, this shit is all propaganda to kind of like hide the true nature of what happened here, because this is a 31-year-old woman. They have a more recent picture of her than this. She did not look like this when she was killed. I guarantee you.
No, John, it's always propaganda, because even with when I look back at the news, or some friends send me news articles from niggas that I may have grown up with back in Detroit that got killed. When they're showing these news articles, I'm like, man, they showing pictures of this nigga when he was in high school, man. That nigga didn't die like that. That nigga had 50 tattoos. That nigga. He probably gained like 100 pounds since that. So the news, they try to get you to like have some type of sympathy for him. So they show their high school picture or when they were in college. Not talking about the last 10 years when they've been smoking crack.
HB, who does she look like? Yo! Hell no! Oh, you know what? Should we tell them?
Are you talking about Shay? Are you talking about Shay?
I'm talking about the Shug, man.
You talking about Shay? Shay.
She's one of her. That's her phenotype. Like they're from the same tribe. Yeah.
Nah, John, you don't know her. This is a content creator that pretty much. She kind of went down the wrong path too.
Yeah.
You know what's interesting? Like, what do you guys see here in this picture that proves to you that there's some propaganda going on here?
You're kind of breaking up, John. What did you say?
What do you guys see in this picture that kind of makes the point that they're not showing her true face here?
I would assume
other than the fact that is. Oh, I'm sorry, chaotic.
No, I was gonna say I would assume the fact that the formality of the picture. I mean, she's at a graduation, so you're obviously gonna look your best at a graduation, right? But in reality, and judging by where she was found at, who she was associated with, we can guess that her daily life, she probably looked like Pookie off of New Jack City. Yeah. I mean, obviously, you're gonna look like a doll when you go to So they're trying to paint the picture as this. Oh, she was this clean cut girl, but her associations don't match up to this actual photo.
There's something I noticed here in this photo.
What's that?
Really to the point. Look at the three numbers you see right there on her chest.
2000, 201. So 2019.
Graduated at the latest 2019.
Mm-hmm.
But we know she's 31. So we can kind of deduce, like, they went and found an old ass photo.
Yeah.
And this is apparently her GoFundMe.
Yeah.
Right. You see right here, GoFundMe. This is the picture from her GoFundMe.
You gotta share it.
John. Oh, I'm not sharing. Oh shit.
Nah, yeah. And I know where you were going with this, because the irony of all of this is we know women, particularly Black women, they take thousands of photos a day.
Yeah.
So why not use a recent photo from her social media accounts? And I get where you were going with this. This is probably the most decent photo of her.
Yeah. It almost goes back to what I've been saying, CT. I said it yesterday. You see a lot of times you go on these shows and they go back to the criticism. You used to get picked on in high school, that type of thing, right?
Yeah, niggas.
This was her highest moment right here, back in high school or college.
This is college. I think this is college.
Okay.
Well, John, I think her highest moment is right before she got killed. She's
more than likely.
Yeah, I think she was really high right there.
Now, HB. Now, if she was a dope fiend, did her strength level increase?
No, it doesn't work. For some reason,
it doesn't work with the women.
Now, yeah, it actually works against them. I don't know if it's because you know, the woman's body is, you know, a lot more fragile,
Okay.
but the dope
Okay.
fiend strength only works with men for some
Oh.
reason.
Okay.
I don't know what it is. Because usually if you see like a dope fiend couple, it's the man that's usually going to get the dope for the couple. So
Okay.
he's
Okay.
he's walking across the whole town, you
Yeah.
know, to get this dope, to bring it back to his dope fiend queen, and they're
Yeah.
sharing this rock together. She's just,
Yeah.
you know, sitting in some
Yeah.
bush, you know, waiting for him to come back home. So, you know, he probably did about 10 miles in one
Yeah.
day just to retrieve that dope. So he's
John.
in
Yeah.
physical
Yeah.
specimen.
John, when I was a kid in the 90s, I had a friend who lived in the hood. He lived in the deep hood, and my mom would let me hang out with him. John, if this happened 10 years ago, it happened today. I remember it like it was yesterday, man. I must have been 12 or 13 at the time, and I was hanging out with my friend, and his parent, he lived in the hood, but he had a good family, you know, and they just lived in the hood. John, I saw a dope fiend running from some nigga. He cleared the fence, man. Cleared the fence. While the other dude chasing him, he was struggling climbing the fence. This nigga cleared the fence. And that's when I realized, hey, dope fiends have a special power when it comes to that crack, man. He was in shape, missing teeth, obviously, but the nigga cleared that fence, man. I'll never forget it.
Yeah, nah, the most dope fiends
cleared
can
the
scale they can scale a walls. Yeah, they can scale a fence, man. I'm telling you, man, where I used to live at,
I beg your pardon? HB?
Did HB blink out?
Lost him, huh?
Yeah, I mean, John, this nigga, he cleared the fence, man. The fence must have been, maybe, I don't know, man. Maybe at the time, I was short at 12, right? Real short. The fence must have been, what's the regulation, generally speaking? About 5, like...
6 feet.
5 or 6
5
feet.
to 6
maybe
feet,
5 feet. And he cleared it. Like, and obviously, he may have ran track at some point in his life, obviously, right? But I think that crack, the adrenaline, I don't know why this other nigga was chasing him. Maybe he had stolen something from him, but he cleared that fence, man.
Hey, I can believe it.
In my friend's backyard, he cleared that fence, man. I'll never forget it.
No, I definitely believe that. Hey, you know, guys, I wanted to where's HB? Is he back?
No, I don't see him.
Back? Oh, okay. Waiting on HB here to come back. I know he wanted to talk about something. Hey, while we're waiting on HB, what do you guys think about Trump speaking at the Bitcoin conference?
I didn't see it, John.
Oh, go ahead. I've been talking. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. You want to go ahead.
I mean, to be completely honest with you, obviously the powers that be, the government, they more or less, they want to encourage or push crypto as, you know, a predominantly secondary currency. And I can see that happening. So you're probably going to see a lot more of this in the next 5 to 10 years, the push for crypto being either a secondary or primary currency in a lot of countries, man. And to be honest with you, it may be a good thing for maybe developing countries. I would even argue that maybe Nigeria needs to have it as a secondary currency. I don't know, man. I think it's a great idea.
You know, I've been looking at it. I've done a couple streams on Bitcoin, and it seems to be, you know, I tend to agree with what Get Crack is saying about that milkshake theory. Then there's so much fraud in it. It is tethered to the dollar, so you can't get away from that, which goes back to the milkshake theory. And then now here's Trump talking about a strategic reserve asset. Talks of it as that's very interesting.
A strategic reserve. So we all know what a reserve is. So I think it's a good idea for, I would say, developing nation states. Again, like a Nigeria. What's a developing country? I don't know, man.
El Salvador.
Mexico. Yeah, El Salvador, Mexico. Yeah, I agree with that to a degree.
I think a lot of African countries are already like starting to do that. I think Nigeria is one of them. I forgot what the other ones were.
Well, let me ask you this question, because this interests me in a sense, is that like, how does it become any different from the dollar if the Bitcoin, by way of a stable coin, which is pegged to the dollar, now becomes the currency in Nigeria? Hell, you just got the dollar all over again.
Yeah, John, I think that's the point, man. It's supposed to be a buffer for the dollar.
But if it's pegged to the dollar, how the hell are you buffering?
Guys, real quick, YouTube has just notified me I'm out of jail. So
Yay!
Let's
go. Time to get a drink.
I'm about to go live in 30 minutes or at 12:30. John, what do you?
Yeah, we're gonna be wrapping up here, man.
No. You don't have to wrap anything up. I'm just.
Wait, hold on, no, John. Do you know how to do a dual stream? John, do you know how to do a dual stream, man?
I don't know. I don't know.
Oh, dang. Never mind then.
You'd have to teach me how to do it.
John, I can show you how. And CT, congrats. Welcome back.
So I'm about to take a hit. I'm about to take a bump of some coke, get prepared, and I'll be on.
Yes. Hey, what's gonna be your topic for today, CT?
So my topic for I'm gonna talk about Agenda 40. I read Agenda 47 were a series of videos put out by Trump, but I actually read it page by page from Wikipedia. So I'm going to talk about Agenda 47 Project 2025. It's 900 pages. I'm on
oh my god,
page 15.
I actually got the
and then I'm going to talk about my main topic is about Brandon Johnson blaming Richard Nixon for all the nigga crimes in Chicago. Yeah. But all right, guys, I'm out of here.
All right, CT.
Later, CT. Don't do drugs.
Bye-bye, CT.
Don't do drugs.
Yeah,
disclaimer.
I'm going to do a stream on this Trump and this Bitcoin. This is very interesting. I think for the people that and it even surprised me. I wanted to see Trump as kind of an independent.
No, it's not a surprise to me, John. That's why I told you get John Galt coins. If you don't do it by November, December, you're gonna miss out on a lot of funding for your houses, man. You got to tokenize everything now.
We got to work on it. John, I wish Rashu would join up here because he's a big Bitcoin enthusiast.
I mean, he alluded to it. He basically says the value is in the network, the consensus mechanism. Yeah, and that's true. But the thing is, when you bring up Tether, John, it's like it's being co-opted. You know, there are forces out there that want to co-opt it. So, hey,
Master Kim, any thoughts on Bitcoin and business?
Yeah, so John, yes. So those ATM machines, everyone knows that those get stuffed with dopers, try to hide their money from either child support or whatnot. But yeah, those machines are all over the place. It's very funny to see an expensive looking Bitcoin machine in some janky ass hood rat gas station. But John, what you just mentioned a moment ago of, hey, if this is tethered to the dollar, it really is the US dollar. What's the gimmick or what's the purpose of it? And basically this seems and the other caveat to this, it is a Ponzi scheme. The nuances of when to buy and when not to buy or options or whatever the case might be, but it's all just a big Ponzi scheme. But obviously, but there's a technique to get in. The people that they've been brainwashed that this is going to revolutionize and bring Uganda out of poverty. It's like, okay, well, you have to have money to get involved, and you have to have money to buy at the dip, I guess, right? But yeah, I love the way you simplify things, John. It's crazy, man. It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I think I may disagree with it. It may not make a lot of sense to invest in it, but I think Bitcoin is going to be here to stay because it benefits the U.S. government. And Trump clearly is saying that here, and that he views it as a strategic reserve asset, which isn't the dollar like a strategic reserve asset or like oil or something?
Well, we know Saudi Arabia is getting out, and China is already trying to get out. I mean, Japan probably will be next, depending on how their yen goes. So there's a lot of countries that are thinking about what's the next end game, right? I mean, you heard Biden talking and like, oh, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, there's a new world order coming. But, do they trust America anymore to lead that new world order? We'll see.
So get cracked for me. Can you explain why would they attach and use all this language that's causing more confusion to say that Bitcoin is an asset or whatnot? It's kind of just a vehicle.
Because it's a gimmick. Because
yes.
Bitcoin was the first one to introduce these ideas, but it can't scale. That's why I want John to look into the scaling of all this stuff, because from a software perspective, we don't have the high tech infrastructure to really scale it properly. So now you're seeing people doing these shortcuts. Ethereum gave up on proof of work. They're doing proof of stake and all this stuff. And all these workarounds are basically just enabling the people with tons of money to influence how these new cryptocurrencies will go forward.
Well, get cracked. I think that if efficiency is the only issue, the government coming in will solve that problem. And let me show you.
That's what it is. They have supercomputers, and they will develop it to that level.
And here it is right here. When I read this, I said, man, wow, the government is going to take over this thing. They're going to at least allow it to expand the scale that you mentioned. Here's the quote here. Lowry, who's a guy who's pushing Bitcoin, and he apparently has Trump's ear. He says agencies such as the Department of Energy, the Department of Defense would be involved. Specifically, he recommended either U.S. Cyber Command or the U.S. Strategic Command establish a combined hash force component.
Oh my God.
There you go.
This is it, baby. We're going.
So if you remember the stream, one of the streams where I talked about hashing, that's really the biggest issue there is coming up with those hashes. And I've shown you the hashes. If you want to see it again, I can show you a hash. But now, if the United States government is going to put their weight behind hashing, they're going to be able to do it very efficiently, very, very efficiently in terms of matching the transactions. That's very interesting. So anyway, that's what I wanted to talk about, but I may have covered much of it already. But anyway, that should be very interesting. Trump seems to be somewhat endorsing Bitcoin. Where's Rashid? I wish we could get him up on the.
He said he got work, man. He got work.
But Rashid, I think this is the interesting thing. If they peg the dollar, which it is by way of this of a stable coin, and then use that stable coin to buy Bitcoin, how have you deleveraged yourself from the dollar? It's still the dollar, just by another name, isn't it? If you have a tether or a dollar, aren't they basically the same? If the dollar goes down in value, doesn't the tether go down in value? Because they're pegged 1-to-1. I think that's where I must be missing something here.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is most Americans can't do it. What Rashu's saying, get a wallet, get whatever. I mean, there was some crazy dude on Grace's stream. Like, this guy keeps coming on Dalmatian Dog. He sounds like Imperious and all the other like Righteous Muffin. Like, they all sound the same. I would love it. Like, they got two of those guys, like False and Dalmatian Dog, with Imperious together in one stream. It would confuse the hell out of people. But it's like he was telling her, oh, get a wallet, get this. That means like you got to support your own hardware, know how to encrypt, know how to do. People aren't going to do that. So if you're not going to willing to do that, you buy a tether, you buy the Bitcoin that way, you go through a centralized exchange. People are just too dumb or too lazy to do it. I'm too lazy to do that. I'm not going to do that. That's like, dude, I'm not going to get a RAID 5 and do all this stuff just to store all my Bitcoin, right? And get all the ledger in there. It's like, oh my God, I'm lazy. Yeah, it's tough.
How is it not just a number on a screen at the end of the day? It's like,
It is just a number on the screen, yeah, but it's shared by everybody else. Everyone agrees to the value. That's how the stock market works too. You agree to a value. Everyone votes. I vote that this share is worth this much, and we all vote for it. And that's why I said, when I teach you stuff, I'm going to teach you the market. The market is all that matters. It doesn't matter if this real or not real, intrinsic, non-intrinsic, digital, analog. It's just people voting. That's all it is. People vote with their money. And if you understand where that money is moving, then that's it. And it's all abstract. Now everything is so abstracted out. It's just like Solid Stake talked about 1 × 1 = 2, It's just like, that's what happens. We're not dealing with physical goats anymore. We're not dealing with physical, everything's fractionalized. The banks don't even have your money. Go to your bank. Tell them to withdraw all your money. They ain't gonna do that. Most banks don't even have $1,000 in their cabinets right now. I bet you. That's why I have all my cash.
Right. But like, can y'all hear me?
It doesn't matter. It's all digital. That's what I think the end game is, and that's what Rashu is inferring. But I keep a nuanced look at it because the dollar is dominant, and the U.S. has a stake in keeping the dollar dominant.
Like
we can hear you, some dude.
Like, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Like, okay, so like I can understand gold, and that's like your dollar's backed off gold, your dollar's backed off petroleum, your dollar's backed off of the property that you own. But when it comes to Bitcoin, it's like the whole idea about how to mine it, where it comes from, what it really is. It's like everybody I know that's tried to get into any kind of crypto, they've fallen flat on their ass and they've lost money, and they just keep waiting for it to get bigger and better, but it really hasn't done it yet. So it's just like, it's kind of sketchy for a guy, especially for me, because I don't know a lot about investing.
Yeah, you need Rashu to like try to hype it up, because it's essentially the network itself, the network of computers and users. It's like you buying a share of Facebook, and you're saying like there's a lot of users that use Facebook and they're not bots. What if they're all bots? What if they're all this and that? Yeah, I mean, it could just be a fugazi, right? Facebook could just completely be fake.
Hey, some dude, are you on a computer or on your phone?
I'm on my phone driving, man. That's probably why it's popping out of that.
No, that's no problem. I was going to show you what a hash looks like. This is what they are mining for. This is a hash. And so basically, the word hello has been hashed to this. Right? If you can see it. Well, you can't see it.
No, yeah, you gotta share the screen.
Bring it up on the screen.
Well, am I not sharing my screen? Oh, wow. Well, sorry. Damn, this is pretty good, right? I shared this in my initial stream about, I think, hashing or something like that. I can't remember. Mining. I think it was about mining. But here it is. Here's a hash. So if you
can anybody mine this?
Yeah, anyone can mine it, but it's very expensive from a utility electricity basis, and you have to have the right computers, graphics cards.
Well, the thing is, John, right? People who do Bitcoin, they can't use graphics card anymore efficiently, so they moved on to ASICs, which are built in China. Right. They sell it to you.
Yeah. And so, if you have let's just say a transaction that had the word hello in it, a Bitcoin transaction, the hash would look like this. And if you had a different transaction, let's say hello world, the hash would look totally different. Oops.
Gotcha.
And this is what they have to try to match to verify a transaction. So these are two different transactions.
So just coming from an ignorant, perspective, like what's to stop like large governments from, taking and building computers just to mine it all up?
That's the problem. Yep, that's the problem exactly. Because China could build a whole bunch of supercomputers because you have to just get the over 50% vote. So if there's a bad actor that has 51% of the computing power of that whole network, they could just put all their fake transactions through it and destroy the whole network completely.
And some dude, I think the response to that is what I just read earlier. Is that here's a guy proposing that the full weight of the United government establish a combined hash force component command. So they're going to create basically a version of the military to create these hashes that I showed you.
Gotcha. That's more money of our taxes going into the military. You know what I mean? To get another branch of service. It's just sounds like a money pit at the end of the day.
Isn't that perfect? Isn't that a perfect thing to have? If somebody in the military was thinking this way early, I mean, the military gave you internet, didn't they? It was all ARPANET. It was ARPANET. ARPANET was the mate. Then now you're using the internet, and they're all spying on you, and they're like, blah blah. There, some CT said the bad word here, and we're gonna block him. Hey, there you go. That's the end game.
I mean, we all got to play the game at the end of the day. It's like I talk to my wife about it all the time. It's like you can have money locked up in the market. You can have money locked up in 401ks. But at the end of the day, it's like you said, you can't go to the bank and get your cash out. The only thing at the end of the day that's worth anything is gold and pussy and guns with ammo. But, you know, those are the only real currencies on the planet is guns and ammo, pussy, and gold. And everything else is just a number on the screen that if they want to, they can take that away. You can just shut it down.
Very, very easily. That is very true. And Master Kim, as a businessman, how do you hedge these things? Is Master Kim there? Do you have any concern about the digitization of assets, Master Kim?
Yep, sorry about that. I was on my phone. The screen was buried. So I'm going to say that this is very confusing, right? Because I know it's a Ponzi scheme. I know it, and I want to make money on the dip, right? Because I think it's just simple thinking, and I think that's just famous words actually coming from Get Crack for me. Just buy on the dip, just like stocks. So I would say that what's making things more confusing is the ongoing dialogue, and I'm going to parallel it to, the guys that get to wake up the next day and put on a skirt and say that their name is Melissa. That is a nation. We're all going along with it and whatnot, and then before you know it, it becomes the national dialogue. And maybe this is the wrong analogy to compare it to, but it's almost like Bitcoin's kind of similar. There's a bunch of stupidity. And it's just amazing because the old school guys like the Jamie Dimon and Warren Buffett and Munger, they all say that this is garbage. There's no there. But the more it keeps on getting more and more sexy talk, more romantic, more interesting, and because there is money to be made on it, but the fundamentals is based on a Ponzi scheme. You know, I need to make it when on the dip. So the mining and all this other stuff, and the government can shut it down, and China, kind of a part government, part private company, maybe creating these Bitcoins, or maybe the real Satoshi is connected to them. It's just amazing. I think this is all a fake thing, but with it being a fake thing, I'm going to buy into it through Coinbase when the market dips, and I'll buy Ethereum, or I'll put my little squirrel nut aside and get involved in the gold coin or whatever. Get cracked for me. So for example, we can take a niche market of, let's say, people that play baseball, right? And say, hey, we're going to come up with the Red Sox coin or some just stupid ass coin, but really it's a credit just made to be acknowledged by people that love baseball fans. We're not going to have anything to do with the banking system, but we're going to be the equivalent of like in over in Africa, they were using the peso system of airtime, and that was the currency. So the point being is that while this sexy talk is going on, it leaves the door wide open to create competing, I don't want to even say technologies, but competing, because it's all in marketing, because the consumer's brain is open to debuying from the bank, or the perception of decoupling away from the US dollar, when in fact it's almost impossible. So I didn't mean to hijack and talk longer than I needed to, but I think it's all a bunch of bunk, but I need to ask questions to make sure that I'm not missing anything. And the beauty about having Get Cracked for me and yourself, John, is it dials things right back in and makes sense of all this sexy talk and all this other stuff that's going on about Bitcoin. So I'm sorry, John, for hijacking.
No, well, let me ask you one more question, follow up. If you had capital to put to work, and Bitcoin is one of the categories you could invest in versus, say, some real assets, which would you invest in?
Real assets right now, because of where interest is right now. The money's king right now, because you can catch people slipping right now, I believe. Maybe not on real estate, but restaurant equipment and everything. Absolutely. I would not invest in Bitcoin unless it was like discretionary money that I just had nowhere else to park it, based on what I don't know about it.
Do you think that Trump is basically, talking about it now just to kind of like pander to those people that are into Bitcoin, try to get a vote? Or do you think he's actually going to be sinking some of his wealth into it?
Yep, very good question. I think it's multi. I think he's showing people that he's energized, he's young. He'll show up to this convention, even a Star Trek convention. I think he's doing a Jedi trick while Biden is looking, weak. And Trump, yeah, I'll go to that, showing that he can resonate with where we are. Here we're talking about Bitcoin, so I think he's doing. But as far as investing, I'm sure he's probably already investing in it, but I'm sure he's not going hard in. He's probably going to buy on the dip just like all of us, because you can't go wrong buying on the dip, I think, unless it gets wiped out.
I wanted to ask you, Master Kim, about all of these restaurants closing. I know you own restaurants. Are your restaurants having any issues now with the operating environment?
No, not because when you do Mexican food or you do Chinese food, that's a kind of a it's a niche, obviously, right? And white and black people love Chinese food, and obviously when I say Chinese food, we're talking about American Chinese food. All the deep fried, all the pad thais, all that stuff. I would say all the other restaurants that are closing, like the chains,
right?
We're just licking our chops right now, because we know that we're gonna walk into a closed Moe's grill. No, not a Moe's. Moe's is like a Chipotle. Anywhere that they actually have got a hood exhaust, like these Red Lobsters that are closing. Yes, it's horrible, because that's an icon company. But the minorities are licking their chops, because we get to walk in to a standalone building with 90 feet of frontage on a main 4-lane highway, and get to lease that puppy out. Lease, not buy. We could buy it, with all the exhaust equipment in the hood, the flute there, the fire suppression system, the walk-in, the freezers, because a lot of these companies will actually leave a lot of the leasehold improvements. So all the equipment, a lot of the equipment packages, unless it's proprietary equipment that has something to do with Red Lobster, they're going to leave a bulk of that, or they'll try to wholesale a lot of that equipment out. But a lot of these equipment guys, they got no more room for this used equipment. Plus, they know what turns over quickly, what doesn't. So when these Mexicans come in and take over a closed Pizza Hut, and although it looks janky and weird, they're going to make so much money because of all the leasehold improvements. All that stuff has already been done, and whatnot. So from a business standpoint, it's good and it's bad all in the same breath. It's no one wants to see an area get blighted. But essentially, when these anchor stores close, they do blight the neighborhood. And although the Vietnamese big cracks people will show up and do the nail salon, and Koreans will show up and do like the Chinese, and a lot of Vietnamese do Chinese. A lot of these Chinese places are not even Chinese people that are running it, by the way. They're Vietnamese people, they're Koreans and whatnot. So although we come in and take over these soft assets now, the company is in blight, and we're part of that, unfortunately.
So you walk into a built-out restaurant, basically.
Yes.
So are you gutting it? You gut it, like take all the equipment out and sell it, or
no. Only we will kind of sell the equipment that has nothing to do with kind of a wok system or the grill system, because every restaurant has its own kind of equipment that they need. But it's everything from the roof up, the hood exhaust, the fire suppression system, where it's placed, all that we leave in place. And then we kind of puzzle together the other restaurant pieces. We put up a janky sign. So probably.
Did we lose Master Kim here?
Yeah. I guess like we lost him.
But I think what he's talking about, though, is that, there's plenty of opportunity to come into these stores that are closing if you have the right operating model. Because to open up a restaurant, you're talking probably at least $250,000. Go ahead, Master Kim.
Yes, that's exactly right. Some like a Red Lobster or Olive Garden, these places are easily, with leasehold improvements, probably about $400,000 worth of stuff. So and maybe you come in, it's missing all the tables and chairs, but that's the only thing missing that you need to. Then you got to decorate it to the Mexican style restaurant you want and whatnot. But these guys are mopping up, because American culture loves Mexican food and Chinese food, and I'm using them as just the proxy example of the restaurants. All the other businesses that are closing, it's horrible. It's because it's going to depress all of the commercial assets in the area. Unfortunately, the
So
lease
basically,
rates come down.
So what you're saying is that someone had already made the major investment into all the equipment. These guys come in and get it on lease. They don't have to pay for all that, and all they got to do is maybe put some chairs in there, put a couple sombreros up, and start selling burritos at $6
That
a
is
pop.
exactly it.
That makes
Bingo.
sense.
That is right. I mean, a lot of white suburbanite, or and please forgive me, let's say suburbanites, white and black, that are higher income. They don't even pay attention to these type of the Pizza Huts that close in that side of town. They're not even gonna. They're blind to that. But to other people, yeah, this is a absolute goldmine because of the cost of the barrier to entry to that restaurant at that corner. Because keep in mind, there's still 4 lanes of traffic. But it's now becoming kind of somewhat hooded. You know what I mean? But it's still a very busy intersection.
Master Kim, you're so correct, because I have a Nigerian buddy who started us. You ever heard of Sweetwater Coffee? Any of you guys?
Yes.
All right. So he bought a franchise. He built it out. It was during the CV-19 thing, and he went bust because he couldn't get another loan to deal with his payroll, all of his expenses, etc. He's really butthurt about that. That's neither here or there. But when he relinquished it or remanded it to the bank just turned around and sold everything as is. Of course, they took some of the signage and the branded materials out of there, but they took that and they turned it into a Indian restaurant with very little extra that they needed to do. They didn't have to add a HVAC system. They didn't have to add, like you said, the hooded exhaust. They didn't have to add, maybe they had to add some burners, etc., because it was a Sweetwater Coffee. It's a coffee shop, but all the other equipment they just took, and then they're making money hand over fist, especially out here, because there's nothing but Indians out here.
Yeah, absolutely. And and obviously you're keen to that. You kind of saw it, and it's a doggone shame that Nigerian gentleman lost everything, because it affects him, his whole family. But yeah. But then you got the other guys coming in. Their economics are far different, because you just can't support $26 a square foot. You just can't. You got to come in at
you can't.
9 or whatever that number is. And it's unfortunate, because that is the downfall of the community starting to look blighted when you do start seeing the check cashing places, the nail salon. Now, nail salons are located in upscale, but in the hood everywhere. But then when you start seeing what I call the merchants of despair, and with Indians and Koreans, you don't even have to like them, or they don't have to like you, because that same customer is buying Newports. It don't matter who he's buying them from. He wants those Newports.
You know what?
Mountain
Dew. A new phenomena I'm seeing. Now I like kanafas. Do you know what a kanafa is?
It sounds Arabic. What is it?
Yeah, it's a Turkish sweet. Okay, it's basically this cheese. I can't remember the name of the cheese. Made in a pan. They kind of bake it, and then there's crumbled bread on top of it. It's really thin, and then they drizzle basically some liquefied sugar on top of it. It's very simple and very delicious and very expensive. And so I'm seeing an influx of Turkish bakeries come out of nowhere. Just 5 years ago, they were only in Plano. Now they're here. There was like 1 or 2 in Plano. Now I'm seeing 5 and 10 of them, coming across North Texas, and it's just amazing to see the turnover here because of the sorts of people that have moved in here, and consequently, the Nigerian guy, he's a serial entrepreneur, so he owns hair salons, he owns nail salons in Walmarts. So he'll how they'll have the hair salon in Walmart.
Yeah.
He owns a couple of those, and he used to be corporate for McDonald's. He started at McDonald's when he was 14 years old, and then when he moved from Nigeria, and then he went up into corporate there. He retired from there at around 40, moved from the Boston area, and moved here to to Texas, and then he started opening up businesses here. So yeah.
Yeah, that's I've heard of Nigerians, and this kind of addresses Stanley's comment as well. Nigerians are really at the top of the food chain as far as business too, and here's why: the serial entrepreneur, he'll partner with a Nigerian like heart surgeon, right? Because what happens is obviously these skilled professionals, they want kind of park, or they want to get involved in investments so that they can do some write-offs to offset their tax liability. So there'll be many physicians and Nigerian professionals that will only partner with a guy that's Nigerian. And that's why he'll get, and I'm not trying to say that this guy's got partners, but every single business he has a different professional. I've seen that, and it's very impressive because he's using the doctor's money as the down money for all this. And the Nigerian serial business owners, I mean, it's very clever, but this is an accounting exercise of that restaurant closing up to him, unfortunately, because he's so high on the food chain.
Yeah, exactly. And this guy doesn't have any degrees whatsoever. He's trying to go back and get an engineering degree at this age. It's hilarious. But his wife is a nurse, and she was largely running those hair and nail salons, and then he was doing the restaurateur side of the business, and but also running the nail salons and hair salons as well, dealing with all the accounting and all of the overhead. But yeah, it's just you want to see more people of different races and creeds do that. You know what I mean? You just want to see people succeed in that manner. It doesn't have to be a restaurant or a brick and mortar of any kind. We live in a day and age where everything could quite literally be online, and all of your manufacturing can be done in a different country, and all you do is accept it and start a retail business online. It's really easy, but you just have to be you just have to have a head for it, and you have to be diligent.
Yeah, Plex, if you don't mind me asking, are you towards Dallas or Fort Worth area, or are you towards Houston in Texas? If you don't mind me asking.
I'm closer to Dallas. I'm literally in Frisco, where Ray Nagin when hid after he
I remember that.
After you can see him. I've seen him a couple times out here. It's crazy, but yes, I am in Frisco.
I saw this video last night, and I couldn't believe it. This is Jackson, Mississippi. This is the capital of Mississippi. I couldn't believe it. It looks kind of like my hometown, to be honest with you. But man, this is really bad. Look at this person standing right there. That's pretty amazing. I mean, these people are really just wow. That is, and this is like right after the storm. Some guy went to Mississippi. Anyway, it's just something I saw. I said, "Damn, that is amazing."
What am I seeing? I just see what's going on.
Like, this is a city in America. Look at this.
The fact that it's rural. What?
I mean, look at it. It ain't just rural. It's just. It's like, look at this, man. Like, look at the roads.
Yeah, it's
in a major city in America. Not a major city, but small town city in America.
Well, you'll get that in the Delta. My father grew up in a little town called Shelby, Mississippi, and it's still there. His father is buried there. His mother's buried there, and it's an Air Force town. They're adjacent to Air Force bases, but he grew up sharecropping out there as a child in the 50s. And right now, there's a Walmart. There are a couple of hotels owned by one family. And the mayor of the city is also the barber and the head of the church. So, yeah, you'll see these, man. Those towns still exist, especially out here in Texas, too. Especially if you go down Route 66, which is very interesting. Go down Route 66 through Texas, man. It's great.
This might be the worst I've ever seen, for real.
Really? But aren't you from Alabama?
Yeah. You know, my hometown is bad, but it ain't that bad. It may be parts of it, but we don't have the open potholes in the road just yet. That looks like Africa. You know, there are parts of Africa where you go, you know, there'll be people out on the road throwing rocks and stuff in their potholes and asking you for money. You know, thank you for filling the road. Garen probably can attest to that. Something else I was going to tell you.
That's a hyper example.
I was hoping to tell this while CT was on here, but I've mentioned it multiple times. One of the ways that we can help out the people that you listen to, aside from giving money, is audience engagement in the chat. You know, I've mentioned how Lead Attorney is very good at engaging people in the chat. So when you guys go over to CT's panel, make sure you do some. Make sure you engage in the chat. It's very good from a YouTube analytics standpoint to boost him up. You know, boost up his content. It's one of the probably more important YouTube statistics. So, hey, some dude, you're just joining. You've been in and out. You have anything you want to talk about? You want to ask Master Kim or Get Crack or Relax?
I do remember back in the days when I was when I was growing up in NorCal, most of the peach orchards around here were owned, and the prune orchards were owned by just white farmers. And over time, they've been bought up by the Hindus. And I was told back in the day that there would be if you came here, they would give you government subsidized loans as an immigrant, so you could purchase land, and as long as you paid them back, you were good to go. Did you know if any of that was actually true? Because in the 90s, you'd hear stuff, and people would tell you all sorts of shit. You don't know if it's real or not.
Yes, it is real. It's very real, and that happened. But it's not only for immigrants, but you'll see it for just Americans in general, and Americans don't take advantage of it, largely because the mainstream media, which is what they consume, aren't telling them when it's just a Google click away. There are so many grants, man. You just have to go to the different departments or bureaus.
Wasn't there some infomercial guy who talked about you can apply to this place, you can apply to that place and get free money? Remember that guy? He's always on late night. That's what Americans don't do.
Hey,
they don't do it, man.
Let me ask you this question. Since some dudes thinks that the immigrants come over here and they're like loans from the government, I think we covered this before. Is that true, Master Kim? Get Cracked.
From my experience, I mean, no, not immigrant specific. It is what Blacks Who Defy just communicated. There's a USDA loan for agriculture. There's all these other grants, but you have to kind of know what to apply for and look for. But to some dude's comment, absolutely not, because the Greeks would want in on it, the Pakistanis, the Mexicans, the Nigerians, and the Vietnamese. Vietnamese aren't going to let no one get a loan ahead of them. They're going to be in line too, So I'm going to say that there's maybe just a misunderstanding, because part of that rumor also is in 7 years they get to sell the store to their brother tax-free. This is just kind of a wise tale, because if there was any racket or whatnot, all the other cultures would be in on it. There are some people that. There are a lot of cultures that have got these higher advanced attorneys and CPAs that if there's any movement in grants, because of their scale, they're on it. Just like those marijuana licenses, the minorities that did have the professionals that kept the pulse on it applied for those licenses earlier on, just like the corporate people did.
So some guy on chat put the guy's name down, Matthew Lesko. So that guy was always on the late night stuff and infomercials. Yeah, but the thing is everyone has a game, they game the system that they know, and their relatives will tell them and their friends will tell them. And it's like, if someone just tells you, oh, you can get a WIC if you get pop out 10 kids or something but other people are thinking oh, if I do this, I can get more money from the government. If I do something military related, I'll get more this way, And look at Palantir, look at Tesla. They get money from the government too. They're doing it in a higher scale. Yeah, they're doing it at a higher scale. You're just being dumb and only looking for the small grift.
And that's why Tesla closed down their supercharger initiative, in the first quarter of 2024 because all that money, some of that money that they were getting from the government, the billions they were getting, was drying up. So then they closed down that.
I see. Okay, that's a real reason.
Yep, and they got rid of 500 employees and they kept a skeleton crew. All the people who were innovating all this. And that's why it doesn't make any sense. All these electric vehicles, it's a crapshoot. And China's about to do them in anyway when it comes to electric vehicles because they are manufacturing them. Oh my God, man, so cheaply. And even if they catch fire, people will still buy them. Right now they can sell them. They're selling them their own people for about $10,000 for a fully functioning, fully loaded electric vehicle.
Blacks, the thing about these cars is like they want it computerized so they can track you.
Yes, of course. Listen, right? I agree with you. I don't have an electric vehicle, and my vehicle tracks me enough with its onboard CPU. But I don't have an electric vehicle. I don't plan on getting one until I'm forced to get one. But I'm just saying that, like you said, people like these flashy, shiny buttons and whistles, and they are more than willing to give up their freedom for them. And right now, this company is not selling the cars here in America because the CEO says the barrier to entry is too high. Remember, Biden imposed a 100% tariff on all electric vehicles, and so that includes any electric vehicle, anything. Okay, go-kart, all of it, 100%.
Yeah,
which is fine, but eventually they'll overcome that, and when they come here, they'll buy a vehicle that's comparable to Tesla, and it'll be only $15,000, and they get more vehicle.
Hey guys, we're gonna end it here. Hold on, go ahead, some dude.
I got one more question just
Sure.
for rentals and whatnot. I got a buddy that has like 3 or 4 rentals, and he's getting about like $5-6 grand a month, but he's telling his tenants cash only, and then he's claiming it like he's not getting paid. So is there a way to write that off as a loss? Like I'm not getting paid my rent. And
That's tax evasion.
It is tax evasion, definitely.
Yeah, that was just about it.
Hey,
eventually he's gonna get caught. The IRS doesn't have to have receipts to audit you. All they'll do is see the way he's living, unless he's living like a pauper. If he slips up, buys something expensive, and then they look at what he wrote off, juxtaposed to what he's bringing in, they can calculate what's in your pockets very easily. It's ridiculous.
He's an old redneck. Like, he's got all of his toys already. He's got the boat. He's got the razor. He's got all of his guns and shit.
Oh, snap.
So he's got all that.
Hey, study to be quiet and to do your own business, man. Study to be quiet and if he's doing something like that, he should shut up now.
Yeah, why is he telling you that?
Well, I'm not going to tell on him. I've known the guy 25 years.
Yeah, but that means he's telling someone else too, huh?
Yeah,
he's bragging and shit.
Because I was like, dude, the government, like, I know one thing, they'll get every dollar they can out of you. They're always watching.
The thing is, just from a software perspective, and the more and more the AI gets incorporated, I would only assume it makes sense to incorporate AI into like audits and things like that. And just as a software guy, if you're telling me you're not getting rent, and I know the address, so let's say it's Santa Monica, I'm like, that person probably is paying rent. That wouldn't make sense if someone would be living in Santa Monica and not paying rent.
Right.
I could probably do some kind of patch search where I could search for eviction records or something like that. Well, you haven't tried to evict the person.
Yep.
Yet I haven't received it.
Who's receiving mail there? Is the electric bill being paid? All that.
Right.
All that, man.
Right. These people are paying the electric bill on time, but they're not paying rent. There are many, many ways I can see the better and better these algorithms get to catch you in ways that you just wouldn't even know. Hell, they could figure out what you just said here and then patch in who's in your address book and figure out who owns property in your address book and by deduction figure it out. So I would say never commit tax evasion. There are a lot of other ways to reduce your taxes without committing the crime.
Yes, and if you're doing it, do it outside the country.
Thanks for that, man. I got to bounce.
Later.
My goal, my dream, guys. I want to move to Bali and follow in the footsteps of Run DMC's brother. What's his name? Simmons. I'm just playing. Russell Simmons. That's his name. Russell.
Yeah, I think he had the child or some kind of sexual allegations.
Yeah, well, there were people. The doors were closing. You know, they were closing in on him, and he made the very deliberate decision to get out of Dodge and move to Bali because they have a non-extradition. They're a non-extradition country, so or they don't have that with America. Yeah.
Before we head over CTs, any topics you guys would like to discuss going in the future? Anything top of mind?
Yeah. Hey, John.
Yeah.
When you get the opportunity, if you could check, I texted you yesterday about that gentleman up in Atlanta, Ken Watson, and I forwarded his contact information over to you and your contact over to him. He most certainly wants to come on your show, whether it be to join the panel or be interviewed one-on-one. The beauty about Ken is he knows everything I know, but more. And to get his perspective from an American, African-American standpoint.
That'll be great.
The same angle that I have, but from his perspective, but also he's very successful too. So I'm only sharing information up to a certain level, and then I fall off a cliff, and whatnot. But yes,
you know, I think you know, one of the things that that I'm happy to have, like guys like all of you guys actually up here, is that people in the audience, the younger audience, if we have any, or just people around our age, they can ask each other questions, kind of pick each other's brains. So I think that guy would be a very good person to come up, because many people are interested in real estate, and he's a real estate guy. Hell, he has some interests outside of real estate, piloting planes, right? So yeah, I'll reach out to him and I'll see if I can get him up here, Master Kim.
Yep. And one thing real quick, and I'll just make it out where I'll try to get to.
Well, email me, Master Kim. I just wanted to tell you that. Can you just email me? My email's on the back.
Yep, I'll grab it right now. Oh, I see it right now. Yep. Bye-bye.
Oh, you about to say something, Master Kim?
Oh, hold on one second. Yes, what I was going to say about Ken Watson was, so, you know, a guy like that is the one that, you know, like after your podcast, and I go, Ken, could you remind me about the LIBOR? I go, the big dogs that do big developments, they borrow off the LIBOR rate, right? And I just wanted to reiterate our previous conversation. He goes, yeah, he goes, my guys right now borrow such and such and such and such, you know, at that level, but they borrow on the LIBOR, or they're borrowing, because basically my conversation yesterday is at 8.5% prime, but no one's borrowing at 8.5%. They're having to pay 9.5% to 10%. And he goes, okay, well, credit facilities and private equity, they're borrowing at 5%. And it just reminded me, that's right. People can privately at that level determine their own rate. So anyways, he'll be a great asset because, and he's got a teaspoon of hood in him too. Although it's buried down deep inside. And I did tell him, I go, there are going to be young people listening to the panel. I said, I know you're very conservative, but you're going to have to you know, give a little glitz, is what I told him. You know, you're going to have to throw that out there. Don't be a conservative guy, you know, kind of mention some of the stuff that you got going on, because I mean, I want to know, people want to hear this stuff. And it's not that you're flossing out as much as don't be shy. I guess I was trying to tell him, don't be shy. I don't want him to be too conservative is what I'm trying to, I mean, he needs to be himself. So please forgive me for telling someone, but I wanted him to, you know, don't hold back, man.
Don't hold back. Well, go ahead, Master Kim.
I'm done.
What do you guys think about having Ken Watson up? Let me read a little bit about him. He's a high achieving. Let me show you a picture of him first. Master Kim, give us some background while I show his picture and everything. How you know this guy?
Yep. So he is a licensed commercial broker in the Atlanta market, specializing in, you know, from hotels to gas stations. I connected with him because my background is to sell fuel to gas stations and like rebrand them to a different brand name and whatnot. So I connected with him. because he knows the Indian community solid. And also he was married to an Indian woman, which is stunning. He speaks Hindi too, which is again stunning as well. His son is half Indian, half African American, but he graduated with an MBA from U of M, and I'm from Michigan, and he reminded me that it's not blue and gold, it's blue and Mason, you know. And so, but he's a very high level guy, great personality, very down to earth, typical American. He's had it, lost it, got it again. So the ebb and flows of what happens to a man that's in business for a long time, but he knows Atlanta's solid and he knows a lot of moving pieces. So from speaking with him, I go, Ken, and I just kind of commented, I go, Ken, if I'm not mistaken, unless I'm wrong, I go, you and I, we've never mentioned anything about, we'll joke about stuff like, oh, the white boy, or they're trying, it's almost just a joke. We don't mean it, or we never talk about racism because it doesn't, I don't pay attention to it, neither does he, but we joke about every once in a while, but that's not what we communicate. And I said, Ken, is it possible? I would describe you as race neutral. Would you say that's a fair comment? He goes, yeah. He goes, I'll accept that description. I go, great. When you come on the podcast, I think it would be good for you to share that's been a part of your success, is just being race neutral, or most certainly deaf to the racism. Because, and then he mentioned about when he flies into these smaller airports, he'll wear his captain uniform on and get weird looks from, he said he flew into Montgomery Airport, and to see an African-American guy in a captain's uniform is pretty stunning. Not stunning to the panel because we know Bob and we've spoken to Bob, but you start getting into some of these rural areas and flying in your private plane and you're the captain, that kind of turns heads. So the point being, I think he could be a great asset to pick his brain, more so on interest rates and commercial lending right now. I think that's the biggest thing right there. Because I'm just puzzled. I keep on whining about what are people doing right now for money. Are they, today I've got a phone call structured later today, and I'm going to get a hold of John later because there's a lender that we use that's just for equipment only. They'll fund you, yada, yada, yada. They'll fund up to $250,000 on a one-page credit app without having to show financials, which is huge. And anyone knows that commercial lending. And of course, they put a lien on the equipment and this, and that. But in our situation, we don't need to fund equipment. We've got equipment. And so my friend in Michigan who owns Red Roof Inns, he's like, oh, you got to call my guy so-and-so. He'll actually do this and that. So the point I was trying to mention is I'll talk to you offline about who this lender is, because although you're liquid, it sure would be nice to use other people's money as you're buying 10 couches at a time, because they're part of that hotel world and funding stuff. But with that being said, I'll put my phone on mute.
It's been a great show, Master Kim. Get cracked. What are your last thoughts? Any interesting topics you think we should cover here?
I think we need to get a lot of business people on here, and in chat. Is like I fully admit I don't know nothing about loans and things like that. It's like that's why when Savage Red dropped some hints and stuff like that, that's why we need to get more business people on here. Cam the King was like, if he got some suggestions, he doesn't want to cam up or go on the panel, he could just write it down, put it in Discord, go send an email, and we could have a little cammed corner moment where I just read what he says as advice. We need a lot of business people. We don't have time. I'm spending all my time learning stock market. I don't got time to be looking how to game like loans and shit. But I do know, you talk about LIBOR. I do know about SOFR, SOFR, and euro dollar futures. This is what the dollar milkshake theory is about. That's what sets your rates across the world. This is how dollar has dominance. It not only sets the dollar dominance, it also sets the interest rates that all the central banks around the world have to do their debt in, because they all have to go back to the dollar.
Hey, Cam,
is a dollar.
Hold on. Cam said he doesn't mind camming up. You don't have to cam up. Cam, would you like to come up now? Is now a good time, or you want to come up later? We're about to end the show, but I would love to hear what you want to talk about and some of the things, just some insights you have just quickly, and then we could always schedule some time for later. I put the link in the
show. But people should contribute. We don't have time for this. I have a PhD in electrical engineering. It's like I'm not gonna walk around and be lording over my knowledge, be like, oh yeah, I know everything because I got a doctorate and shit. Hey, I always act dumb. When I go outside in the real world, I act stupid as fuck because you're gonna tell me something I didn't know before. If I start acting like I know shit, you clam up and you won't tell me stuff. That's what I learned right away.
No, that is very true. It's like humility and being humble.
Mhm.
Let's see if Cam the King, would you like to come up? We'll give you let us know yay or nay, so we won't just wait here for you if you're not coming. But we would love to just get a snippet of what you have to offer. I'll come up later. I'm in the 6 in Colorado now. 11. I've been listening last day at camp here. Okay, why don't you send me an email, and what we'll do is we can schedule a time when it's best for you. You tell us what you want to talk about, and then
I think he got our emails because he was basically asking for everyone's email. So got Portia, got yours. Yep.
And what we can do is we can set up a whoever you think is appropriate to kind of be on the panel with you. If you'd rather be on the panel by yourself, is it really an act?
Oh no, I learned right away. When I did interviews for companies, this one guy who was interviewing me, he told me his secret. He was like, I always act dumb. That's how I get people to tell me their secrets. So when I move up in the company ranks, because they'll tell me stuff they wouldn't tell me, and that's how it is. Yeah, a lot of PhD people they come off very arrogant. I've noticed, and I've always pretended I just got a bachelor's, I got a master's. That's it, and that's I never say that.
I'm gonna try to find this video. There was a guy who does like what do they call it? Like intelligence or something like that. And he said basically what you're saying is that people want to tell you information. And he pointed out a situation. Let's say you're going to buy a house. And so if you ask someone, why are you selling? Well, they're not going to tell you, right? No one's going to tell you. If you went to the person and say, I think it was a real estate agent or something, and he says, hey, I hear the person is losing the house. Then the person would be so tempted to want to correct you. They would tell you, no, he's not losing the house. They're moving to Florida. And so now you have inside information that you wouldn't have gotten if you just came off as a know-it-all. And so I get what you're saying there.
That's a pro tip for like people to understand. Like, don't go rocking around the world like, I'm the boss. I know everything. I don't need to listen to you.
Yeah, it's very true.
We don't have time to know everything. We're not gods. That's why we gotta get people on here to tell what they know. A lot of stuff.
What do you think about having the guy up, Mexican?
Yeah, that's great. This guy's perfect.
Good.
He knows Hindi. Does he know how to do? Does he know like the Pakistani Hindi, which is basically what they call it? Because it's slightly different, right? They use Persian vocabulary instead of like Sanskrit vocabulary. So it's like a diglossia is what or something like that. I don't know the linguistic term. Where there's two, so Hindustani they call it, because so one side they'll do Urdu. So one Pakistan have an Urdu version of Hindi, and the only difference mainly is because of how they say things, because of one is more Muslim, they have Persian influence, and one is Hindi, so they have more Sanskrit influence. So it'll be interesting if he knows both. If he can do both, he gets because Dubai is full of Pakistanis. He can do Urdu. I told you, my property manager from Urdu. That's why the guy who from like Pakistan was like saying, "Oh, I come from Dubai." He's like, "Hey, is that my property manager?" I was like, "What the fuck? Is he rapping on CT's channel?" Oh shit!
You ever? So, how many properties do you own get cracked?
Oh, I don't own. That's all my parents' stuff, man. So that's why I'm very limited in my knowledge. I don't do business. I don't do housing like you. I don't know. I just keep it simple. I just kind of keep like I want to be an expert in a small area first.
Yeah.
And like you guys are like doing all this stuff. I want to help you guys. I'll invest in whatever you guys do. If you got a John Galt coin, I don't care. I'll do it because like you guys are motivated and you have the experience. Do it. I'll support your businesses.
That may be on the horizon. A Galt coin get cracked. Yeah, I'm going to reach out to him. I'm going to see if I can have him on the channel. I also have a couple landlords that I want to bring on, probably one by one, do like interviews with them. Some good stories, some hard stories, a little bit of both. What else? Landlords, if one other thing one other person I wanted to bring on here, kind of in a particular industry, like Master Kim is in the gas and oil and convenience store business. So those the people I want to bring on, I think it'll make for kind of a channel. You know, we have the Private Eye series, maybe once a week, Going Trucking at night, Business with Master Kim in the morning. I think it's a pretty good, pretty good channel there. A lot of different types.
I don't know how you started off from just a month ago, where you just like, now you got the whole like stable of stuff ideas. And what about the stuff what you're doing with Ben? Right, the whole remodeling. That's great too. Like, where is that gonna get off?
You know, I wanted to do it with the woman. I'm not sure. Did what's her name? Star is the best.
Nova Star. Oh, really?
I mean, I think she's good. She's a very attractive woman, you know. But I think that she just may not add a lot of pizzazz. She's maybe a little bit more reserved, right? A little bit more reserved. So maybe someone younger like Grace, because I also think she would bring a different demographic as well. I may reach out to her about that today. Yeah, I may do that.
Yeah, you got to get on this stuff, man.
That would be a good weekly show because I have enough properties to show. And then I don't know if you've ever seen the guy Seven Still. You ever seen him before in the chat?
I've seen him on the chat, yes.
Yeah, so he's like a landlord. He's reached out to me. I talked to him last night. So I was thinking about bringing him, again, landlords like him, aspirational. Maybe he got bogged down with one tenant, approached it the wrong way, something like that. So I think there's a variety of topics we can definitely cover. That'll be, kind of informative as well as entertaining,
Yeah, that's great, man. Just do it. Keep working. Right, keep grinding.
All right, get crazy. I got to get out of here. It's my mother's birthday, so I need to go entertain her.
Oh, shoot. All right. Happy Mother's Day. Happy birthday to Mommy. Mommy Galt.
Every day is Mother's Day.
Yeah, every day is Mother's Day for sure.
Hey, you guys have a good day. Hey, everyone go over to CTE Stream and support the guy. We're all happy he's back. Thanks again.